Okay. Okay. I think we're good. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Agree. Agree, disagree. Let's go. Let's go. Let me just get this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think we are good to go. And I think we're really good to go. Let's check our to-do list because there are some alts we need to be checking up on here. It's been almost 1 week, yeah, since our last little alt nerd out. Yeah, agree or disagree? Just checking up, setting up some data here. Just sat down. Wasn't planning on really streaming, to be honest, but if we're gonna be looking at the charts, it may as well, right? May as well, right? May as well, right? Okay, got this, got this. Let's go. Okay, okay, only disputes. I see you. Hello, friend. Oh, by the way, see, I believe that you were here on the last stream, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure that there's sound on my phone. Okay, so we are good. Because last time my shit was muted. Okay, we'll leave that thing right there. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, right? We talked about this. Look where this alarm line is. Pixel perfect. Oh my god. But yeah, we talked about this short, right? Did we not? I even got the clips, right? I even brought the receipts. Right? We talked about this 2 days ago, correct? Let's just open this up a bit. Are we cleaning the highs, or are we going lower? You know.
QuickBooks has been a great.
Basically, because yeah, I'm gonna be looking to short up here probably, and then imagine if we go lower, I'll be looking to short somewhere here. We talked about this. We talked we talked about this exact situation, right? Not only that, don't worry, I got more receipts than just that. We're just getting started on the cooking. This is the 1 minute, right? We talked about this as well, right? Getting entry on the 1 minute for this exact situation, right? Let me just throw that one on there. I came with the receipts today, right? Came with the receipts. Oh shit! Oh shit! No. Let's redo that. I'll just wait. The only thing that I'm paranoid over is if we get like a literal 1 minute, it just pumps into the zone, taps this, and just reverses instantly. I'll just wait. The only thing that looks about right to me, right? Isn't that exactly what we got? Pumped exactly on the 1 minute to the zone. So everyone should be juicing on this thing, or should have been. And then not only that, but same thing. What did I say about whiff? What's the last thing I said about whiff? What is the last thing that I said about this when I got off that day? The last time we streamed. Right, let's just go find the clip of that thing too, right? Boom boom. Me is cooking like seeming like the next Bobcat. Don't be mad at me if I go get off here soon and go on my laptop and get in this thing. After just brushing up on some last minute data and whatnot. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. Oh my god. This is an easy TP2 by the way, right? Like obviously sweep level divergences forming on the lower time frames. Right? Ding 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 ding. This is an easy juicer trade, guys. So whoever took this, shout out to you. If you didn't, hopefully you're starting to believe in the fucking math, right? Hopefully you're starting to believe in the math. Because you can just go back and verify the math yourself. Don't gotta believe me, right? It literally fucking like 2 weeks now non-stop of talking about these trades and then doing them exactly as I talked about beforehand. Just saying. Just saying. So hopefully the people that, you know, like I said, hopefully people that were paying attention, know what they're doing and took these things, shout out to you for juicing. And if you didn't, you know, hopefully you start to believe in the math slowly. Slowly but surely I win you over with the math, right? Because I'm sitting over here doing, you know, full court hook shots behind the back. No look, nothing but net. I'm making it look fucking easy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Demori, you took the whiff trade? Okay. Okay. Shout out to fucking Demori. Or Demauri, I don't know how to say that, but shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay. But yeah, in terms of the weekend stuff here, right? Not really much going on. Just making a little ding-dong range. Expecting probably both sides to get swept at some point. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. But anyways, yeah, let's start flying through some of these, yeah? See where things are at. Because I don't have the biggest to-do list. It is the weekend. And it's a holiday on Monday, so... a little bit of a break in that regard. And shout out to the S&P, by the way. We also talked about this, right? We also talked about it coming back to retest this, then go in, or doing whatever it was gonna do. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, the highs are still remain to be taken. Same thing here, so. Yeah, I'd imagine we're probably, especially the fact that we saw this hedging starting to appear already, I think people are suspecting that we'll be going higher, in my opinion. We won't find out until next week. We won't find out until next week. But so far, that's looking like it might be the, you know, next potential max pain move. At least in traditional markets. Let's kind of check out where the fear and greed was. Still in fear. And a lot of the positioning that I've seen, just not, people are not particularly, yeah, bullish. You know? It's not like the long side is really overweight on everything. It's not. If anything, it's underweight. That's why I'm saying we might see a max pain pump up here. People thinking we're going lower. Yeah, that's the thing people don't realize is that, a lot of these larger entities, what's it called? It takes some time to wind in and out of positions. So the market can genuinely run off on a lot of people, right? Run off on a lot of people, catch them off guard. So when the positioning, you know, is kind of a neutral-ish territory, or slash leaning the other way, do not be surprised if you just see it run off, right? Because it might take these people a week to ravel in and out of these positions, and then in one day they just get fucking trapped. Now obviously most are professionals, right? And they will be hedging for those situations, but So far, it seems like they're hedging towards a situation where runs off to the upside, based on what we saw together on Thursday and what I was looking at on Friday. Let's also check on the next 2 weeks of data here. New Zealand, Canada, Great Britain. Australia. I mean, it seems like we're getting data come in from everywhere, more or less. And in terms of this week, what are we looking at? I think it's the same story as well for earnings. I think we're generally past the most notable earnings. I think for the rest of February, like, yes, obviously there are some notable events coming up, but I think everything is kind of leading towards the tail end into March. And I think the March is where we really get the ball rolling again, right? Another month of new data plus FOMC. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? True. True. Yeah, I'd say it is true, sir. Are you in any trades, friend? Are you juicing up right now? Or are you up to on this beautiful Saturday stormy winter night here in Canada? Because like over here, yeah, over here it's looking a little suspicious where I live. We've had like a snowstorm and on top of another snowstorm, so back-to-back snowstorms. But yeah. Hopefully you're having an amazing Saturday evening. Trading alts? Shout out to you. Well, yeah, you were asking about, if I recall correctly, I believe you were in here asking about Sui, right? The other day. Yeah, you were talking. I just looked up the chat real quick. You were talking about trading Sui on the 4-hour. How's that looking? Yeah, I mean, it looks like a short presented itself here, right? Bing, bing, bing. All diverging as well. Looking like a little bit of a freebie. I think we had talked about potentially up here. This zone. And then in terms of adding to the long this. But do you see now? Do you see now? Do you understand? You see why I'm saying maybe this wasn't the best time to be long in? You should starting to fuck with the vision or nah? You starting to believe in the math or nah? You know what I'm saying? Let's just brush up on the data real quick. And also, let's check on that monitor, right? Let's check on the monitor. The monitor I've been waiting months for at this point. Talked about this thing before Christmas. Can't imagine there's too much interesting going on, right? It is the weekend, so can't expect too. At least in terms of biddy, I'm sure some of these alts are seeing. And Popcat's still going as well, by the way. And also in terms of whiff, I mean, if anyone didn't take profit here, it's might be an opportunity to get back in potentially. These are already starting to show that divergences, right? Potentially. I'm curious how much open interest changed with this move. But so far, yeah. Let's look at the TPO out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. More single prints clean below still, so yeah, right? Maybe we balance off the bottom of this node. Potentially. You know, one of these. Lots of potential plays going on here, a lot of math going on down here. So we shall see. You were right, still waiting for the long. It's not about being right, you know, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about being prepared for whatever happens. And you know, weighing up those the most likelihood outcome consistently, right? Like ideally, you're usually operating around the most likely outcome, most probable outcome, most likely to be correct. It's not about being right or wrong. It's being prepared. Because what if that's not the scenario? So that's why I'm saying this is all you know. It's all data. It's all math. It's all data and math. It's all data and math. Because like I have a level in mind, for instance, right? And prices going towards it. It can approach us many different ways, right? Like if I were to just take a screenshot of this right here and price is coming to this, that's not enough information. That's not enough information to take a trade here or not. Like what's open interest looking like? What are the oscillators looking like? What's the rest of the market looking like? What's the structure looking like? What's the liquidity on this specific coin looking like? You can go down on and on down the list, right? There's so many factors that go into that decision. So you know you need to take a look at the data, make the most, you know, probabilistic choice or decision. And be prepared for both, right? You have to be prepared. That's the thing. You have to be prepared. When you enter a trade, you should be prepared for the best case and worst case scenario and everything in between. And if you're not, then you're not prepared. As simple as that. It doesn't matter. People can put whatever spin they want on it. It doesn't matter. That's just the facts. If you're not prepared for the best, right, and the worst, and everything in between these two, you're not prepared. Period. And some people may not like to hear that, but that's just what it is. It is what it is, right? If it was easy, everybody would do it. But there's a reason that like 7% of people that trade make money. Because most people aren't prepared. That's all it is. Or they haven't nerded out enough. They don't truly understand the math, right? Because this is the same as like a casino, essentially. If you don't know what you're doing, okay, a casino is different because a casino, like all the games, are statistically in the house's favor by some small margin. So over enough time, like law of large numbers, like they always win, right? Even if on the lower, even if someone goes to the casino one day and cashes out, wins the jackpot on some game, over the long run, the casino still makes money, so they don't fucking care. It's the same thing with trading. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, like, you're just slowly going to dwindle your money over time. Because, yeah, you might have wins here or there, but over time, the math is going to get you. You're just going to end up, if you keep playing, you're just going to give it right back. Same with the casino. Like, people, guys, I'm sure everyone knows people that have gone to the casino and won lots of money, right? And what happens to almost all those people? they keep playing, and then and then what happens with their money, right? How many of them that keep playing with their money and they're keeping it all and juice it up at the casino, versus losing it by the end? Most lose it. You know, but fortunately for us in this game, you know, the odds are in our favor. You can stack up against the house. You are big chillin'. Just gotta put in the effort, that's all it is. Don't mind me while I check up on this data here out of curiosity, just to see how things are looking. How things are cooking. Interesting. I mean, it just seems like weekend stuff from what I'm seeing here. A lot of longs opening up on OKX in this little chop range right here. Everywhere else is closing longs though, interestingly enough, so with shorts opening. So OKX, you know, moving a little different right now. Interesting, let's keep a note of that. Look at Sol. That's Solana. What about Sol? Do you want to look at exactly here? Good person, good sir, good woman. What exactly about Sol do you want to be looking at? What exactly do you want me to be looking at in terms of Sol? I'm hungry. That's the other thing, is I'm hungry, and I don't have any groceries because I wasn't planning to be here. I was supposed to be out of here by now, out somewhere warm with the sun. Instead, I'm snowed in, trapped. I'm hostage. Just know that I'm getting trapped, hostage by the weather. That's okay. That's okay because we love to play the game, or at least I do. End of cycle targets for Solana. That's I mean, perhaps not the best question, right? Perhaps not the best question, because you know, I can't break the future, neither can you. Like, I mean, like we'll do some fibs, right? We'll do some extensions in terms of just pure math, but I think we did some of these, if I recall, actually, because that's why these lines are up here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, actually, yeah. If you want to have a better idea, first of all, go look at Let me just get the video. This 10-hour video. And go find when I talk about Solana in here, because it's somewhere. But essentially, I kind of went through and did a bunch of fib extensions to see like potential ones that had confluence, like multiple times showing in the same spot, and like these thicker areas. So like each line was like an extension. So there's a lot of up here. There's a lot obviously here. There's some grouped up here and here as well. So, but I mean, we're not. It's not reliable, right? We're just drawing fucking lines on a chart, right? Right. We're just drawing fucking lines on a chart based on some math. A lot can happen, right? Who knows what can happen with like Solana could go to zero, could go to zero as well. But if I had to guess, especially like with ETF news, if I had to guess, probably make it to like the 400. Like we were already at 300 when Biddy was pumping. So imagine Biddy pumps to 150k, 200k, and yeah, it's probably quite likely this is gonna do more than that, considering this BTC pairing is quite strong. Like generally, since the bear market lows, right? This has been outperforming Biddy essentially. Like obviously here we've been sitting sideways, but hasn't been losing ground. So imagine this, like, and this is what this look like to you in terms of patterns. Obviously, they're not the most applicable of things to use, you know, the most objective mathematical things to use, but especially on pairing charts. But so far, it looks like it's, you know, getting ready to potentially make another move up. And if we're expecting Biddy to 1.5 to 2x potentially, somewhere in that range, and this is performing better than that, then that would imply that this would do better than a 1.5 to 2x. And given current prices at 190, 200, we'll just call it 200 for the sake of just doing quick math in the head. And then at 1.5, you're at 300, 2x, 400, and you're expecting to outperform that, then yeah, you know, maybe these 500, 600 targets start to look a lot more realistic. But it all depends, right? It all depends on these two. Like people come and ask me these questions all the time, and like 90% of the time, it's the same thing. It all depends. We're dealing in probabilities, and it all depends on these two, how these two behave, because everything else acts around that. I also have no idea, how, you know, what the flows are gonna look like on Biddy. Because what if Biddy rips like 300k this cycle or higher? Then all these targets are low balls. You know, some people have Solana going like 1,000, and I'm like obviously we're talking about like people that put out these price projection targets obviously have some bias usually, right? Like they are like if VanEck or something comes out with the paper and saying, you know, this is our bull case, bear case, whatever for Solana, they are holders of Solana. So, you know, that you do want to make it potentially a little appealing for others that don't own it to buy some to help with their own bags. But yeah, a lot of price targets are quite high, and I would say it's probably warranted, right? Because think about Solana, it's like the at least for as of right now, most performant network, highest transactions, highest daily users, the highest use cases, like the AI agents, there's the DePIN, everything in between. All of the meme coins are on Solana, right? And not only that, but like that has served as like a proof of concept, because all the transactions that this network has had to handle to support the meme coin activity, in terms of being like a system, right? A network that can move monetary value, serves its purpose, and not done so the best out of everybody so far. So yeah, is it that unreasonable to think that this cannot just send to like 4 digits? I think it's pretty fair. The question is that, you know, and not only that, but the thing about Solana is like the ETFs, right? Like we're getting Solana ETFs soon. Just look that up. Just look up, because I believe now we can confirm that these have been they're now in the process. Like the SEC and the people that have been applying for the ETFs are now like officially confirmed in talks. No more rumors, right? Confirmation. Boom, ba, boom, 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 ba, boom. And I'd imagine, if anything, I say it's probably a bit bearish in the short term, because I imagine people are going to want to try to accumulate at low prices before the ETF releases. Same kind of story that happened on Biddy. You know what I'm saying? When is the ETF release date? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's take a gander ourselves. You know. Solana or Grayscale has the trust, so that's been the case. But I'm looking for something new here. We may have to go onto Twitter to find some better data, to be honest. Solana ETF. I guess this was last week. Yeah, there's also rumors of this for those who don't know, Litecoin ETF, by the way. Same with XRP, same with Hedera. Hold on, I'm trying to find the one for Solana. I don't think there's a date yet, to be honest. I feel like that we'd know that, right? But that'd be circulating pretty heavily. You know, let's check Polymarket though. Now that you mention it, right? Let's kind of take a gander at Polymarket, because money talks, right? Money talks. Solana ETF so far is 84% chance. The question is, where can we find the distribution of these votes? Because I've been seeing some interesting Polymarket stuff going on, right? Where stuff is favored to be yes, but if you look at the no side, it's one or two whales holding the entire other side of the bet. AKA one or two large smart money whales versus everybody else. Interesting allocation of money there, isn't it? We'll say that. Anyways, yeah, so far, these people are pricing it in so far with, actual money. Not the most, obviously, but... And from the news that I've been reading, seems to be the case as well. Also keep in mind that Solana does have a pretty massive... I don't even know if it's massive. Sol unlock. I think there's a unlock in March. I don't think it's that big. It seems like it's a 3% unlock, so not particularly large. So seems like some FUD to me. 3% is not very large, in my opinion. Where am I checking that data? Just Google, really. I just put in Sol Unlock 2025. Sol Unlock 2025. Well, let's take a look at some of these alts, right? Let's kind of get a feel for how things are looking here. Because I imagine they're all kind of holding their own slash doing worse than Biddy. Yeah, I mean, more or less, right? Jupiter looking pretty strong, though. A lot of relative strength for everything else. Interesting. I already have a spot bag of Jupiter, particularly decent sized one, so nice to see that. But we're in terms of trading, we'll worry about that later. This has lost this level. Interesting. Interesting, right? This looks like it wants to go lower, to be honest. This would be an interesting one to watch. Wow. Look at that wick. Look at that thing. I don't know what time frame this happened on. Because I'm curious if this wick is the same as the ones on Bitcoin, where these 1 minute these 1 minute random wicks out of nowhere get filled down the road. This was not a 1 minute one though. This was a couple minutes. Let's just mark that out of curiosity. Because yeah, I've started to go back and look through these ones on Biddy. Where is it? Just hide the chart for these things. When these happen on the 1 minute, I swear, price is just magnetized to this thing. It always comes down to fill it. Why that's the case, I don't know. We should probably look into some of the mechanics behind that. Oh, let's go back to this. The orders got skipped. It's because orders got skipped. I don't know. Is that the case? By the way, shout out to Tao for sniping these sweeps perfectly. More free trades, right? Shout out to anyone else listening to this. I didn't take this. I wasn't here at the time, but there you go, right? Clearly, whatever we planned out last Saturday, going down according to the T. Pixel perfect sweeps of all these levels. You tell me, is it math or is it fucking math? Honestly. Honestly. Interesting. Yeah, some of these tokens looking relatively weak. Some are looking pretty good. So it'll be very interesting to see how Bitcoin resolves this whole sequence of price action, right? We talked about this the other day, but you know, just to go to a cleaner chart. Like in terms of this, the full range, right? We're like ding-donging like right in the middle. And in terms of like even this like local range, ding-donging right in the middle. And now even on the lowest of low time frames, right? Even on the lowest of the low. Why is it doing this? Oh. I was wondering, why is the chart loading so weird? Same story, right? Even on the lowest of low time frames, we're just ding-donging in the middle of these ranges. And just, so it'd be very interesting to see these next few weeks shape up for Biddy. Because I mean, I'm suspecting one of two things right now. Suspecting one of two things, and especially with this Abu Dhabi news. What's the deal with that? Yeah, Abu Dhabi's wealth fund discloses a massive BTC holdings. Has purchased 500 million worth of BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF shares. This news came out on Friday. So I believe that's one of. I mean, obviously there's like Bhutan and whatnot, but you're starting to see more and more sovereign wealth nations, right? Or sovereign wealth funds coming into the game, confirmed. And there's a world, like right now, like we know that there's a lot to cling to the upside, correct? We can all agree on that? Agree or disagree? Do not be surprised to see some massive candle rip this away, right? Do not be surprised at all. At fucking all. Like the guys, they can blast through this in one fucking day. And we know that there's been shorts just piling in. Piling in, piling in. And that's how they get you, right? That's how they get you. Because you've had how long now? Almost a month straight to just chill on shorts, where you're getting paid, by the way, most of the time anyways. And that's how they get you. One day, just, you know, bring later. And if you didn't take profit, that's it, too bad. You know, you gotta go home and cry now. So yeah, I'm getting a little suspicious of that, because we're hanging down here, like, starting to enter, like, really historically low volatility on Biddy, on the medium time frames. Like, it's not that extreme yet, but it's, like, working its way towards it. And, you know, that's, as we know, right, price works in two ways. We'll do this. Like, it contracts, and then it expands, and then it contracts, and it expands. And it just repeats this process over and over again. Contraction, you know, compression and expansion, essentially, right? You compress, and then you expand. And right now, we have been compressing. But very, very interesting to see how this resolves, though. That is for damn sure. Because I don't know, like this has been a target for how long? Since November 15th. This has been a target. And obviously there's targets below as well, but seems like this VWAP, right, that we've had here. I mean, look at it. We've had candles close below it once, and then immediately bounce back up and rip the other way. So a lot of absorption going on here. I don't know if they're gonna let them come all the way down. Like, you know, I think best case in terms of like filling in this volume gap, like 88, 87, somewhere in that region. I think at best case we like come down, tap it, and just go. Which is original plan, right? We talked about this when, like, back in freaking December, right? One of the December streams. Looking more and more like that's gonna be the case. If they even get that. Because we might start going from here, right? Especially if we get one of those like mega candles. Might start going from here. Especially with how this is postured, right? Imagine next week this thing starts to like flap to like 62, 6300. You know, it's risk on. We're back in risk on mode at that point. And when the market is risk on, what do you think happens to risk assets? High risk assets. Because that's what Biddy is, right? At this point in time, like regardless of what our beliefs in it is or not, right? Personally, long-term believer in it. Some people just trade this stuff. And to them, it's just some volatile, tradable asset. that they like to trade and dabble in when there's risk entering the market. That's how a lot of people treat it, actually. At least at this moment in time. I'm sure as the whole digital gold narrative spreads more, becomes more known, that will change. But yeah, for now, people are just, looking to trade. Guys, anything with volatility, it's something people trade. And to be honest, if you really want to be trading things, Bitcoin probably hasn't been it. Aside from some of these more volatile moves we've had here and there, there's some more volatile stuff to trade in the other sectors. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm all out of water. I'm all out of ma. I need a refill. All out of molly water. I'll wait a little bit because I gotta go my laundry in about 10 minutes. Like what? Like what? Most notably, well, first of all, alts, right? Alts are always more volatile than Biddy. Secondly, quantum computing, right? Ever since the whole Willow news came out with Google, those have been. Let's look at them. I think it's called Qubit. Like what's the Rigetti? Rigetti is one, right? Toss this on the right. This thing has been up 200%, down 70%, up 140%. And all of them are like this, not just this one. All the ones that are in this little niche have been doing this. Like obviously we're starting to get into like tighter range now. But yeah, like if you're playing during these moves, you were mega juicing on this stuff, right? The thing about that, 70% move to the downside, 2x leverage, 150% move basically. Anyways, let's not get too distracted yapping. We do want to go through some of these, right? We never did our levels for some of these. So we want to plan out the battlefield, right? That's the plan. I believe this is one of them. Check if there's any data for Cardano. So we'll go on Coinalyze for that. And I think I actually have open interest data for Cardano as well, if I'm not mistaken, at least on some exchanges. Yeah, I have some for Binance. Okay, so we have some open interest data for this. So let's take a look, shall we? See how this is looking. Cardano. Let's just toss on some data on here. And the open interest. Oh, interesting. There was a lot of longs open on this thing that got wrecked on that one move down. Do I trade everything? No, not really. No, not really. There's no need. There's just no need, right? Like first and foremost, anything that you're trading, So anything that is in crypto, right? Is essentially like a derivative of this chart, right? Or like a levered version of Bitcoin. So you need to be aware of what's going on here if you want to trade any of these, first and foremost. And second of all, that same logic applies to like the S&P, right? Or more so that like we track the S&P, so we need to know what's going on here to like trade this effectively. Because if S&P is pumping upwards, this is probably going to be pumping upwards as well, which means that these are going to be pumping upwards. But it's very rare you see a case where like this is going down and this is going up, and then this is like going sideways. Like usually all these three charts that represent these three areas are in unison. Obviously there are days where that's not the case, and you can usually tell when that's happening because they're like usually typically like very trendy days in terms of price action. For the general parts, those statements are true. On water. So I already have to dedicate time to tracking these two anyways, right? S&P and BIDI. So do I want to dedicate even more time to then also be tracking the alts, or rather just trade this? Not only that, like there's more data available for BIDI, first of all, right? So more data is always good. More money, right? More money is always good. Like that, less prone to potential manipulation, right? More math reliable, regulated, right? CME futures or regulated Bitcoin trading, right? There's traditional Bitcoin or products for Bitcoin on traditional markets, right? The ETFs. So yeah, a lot of things that you can leverage in your favor when trading BIDI that may not be available to you when trading alts. So that's another check in BIDI's favor, right? Also highly liquid, right? I can't open up the $200 million or $500 million worth of trades on an alt. Even like 100 million, even like 50 million. It's just typically not liquid enough. So another checkpoint to trading this. Yeah, so yeah, for me, like there's just mostly all the pros are based around trading BIDI. Not only that, but like the way that I trade, right, personally, the way that I trade, how should I phrase this? I don't know. It just works well for the way I trade, right? I'm informed on this sector. Like I don't. Like you don't have to nerd out as much, right? Like if the more you trade, the more things you have to nerd out on, and like you become spread thin eventually. Like, can you really have like this much depth being tracked on like 10 different charts at once? And then monitor the data for all these charts all at once? Effectively? I doubt it. First of all, where would you even get the screen? Like, I'd have to have like 2 walls in my house full of monitors to do that effectively. So I would rather be highly performant and stick to like a small subset of things I can narrow down and nerd out on to the max, than spread myself thin for the sake of just trading other things. And like there's already plenty enough here, right? Like there's trades that appear multiple times a day, every day. Maybe not on the weekends, not as often, but during the weekdays, like there's trades all the time. You have trades and long opportunities every single day. And not only that, but this also supports way more leverage as well. Like a lot of alts are capped on the amount of leverage you can use. Like some of them are like 25x leverage max. Some of them are like 10x max. It depends on each exchange, but some of them are capped. A lot of them are capped actually. So you can't open huge positions on alts as opposed to this. So yeah, like a bit of a long-winded rant, but to answer your question, no, I don't trade everything. I do pay attention to a lot of things, right? To know how the health of things are, right? Like I have this open all day, every day. Over here, I have another, like where is it? Like I have this open over here at all times, right? And I'm usually monitoring a list with these open, and I have another like 3 charts, tabs of charts over here. So I'm monitoring a lot of things throughout the day, because you have to, right? Because they're all like correlated in a sense. Like here on that one I just showed you, I have like Dixie, I have gold, I have like Dow Jones, I have the Russell, like Nasdaq, S&P, obviously. But it also depends, right? Because like you have to realize that that's just for me. Everything I'm talking about right now just applies to me specifically. Because let's say you're someone that trades on like if you for instance, right? You had mentioned yesterday or the other day like the 4-hour swing trade. If you're trading 4-hour charts and whatnot, then yeah, you have a lot more time to play with, right? You don't have to be like as nerding out for as much time on every single chart. Right? Because think about it, like you're only checking these charts like on every 4-hour close essentially. And there aren't as many trades on the 4-hour chart. Like if you're trading from like a 4-hour level to another 4-hour level, that could take like a day, 2 days to transpire, right? To complete. In which case, the rest of that time you're doing nothing. AKA you can go look at other trades. So it depends on the person. But for me, I'm taking like lower time frame, high leverage entries. And I do trade from level to level as well. Like for instance, like that's why I have these 4-hour levels marked. But I'm not scared to take a trade in between these areas if it presents itself. And for that, that's why I need a lot of data, and that's why I like trading just this, because I have to monitor a lot of data to make those decisions. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, my boy? You know what I'm saying? You gotta remember to finish this. I do need to go in a couple of minutes to handle some of this stuff. I'm just waiting for my timer to go off. You know what I'm saying? I need some water. My mouth is dry. Dry as hell. So this sounds like a potential move is coming soon, by the way. By the way. What's this looking like? Yeah, you're seeing some pretty low period of low volatility. You're starting to show up a lot, right? With all of this to be cleaned. And all this forming. Looks like they're itching to clean one of these sides pretty soon here. Based on the current math. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious with these BitMEX longs make me a little suspicious. Or sorry, OKX. We've seen longs doing this the whole time. Like in terms of like open interest. Throughout this price range, it's just increasing. Very interesting. Very interesting. What data do I use? Give me 1 second, because I'm about to go, and I'll answer the question when I'm back. I'll be back in a second. Because it'll be another bit of a long-winded answer, my bad. So let me get some water and I'll come back and rant. Damn. Okay. Let's just get dialed back in. Any trades currently? No, not any trades currently. The last trade was the short. Basically. And then yeah, now it's just kind of the weekend. Now we're looking to trade. Plus, I was also supposed to be traveling at this point in time, but there's a massive snowstorm where I live, so yeah, that's on the back burner. In terms of only disputes, question, what data do you use? All kinds of stuff. Actually, I think I wrote something like this in the Discord before. Yeah, I did. Okay. So Exo charts, right? It has a DOM built in, first of all. Shows you open interest profiles, right? So I can see how people are positioned in terms of leverage and on what side. I also can use like different kind of footprint candles, volume candles, etc. So lots of interesting goodies on that one. Trading light, right? You can see the order book while trading. You can see the heat maps, etc. Liquidity heat maps, like you can use free ones on CoinGlass for Biddy, but you can also use them on High Block for alts and other things. Right, the vector candles. Right, these colored candles. But there's different versions of this, right? You can use like on Quant Tower to get better versions. Options order flow, right? To see how the traditional markets are moving. We just talked about this whole S&P thing. Like sentiment data, like obviously the book map, crypto quant, like yeah, all just the typical stuff. This aggregates trades across exchanges and just shows them to you all in one spot nicely. And even more, right? Like I like Kingfisher for like the exact points of leverage, right? I can see that I can filter out for high leverage liquidations. Like A spots we're more likely to visit because it's very rare they let you get away with that. Like imagine right now a bunch of 100x leverage longs open here, like a shit ton, like 20 mil worth. What do you think is the likelihood that they're gonna get away with that, as opposed to us coming down and ba-bink, at least, if not continue lower? Quite unlikely, right? It's very rare they let you get away with that. So, what other tools? Like below data. Oh, what did I use that I don't mention in there? I feel like I'm missing some stuff still. But yeah, anyways, lots of stuff, right? We're trying to be as informed as possible. Trying to be as informed as humanly possible. Not only that, but like it paints an image, right? It paints an image. Because like let's just suppose the price is coming down towards an area. Let's just say like this. Let's just say this level, this blue line is our level of interest. Well, like with no data, this is all we know, right? All that we see is this price coming down to this line. And we kind of touched on this earlier, by the way, not too long ago. But like without the additional data, we can't tell what's really happening here, right? Until we actually like see the data, know what's really going on. That we need some context. We need some context. Because this thing is like it's like an object. It's like a ball moving through this space back and forth. And if the momentum of the ball is looking like it's doing this, right? Just a curvature to it slowing down as we see like aggressive buying, as we see people shorting the bottom, as we as all other indicators of behavior are diverting, then it's quite likely that this thing is about to, is in terms of the ball is doing this, right? Price might do this, like it might do spiky movements, right? Just being. But in terms of the momentum of the ball, it's doing this. Just went back and forth slowly. So we're looking, is it actually doing that, or is it doing this? That's what you're determining. And without data, how can you do that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, so my shit wasn't done, so I gotta go back. I set another alarm for 10 minutes. Bum bum ba bum ba bum bum. We gotta start getting through these, or it's gonna get quite late. It's already 12:25. Ba bum. Ba bum ba ba bum. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's kind of start doing this while we wait. Damn, we should have, we fucked that up. That's okay though. You know, let's just delete these. We'll restart real quick. Restart real quick. Damn. Okay, I think we're good there, yeah? I think we're good to juice like that. I think we're good to juice like that, yeah? Check out the weekly. No, I can't say I can't say I'm particularly interested in Cardano and anything more than just trading, to be honest. From what I've seen, this chain is a little suspicious. A little. I think they have the highest cost per user, or in terms of like that metric, in terms of like market cap per user, they have like the highest. They have like, this thing is worth like $500,000 per user, some ridiculous metric. I don't remember the exact number, so don't quote me on that. But it's something ridiculous. It's something ridiculous. And I don't even know what they do. I don't even know what they fucking do. And I see the owner of this thing on Twitter arguing with people. This guy's losing like full composure on the timeline. Can't say I'm particularly from the outside looking in without any information. That's kind of funny to me. Like, imagine you're just spending your day, like, I don't even have, how does this guy even have time to do that? Just sit on social media and fucking argue with like 20-year-olds? I wouldn't have the time to do that if I wanted to. So I don't know how this guy's finding the time to do it. And from the looks of it, from the outside looking in, it looks like he's usually crying at that, you know? Whining like a little baby. I mean, this should be good enough, yeah, like... Should probably put this down here because there's a world that we revisit this, quite likely, right? The question is... It's probably the best here. Yeah, that's what we'll do, whatever. Good enough, right? Good enough. You've been holding this all the year? I mean, that's pretty good then, yeah? If you go back a year? I mean, it depends where you bought it, I suppose. If you bought it last year here, then, I mean, I guess your break even could be worse, I suppose. Your bags could be down horrendous. But yeah, I suppose it depends where you bought it. Depends what price you got if it was a year ago. Also, my alarm went off, so we'll be back in a second. But yeah, then we'll finish banging this one out. There's not many to do, because we did most of them last week. Now it's kind of more just like a follow-up, and then finish those last few that I couldn't get through when it was like 4 in the morning or something. I was exhausted. What time did we go to bed that day? Let's just look, right? That's a nice thing about streaming some of this stuff, is now I can just kind of go back and quickly check some things out. It was 6 a.m. Damn, that was one hell of a grind. Anyways, I'll be back in a second. Let me go deal with this stuff real quick. Anyways. Don't like trading weekends? No. No, not really, no. I mean, look at it, right? This is usually the same case every weekend. There's like a $500 price range on a $100,000 asset. So it's not particularly the most interesting trades to be made here, right? Also very little edge to be had here. Because at this point, you're like, you know, if anything, right? Like the weekend range usually just does a couple of things, right? It does this. Right, it sits sideways in a range, and at some point, like ding ding, it cleans both sides. At some point. And if this happens before CME opens, then typically you see this range get cleaned after CME opens. So you see a bit bing, something like that, right? And if this happens, if this doesn't happen, or this happens like after CME opens, then this just happens while CME is open. The weekend highs and lows get swept. But yeah, at some point, typically they come get both sides, right? Or option B, right? So either one, you sit sideways in a range, or option B, it kind of grinds up in one direction, or grinds up and down in the other. And then and typically when this happens, right? We nuke back to where CME closed at before CME opens. And whether that happens on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, it depends, right? That's the thing. If you want to be trading this, you gotta be around the whole weekend, because at some point they're gonna hit you with a nuke, right? Hit you with a got him, brrr, just closing brrr, either way, right? At some point in time, that's what happens. Like 24 or 30 hours of price action undone in like an hour. So you need to be here to like manage your stop losses or to be taking profit, because if not, you're just gonna get got, and then you just waste your whole weekend for nothing. And there's also trades to be had on alts, right? If anything, I would trade alts on the weekend more than biddy. But yeah, that's typically the two scenarios. And then the rare one, right? The third option, right? If we're option A, sit in the range. Option B, kind of grind up or grind down. And option C is the like the trending price action weekend, which is very rare. When's the last time we had that? When's the last time we had that? I don't feel like going back and looking right now, but like usually it's pretty quiet until CME opens, and then that's when it should start to hit the fan, if it's gonna hit the fan, right? Because it's not just biddy S&P that resumes, or futures. It's also traditional like the S&P, the Nasdaq, like everything resumes Sunday at 6. So if there's like shit hitting fan in the futures, then you know, or like looking hella bullish in futures, then same thing for this, right? But you're usually not gonna know until those resume. So yeah, definitely trades to be had on the weekend. But like for instance, I would not be trading right now. There's no shot. Like if I were to get in trader right now, I'm really not particularly interested in it. I mean, let's just kind of check it out and think about it. Because immediately, one, based on those OKX longs, I'm immediately targeting a sweep to the downside, first and foremost. Let's see if there's any kind of like bear divs, right, or anything of that nature forming. Yes, there are. So confluence building towards a short immediately. Problem is, it's just so low time frame, right? And like the tightest of, like, we're just getting, look at this, we're getting tighter and tighter. So like at this point, you're getting into like borderline just gamble territory. Personally, I'm not much of a fucking, I don't go to the casino, nothing, right? I don't like gambling with my money. I'm all about that high probability, high juice lifestyle. None of this fucking low probability garbage. I'm not giving away my money. I'm not giving that shit away. So yeah. I mean, also haven't been paying attention either, right? Because for instance, like these VWAP trades, there's definitely scalps to be had. We'll say that, right? There's definitely scalps to be had in the weekend. My advice is, one, to be aggressive with your profit taking or risk management in terms of your stop, because they will come get you most likely at some point. And I mean, yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it, right? If you are gonna trade this stuff, just take profit. Don't waste your weekend for no reason. Just want to come get you at the very end. But yeah, I mean, it's just low vol. It's just, you know, at some point, like, as much as you may love trading, as much as I love it, right? It's just a game. Just get to play a game all day. You know, it is nice to have a break, right? Go do something else. Go be with like family, friends, your significant other, right? Let your mind relax. And most people feel that way as well, right? Just there's a reason it's a low volume period of time, because most people feel the same. But the game is still there. For those that want to play, the game is still there. Just don't be expecting to get like a, you know, $10,000 move on the weekend. You know what I'm saying? I'm just ranting right now, rambling. Let's get back to doing this, right? Where were we? What to do the dailies, if I'm not mistaken. What to do the dailies, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just like, sure, we'll put one there, sure. Not particularly keen on that one, but sure. To be honest, I'm not liking the look of this one, to be honest. This might be the best one. Might be the best one. Why? I mean, there's none of them are particularly like, yeah, yes, obviously there's interactions at this zone, but like none are like particularly well defined throughout the whole thing. Like this might be the best one, to be honest. I might end up using this. So to me, like, or maybe here, maybe. Maybe something like this. At that point, you have the monthly, right? So it's kind of a bit redundant, perhaps. Some might say. Or this. I think perhaps this. This one's a little... we'll leave it there, right? Because it is kind of like the bottom of this node when it loads. So better than putting it right in the middle of you know, right in the damn middle of the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, whatever. And to circle back to this, TLDR, you don't know what side they're going to sweep first, right? And it's such a tight range that like you're borderline just gambling. Because at any point in time, just right, in one like 5-minute candle. But also very interesting, right? That we've had this channel here, and so far it looks like it's like kind of retested it. Swapped this level, pixel perfect, right? Bing. And bouncing off so far. Obviously, it's a useless imaginary line, but as far as channels go, looks like a potential actual break go, yeah? Lots of highs to sweep still, single prints above, etc., etc. Etc., etc. We're very curious to see how the market looks on Tuesday. And in terms of this, let's do some math, yeah? Yeah, I mean, so far, kind of just mathing so far, yeah? Agreed? 7-5. Just mathing around these imaginary lines we just drew. The question is going to be this zone now, right? Do we hold this monthly level or not? That'd be my first question, assuming we go down, right? The world where we just have to go higher from here? Or from the daily, from where we're looking at right now? So far, the next step in this math would tell us that, you know, this is the next step. In which case, might as well potential short brewing here, right? Can open a low leverage short right now. 6% move, so there's definitely some room to play with, right? Very treacherous time though. With Biddy potentially threatening to have a larger move beginning to the upside quite soon. But you know, let's get a look at the lower time frames and see what's going on there. Because yeah, potentially, right? If it is even just to come back to retest this before continuing higher. Well, let's look at some lower time frame here and get an actual idea what's going on. But yeah, currently just seems like some math to me, right? Just doing the math thing. Let's turn this on and get a look at the lower time frames. Yeah, I mean obviously a lot of imbalances above, especially right here, which definitely makes me not want to take this, a lot less likely to want to take this short, yeah? After seeing this, we're already getting a little bit more suspicious, we'll say. What's the math looking like over here? So far looks like it's holding the bearish golden pocket of this lower move, with some single prints to clean below. Yeah, in terms of the math, it seems like on the higher time frame, we're kind of just gonna reapproach. Where is it? Where is it? Where's that bigger fib at? Let's take this. Damn. 550. Damn. 700. 800. How about that? Based on the math, it would look pretty reasonable to kind of, this is the zone that we were talking about, right? In the higher time frame, the daily and weekly of these levels being retested. Potentially, or maybe even clean this first and then go. Because we also have it on this time frame as well, right? And in terms of the oscillating data, let's kind of get a look at that. Let's get a little look. Damn. Is my timer on? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Bum, 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 bum. Checking some of the data a little bit more in depth on this thing right here. Because we do know that a lot of longs got closed here, right? A lot. And we've not seen a significant increase in open interest ever since, so I imagine there's a lot of longs to close right now, or shorts, sorry. Bum, 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 bum. What is the math? The math is the math. That's what that is. That's the math. I mean, in regards to this Fibonacci retracement, like this. Let me put on a different one, right? Let me put on a. So like this tool is essentially measuring like some kind of range, right? The price started here at some low somewhere and then has gone to some high, and this is the full 100% range, and then you're seeing how far you are pulling back along this range, right? So this is the 50% level. You've now undone 50% of this move. And if you put on a different one, like this is like a very like a lot of people trade using just this, right? The high, the low, and 50% level. It's like a whole system of trading based on that. If you want to go learn or are more curious, I also keep this in mind while I'm looking at things. I just don't like follow it like religiously, because I don't think it's the best way to best level to use for leverage trading. Because if you trade based on 50% level in the low time frames, you're gonna get fucking stopped like nonstop. Like non-stop, right? Like it's not enough of a pullback. They almost always come back and sweep past that. But on the higher time frames, yeah, sure, why not, right? But anyways, yeah. So like people expect price to trade within like this, right? Like these zones, right? They treat this as a zone and this as a zone, and then they expect price to interact here in these three spots. And they kind of, these are their trades, right? Long from here to here, or here to here, or here to up here, or here to further on. And same with shorting, short from here to here, here to here, here to here, here to the whole thing, etc. And like, and there is statistical significance with price interacting at this level, same as the other ones, correct? So we'll turn these two off, just for the sake of not worrying about extension levels, because I don't think they're particularly relevant to what you're asking. But yeah, so like these are likely areas where price can see a reaction, right? See a bounce, and it's more likely to be around here than it is in other places. So if I see that price is like bouncing perfectly off this region and then going to some other region where I'm expecting it to bounce perfectly based on the math as well, then it's just doing the math, right? Just doing the math. The math is the math, guys. I'm telling you, like the math is the math. Even this thing, right? Even this thing we talked about at the very start of the stream. If you remember, right, there was a fib up here earlier that was measuring this move. Happened to be exactly the 752. So, if you know, you know. Shout out to the math. Where were we? And there's also like you see things that happen very commonly. Like a lot of times, if price comes to here, then you'll see like it pull back into this cluster, and then go lower. Or it'll pull back to this cluster and then flip it and go. Right? So like how the price reacts when you're taking this trade, approaching this area is like very telling of how the trade will proceed, because you're expecting it to do this. So if it doesn't, then that's good for you in this trade, right? But either way, in this specific example, like you should be shaving here, because more likely than not it's going to do that. But yeah, there's a lot more to it than that, right? Like I haven't even started talking about like other, there's so many math-based tools that we're using here. But in terms of Fibonacci retracements, yeah, a lot of math going on. I'm trying to think of like, because I talked about this the other day, and I should probably go back and categorize some of these streams we've been having, because I did talk about this a lot more in depth the other day. And I'm a bit tired now, so I'm sure I'm like forgetting like some pretty, not forgetting, but like just, there's so much to talk about. I could talk about this thing literally like all day. So to give you like a 10-minute TLDR is like not even gonna do it justice. You should definitely go learn about it in your spare time. On top of it, like not only is it beneficial to trading, but just also it's very interesting to learn about, right? Like it's a very interesting a tool, right? The math behind it, the history behind it. But the way generally the way I think about it is just like this. This is like a distribution, like the same way that you kind of take stats on some random whatever it may be, and you have just a typical distribution, right? With like the mean being captured in the middle, and then you have like the more tail ends, etc. And then you can have it skewed, right? You can have the mean like kind of skewed either direction. Well, this just happens to be a distribution like that, right? Except it's sideways, and it's skewed like this. Therefore, like this is how you should be modeling how price action develops using the math. Also keep in mind everything's always probability based, right? So nothing is guaranteed in regards to that math. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, but the other thing about this is that like this is also a tool to like enter trades, right? Enter, exit trades. The tool to like each of these numbers has some like a meaning associated with it, right? So that, like, let's say price is trending upwards, and you've seen that it keeps bouncing off like this level and going 382 and going, then that's like strong trending, a sign of strength, right? And you can also anticipate that, right? Because you can use, like, when you know that price is nuking, for example, or like pumping super hard, you know that it's pretty unlikely you're gonna get pulled back to these zones, because they're not gonna let you get in, right? You missed it, and you're gonna have to chase it. So when you anticipate that, then you can use these levels to like get orders in, or at least start scaling in into some position of some sort. Doesn't matter how you do your scaling. So there's a lot of use cases. Like I don't know. I think everyone uses like. I mean, I don't really know any traders that much. Like I know a few, but the ones I do know, like everyone uses fibs. So I would definitely do some nerding out and incorporate it into your trading. But yeah, right? Basically. You know what I'm saying? But he's still sitting sideways. Some monks have been closing, though, interestingly enough, on this little ding-dong. What? What? Ba-boom. What? How long is left on my timer here? That's really useful. You are welcome, friend. You are welcome, friend. But yeah, super. I think it's super interesting. This is one of the like the structure of price action when you kind of like go back and do the math on it and read on these things. It's actually quite incredibly fascinating, in my opinion. Some people probably don't care at all, but to me, I think it's really really interesting. Because I think a lot of people also have to remember, right? This is a game. Like let's keep this in mind. This is a game that has been played for hundreds of years, right? Trading stuff in terms of like candlestick charts and whatnot. Like let's just kind of do some history research right now, right? Candlestick chart origin, because this was around like the 1700s, right? When people were trading rice back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So not only is there a lot of history in terms of time that has gone into this, I mean, like, not even, let me rephrase. Like, clearly a lot of time has gone into the study of this, right? In the past 300 years, this game, people have been playing this game and putting thought into this game. So a lot of interesting theories have been produced over that time. And the other interesting thing about it is that it is a game, right? So a lot of those, like, doesn't, who's to say that one theory is right, one theory is wrong? Because there are people that extract money from the markets in various different ways. There's so many ways to play this game and play it effectively. So it's very cool to spend time learning about different ways people play it. And that's the best way to do it, in my opinion, as well, right? I think the best way that people should trade, like, shouldn't just find one person and try and copy them. Because first of all, you're gonna have different biases in them. Second of all, they might do things you don't agree with, right? Or you have data for that tells you they're fucking wrong. So the best thing to do is just learn whatever you can, implement the things that make sense to you, try and get some, statistical data to verify these things, right? Backtest it, make sure it works, make sure your theories make sense. And then trade like that, right? Just trade your own style. Trade the things that make sense to you. For the way that you like to trade and fits into your life. Bum, 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 bum. Because yeah, there's A lot of people have played this game, and not only that, but the game has evolved over time, which has caused, a lot of different schools of thought from also different periods of time. And perhaps that's a school of thought that has become irrelevant over time, because like that trading strategy was, arbitraged out the market, perhaps. Or the market behavior has changed. Doesn't mean that won't work in the future, right? The market changes over time, and something that works now may not work later, and vice versa. Something that has stopped working now may work again later. So it's like a constantly evolving process. Anyways, kind of go back to this, right? I mean, we're basically done with this chart. Not really much to talk about here in terms of Cardano. I think we were looking at the oscillators, yes. I mean, obviously there's some divergences going on here as it tagged this daily level, essentially. There are already divergences forming here with this 4-hour close. No structure change though to confirm that, at least on the 4-hour. We are seeing a structure change here at this weekly level. No, potentially a higher high potentially. Now the question is do we pull back and see a higher low? There will be some divergences as it gets around here as well. So yeah, potential trade brewing here in terms of like a low time frame scalp. I'm looking for more immediate, for these alts, I'm not looking to trade them on the low time frame. I'm looking for some, higher time frame stuff. So I'm trying to get a feel for how likely this thing is to go much lower or not. With this thing in mind, and there was single prints below here. Interesting. Because the one thing about these alts is they might, I mean, we'll see. Like we're always gonna get a pullback, right? We're always gonna get a pullback at some point, so I don't have to worry too much. Just zoom out a little bit on this one. I want to say that we don't come back down here. I mean, as per usual, up to these two. Because we kind of already got it, right? In terms of like the this golden pocket retest, like how we were talking about the math, right? How we were just talking about the math. How he typically goes like 7.5 to the 0.5 to here. We already got it, right? We already got it. So if I'm looking at this, especially knowing that there was a single print up here in the lower time frame, I'm a little bit biased to the upside. I just don't like seeing this. Because this could easily get cleaned. Like, how much of a move is this? 7%? And for this to clean the downside is like what? Okay, maybe not that much. Oh, so let's update our levels also, by the way. These are out of date. Um, 9, 7, 6. 1 0. And the value area low. Interesting, interesting. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Yeah, this Cardano trade, yeah. Also in the higher scheme of things, looks like we're kind of flipping this weekly level. I'm starting to get a bit more biased towards this upside move coming. You know what I'm saying? Where'd I get those levels? Exo charts. These are just some levels that they give you based on the volume candles, or the volume candles for the day before. Right, so yesterday's value area high. Right? Or whoops. And then let's just say that this was the high of the day, and the low of the day was like right here. Well, in the middle of these two is like the EQ. So in terms of auction market theory, right, if you don't know what these kind of profiles are for, go read up on that. Talked about it yesterday, or I guess the last stream, wherever that was. I'm gonna go brush up on that at some point. I believe that was. Yeah, this is just the value area high for the volume for that day. This is the low. The point of control is the point of control, and then the equilibrium is the middle 50% level of the high and the low. Right, some more math coming in there. And this updates every day. And there's also math based around the interaction of price with these areas, right? Because if you open outside, like this, so this is value, right? This middle area between the high and the low, the value area high and low, that's considered value. So if you open outside of value, there's like some interesting math in terms of how price interacts with these, right? And so suppose it opens outside to the downside and then it reclaims it on like a bullish retest, and it's quite likely that you're going to see a rotation to the other side of value. Same can be said with this side to the downside. And it's also there's a bunch of interesting stats around this. I saw some guy on YouTube talking about how what are you saying? I don't remember exactly what he's talking about, but essentially the very first touch, if you have like an inside day, I don't know, he had some sequencing of price action based on how it opened and the value area. And he was saying that when it opens a certain way, the very first attempt at the value area high or low rejects like 90% of the time. Is that true? I don't know. Also, if he says that out publicly, does it continue to be the case? I don't know. If there is some obvious 90% trade out there in the market and someone just publicly tells everyone about it, does it remain a 90% trade? I don't know. I don't know. Personally. Okay, still have some time here on this thing left. But yeah, in terms of Cardano, higher time frame stuff, yeah, definitely considering Because this is looking real sus right up here too, right? Real sus. With the single prints here. And there's going to be like a local volume gap, right? I mean, let's also check out the weekly in a second, but... Because if we start to go, I might just open along with this as my stop, right? Or maybe like a little bit lower. And if I want to be super safe, put the stop here. How much can I tolerate like that? 17%, damn. It's only 5x leverage from here. Alright, so here I can use way more. Interesting. Most likely I'd probably do this. But then we need to aim higher then, right? Because at that point, like the risk reward is not necessarily as great, right? If our stop is here and this is our target, whoops, it's not the greatest risk reward trade. In which case, I probably wouldn't take this, to be honest. I'm really only interested in this if they give us the pullback, and we either take out this low or clean out below and then go up from this range personally. Because we're quite likely to reject here, right? Quite likely to reject this monthly level. What's the math looking like on that? At least in terms of like a short-term trade. Yeah, like this is 7.5, 7.86 is right here. As we approach top of this value node, as we clean these single prints and sweep these bad eyes. And we clean all these poor highs at once. Yeah, this is looking like real suspicious. We'll see what the edge is looking like though when we get there. But anyways, yeah, I mean potential longer opportunity here, right? You can also aim target. You can also aim higher, right? If you are make this a better RR trade, because this is a pretty wide stop. So this can definitely be a bigger, higher time frame trade. Just keep in mind the funding. If you plan to keep this thing open for like weeks or days. Yeah, potential long, right? Cooking in this zone, depending on how you want to take it, either from here or let it clean lower, or you know, maybe see if we flip to this daily level, perhaps. But yeah, for me personally, I'd be waiting for a pullback. To me, it's like you missed this. You weren't there too bad, right? Look for something else. Look for another trade. Because the most realistic spot to reject in terms of how things are currently looking would be around here. So I want to take a trade based on levels I think it'll realistically hit potentially in the near future, not levels I hope it hits in the distant future. And right now this is looking like it, right? Clean these poor highs, clean this single print. I think there was like a negative point of control up there as well, right? Right here. The math makes sense. Also week one hell of a move, by the way. This is like a 30% move. So on leverage, like even the 5x leverage, so 100%. So if I get into this thing from like down here with a better invalidation and higher leverage, then you're mega juicing. Mega juicing. But we'll see. Let's take a look at some of these other charts, then we can kind of circle back. But right away, there are trades brewing for show. And this would also be a short opportunity, right? Or at least like a kind of a break-even short opportunity entry. And it's quite likely you're going to see a pullback after, depending on how the data is looking, obviously. But depending on how the data is looking up here, quite likely we're going to see a pullback. And then who knows how that trade goes, right? Because if we don't clean this stuff lower right now, then this stuff is all on the table for targets. Or maybe even just like a pullback to like to this daily level. Like it wouldn't be the best RR at that point, depending on your invalidation, right? Not the highest risk reward trade, but if you got a good invalidation here, then yeah, even that would be like a pretty juiced scalp trade potentially showing itself. Like that's the thing. There are a lot of opportunities, right? There are a lot of ways to play. There's a lot of ways to play this thing. Lots of ways to play this thing. You see how we see how we do it over here, right? See how we do on this side. We let the data tell us what trades to take. We don't just force our ego onto the market. Let the market tell us, right? The market leaves clues. We just gotta pick up on them and execute. You know what I'm saying? True. Yeah, it is true. Damn, you are in here grinding, my boy. You are in here grinding. Shout out to you though. Shout out to you for chilling in the chat. Shout out to you for chilling in the chat. Where were we on this? I mean, we got a good idea, right? I think we got our bases covered on this thing, from the low to the medium time frames. In terms of like a long-term spot bag, I don't know if I'm too big on Cardano. Some of you will have to inform me on how it's looking like here, because I'm not familiar at all with their ecosystem, etc., etc. So I personally don't feel comfortable owning a spot bag of this, especially with the overvaluation in terms of the cost per user. But I also don't know, right? I also don't know. This is in terms of the Cardano ecosystem, I don't know. Maybe there's something crazy going on here that I'm not familiar with. I have a lot to learn, so I'm finding it useful. Good to hear. I mean, I'm glad I can. I'm glad to help you out, right? I don't know what you've learned or haven't learned, but I suppose I'm glad to help you out, right? That's the whole point. Kind of help others out, help others get that juice. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? More water. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't get anything out of I'm not on here asking for like you know, sub to my page, please, blah blah blah. Like I don't care. Watch if you want to watch, don't watch if you don't want to watch. Either way, I'm juicing, right? Like I'm not sitting here selling like some signals group or like paid courses or fucking indicators, etc. I don't got to, because I actually fucking juice trading. Right? We're different on this side. We're actually out here juicing when we trade. Don't gotta sell nothing. So I appreciate you hanging out, right? Because that's the thing for me. Like either way, I'm gonna be looking at these charts while I'm just sitting at home alone, planning shit out. So might as well hop on here sometimes and just help some people out, right? Help out the community. Also, yeah, I think a lot of the social media based around trading and whatnot, it's just, I don't know if I like it, right? I don't know if I like it, guys. It's like, yeah, just a lot of people like, you know, selling this, selling that. Things that just don't make sense, right? Like to me, most people don't make money trading. Like based on the stats, I know most of these people don't make money trading. First and foremost. But let's just, if we ignore that, it's just, seems like most people are just charging people money for information they could have learned themselves on the internet for free. and on top of it, half the time it's not even correct. Probably more than that. Because if they actually knew what they were doing, they would fucking be juicing on trading, right? They wouldn't be sitting here selling out signals groups and tweeting all day. And the concept of those signal groups is just flawed from the start, right? If everyone in the group is taking the same trade and the group is profitable, you're all taking away from each other. So the bigger the group gets, the less effective it is. So yeah, I'm very find it a bit deceptive, you know. I'm not a huge fan. So I might as well show people what's good, right? Show people how this trading shit really goes. It's just that data-driven type of trading. I mean, we can all juice together, right? That way we can all juice, because like we've been talking about these trades, right? All the trades I've been taking, I've been talking about them. Whether it was streaming for the past 2 weeks or before that on the Discord. There should be nothing surprising anybody, because I've talked about everything. And then people, that's the other thing, guys. These people don't know about the real juice. That's the other thing. How much juice there really is to be had out here? People don't know. That's the thing. That's the thing. Well, shout out to you. Shout out to you, right? If you're learning, and I don't know how far along you are on your trading journey. But shout out to you for grinding and learning, right? You know, Saturday night, I don't know what time it is where you live. It's 1:30 here. So the fact that you're, you know, putting in those extra late night weekend hours, or whatever, I guess whatever time it may be, putting in those extra weekend hours, you know, you might be one of the few that make it, right? You make it out the trenches. Because most don't. But, you know, you're putting in the effort, so that's step one. And it's the most important step of them all. What else is there left to do here? What else is there left to do here? Started a few months ago by only paper trade. Nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's probably the best way to do it, to be honest. Right? Figure out what you're doing before risking losing some money. Because a lot of people, even me, even your boy. Yeah, definitely lost some money at the start, but like very little though. And that's because here's the thing. Here's the thing about paper trading, right? Or just like theory crafting, right? Learning in theory. You can think of all kinds of different situations that may happen. Like in the day, you can't think of them all. At least in my experience, how things went for me. So eventually, you're just gonna counter some event in terms of price action or something that you just haven't thought of before. Whatever it may be, like I'm not sure, right? But like maybe someday just the volatility catches you up. Yeah, that's an example, right? the first time that volatility ever caught me off guard, like for real, like an extremely volatile day hit the market. You know, I was not prepared for that the first time it happened, right? I had not planned that far ahead, up to above and below the current prices. So as it was happening, and I was like, damn. So that's why it's good to one, paper trade, and two, like even when you stop paper trading and start trading money for real, like trade very little, right? Because like think about it, like suppose this is the risk in trading. Actually, how should we plot this? Okay, there's always a risk in trading, correct? We can agree on that. There's always a risk in trading. Agree or disagree, right? Agree or disagree, right? But as you become more proficient and get better, there's less, right? Like you become like efficient in what you're doing and more optimal with your decision making. So the risk kind of goes like this. Like it's always present, it's always looming, but it's not as high as it is when you first fucking start and don't know anything. So like, do you want the money invested to start up here with the risk as well, or would you rather start down here with your money, and then as you start to learn more, you increase the money that you're allocating to your trading? Right? So even when you are done with paper trading, start with little money. Like me, I backtested and paper traded a lot, but I started trading pretty early on with real money. But very little though, very little. I was doing like $1 leverage trades, right? I was doing like fucking 100, you know, max leverage $1 trades, stuff like that, for sake of learning. Because at the end of the day, experience is one of the main things, right? Like, look, I can sit here and I can tell you, like, yeah, like, you know, monitor your levels, right? And monitor like open interest, and monitor like the oscillators, and monitor like the sentiment, and monitor like you know, on and on down the fucking list, like footprint charts, etc. Monitor the depth, like everything, right? I mean, just go down the fucking list. But until you get into the habit of doing these things in like a flow-like kind of state, right? Like effortlessly, thoughtlessly. It's just not gonna flow as well, right? Right. So like that's why experience matters, because like you need, as you improve your knowledge base, you also improve the ability to process these things a lot faster and in conjunction with one another, right? Because these things also change as time progresses, or in the sense of like there are many combinations of these different things possible, right? You can have a key level that you're approaching from the upside, okay? So you're coming down towards some level, right? Or you could be approaching a level from the upside. So right away, there's two different ways to approach one level of the many levels. Right? Then there's the open interest, right? It can be increasing, it can be decreasing, it can be increasing for longs only, it can be increasing for longs and shorts, it can be decreasing for one only or decreasing for both. You can have people like opening large positions where they shouldn't be. You can have a high volume of positions being closed at once on like a swing of a level. So like there's many different states that the open interest can be in, right? Then the oscillators, you can be diverging, you can be not diverging, you can be at the bottom of the, you know, the whole variance. You can be at the very top of the variance, you can be somewhere in the middle, like in the quartile ranges. And so I can continue this. First of all, this list goes down and down longer, and these things each have their own lists that they spawn of possibilities. So like imagine how many unique combinations there are of these things, right? One day you may be going down to a level as open interest is decreasing with diverging oscillators, sentiments in the dump, people are trapped at the bottom on the footprint charts, etc. Right? And that is the first time you've experienced that first set of situation with those parameters for these things. And the more that you experience these unique sequences of these, the better you get at processing them faster. Like, hey, I've seen this before. The last time this was occurring, this happened. Especially when these things were also doing the same thing. So yeah, experience matters a lot, right? Because it's not only recognizing, but also acting on these, right? Right. Right. But yeah, eventually, you know, you get into a place where those things are like automatic, right? They're on automatic. Don't even gotta know. And when I say that, I mean in the sense of like that whole list of things that was on the left side. The process of monitoring these, being mindful of them, and constantly monitoring and how they're progressing becomes like automatic, right? And that takes time. That takes time. That takes time. So yeah, and then a piece of advice I would have in that regard is, because there's so many things on that list to be monitoring, yeah, you should journal. I still journal my trades to this day. Because it's very easy to forget over time, like mistakes that you did or good things that you did. Especially with how like selective our memory can be in terms of like remembering the highs and not the lows in terms of like our life. So like yeah, like you might, let's say you make 4 trades and 2 of them you made money and 2 you did not. And in both of the ones that you lost money, you made the same mistake, like whatever, I don't know. What would be like an example? Like you forgot to check open interest and you entered a long when there was like a shit ton of longs underwater and being pulled down, and they haven't closed out yet. And then you open along with them and just get dragged down with them. And in both your losing trades, you did that. If you don't like make a note of that, it'll be easy to forget over time, right? Like yeah, you remember the next trade or the trade after that. But are you gonna remember 10 trades from now, 20 trades from now, 50 trades from now to keep doing that? Some people will. I think I do a pretty good job of that. I just do the journal as like a reinforcement, right? Reinforcement. As reinforcement. And it's also a good way to identify issues with your trading, right? And also it's good to keep stats, just first and foremost. In terms of just the stats of your trading, it's good to have stats of things. Because like for instance, like what if you look at your trades and you realize that like, hey, I'm 80% of my longs I make money on, and 80% of my shorts I don't. And clearly there's something that should be probably identified there, correct? Like, correct or incorrect? Correct or incorrect? I think another thing people need to realize about this is that like I have some level in mind, right? Price comes into it, and I'm looking to enter a trade, right? Whether it's a long or short does not matter. The whole point is that from this point onwards, price can do one of two things. It can go higher or it can go lower, right? So I have a 50% chance of being right. So like I could have opened a short here, like for all the wrong reasons, right? All the wrong reasons. Like I don't even know what I'm doing, right? I opened the short just fucking cause. And you might be right, right? You might get that correct. You know, that the edge was not in your favor, and you took the short, and you made money on it. So as far as most people are concerned, to them, that's like a good trade. But in reality, if they were to take that trade 1,000 fucking times, they're winning it like 100 times. So it's definitely good to like, you know, keep note of your trades, review them after the fact, right? Because it's very, very easy for people to just get lucky based on the pure chance, right? Of the higher or lower, and then misattribute a winning trade to poor decision making, or like to not attribute a poor winning trade to poor decision making. Same thing with winning trades, right? It's like or like losing trades. Like there are times when you lose a trade and you had like a shit ton of edge in your favor. Like multiple things that you keep stats on, and it's like 80% on all these things, on top of like sweeping liquidity, etc. And you're still wrong, right? You enter the trade thinking that's going to be like a reversal at that point, because that's what the data is telling you, and then just happens to like fucking something comes out in the news and blows out your trade or something like that, or you miss something, like some like very obvious red flag that was showing that you didn't catch at the time. So it's very good to track your trades and go back and see like how they played out, etc. Things that you may have missed, things that you did well on, right? For instance, like perhaps one thing I found for me when I was first backtesting paper trading, I found that whenever I entered trades, I always had very good entries initially. Whether the trade ended up running away or not did not matter. I was getting always a chance to get out break even on these paper trades. So obviously I was quite good at identifying levels of potential reversals and entering based on the data around them. So that's a lot of the trading I do is kind of, you know, that's kind of a lot of what it is. Like there are people that like trade trends, and there are people that trade like potential inflection points. People that trade breakouts. There's all kinds of trading strategies. So many. Do I use anything for that? Yes, but unfortunately you can't use it. Because I coded it myself, right? There was one company that does like, where is it? I know that there is this TradeZilla, but you have to pay for it. I know. I was like, why the fuck am I gonna pay for this shit? I'm gonna make it myself, basically. So I made some like very bare bones journaling system myself, and I'm sure that TradeZilla has like more interesting features and whatnot, perhaps. But I just gather my own data and track my own things, anyways. So yeah. But I mean, pen and paper, right? Doesn't mean anything fancy. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything particularly complex. You know, yeah, even just writing the time of the trade, just having it annotated with a few notes so that we can go back and look as well. It's good enough. You don't need anything particularly crazy. But yeah, I mean, a software solution is probably the most efficient in terms of doing any kind of data work on that. Plus, how much is that TradeZilla thing anyways, right? If you want to just use something that's publicly available, already open, 24 bucks a month, not the worst. And perhaps there's other services as well. I'm just familiar with this one because a lot of the trading YouTubers that do interviews or a podcast, I suppose. They own this company, so they're always talking about it, obviously. But yeah, it seems like an interesting product. Whatever you decide to do, I would definitely suggest journaling. I think it's and it's something you hear very often, right? If you listen to any kind of experienced trader, a lot of them will say the same thing in regards to journaling. Because eventually you just trade so much. You trade so much, and you encounter so many different scenarios that it's like, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. It's nice to have it handy to always kind of look back on. And it's nice to see your progress as well, right? It feels good to see your progress. That's the best part. Like me personally, I went about it in terms of both the journaling process, but also like just brute force repetition, paper trading / trading low leverage, low position sizes at the start, right? I was hooked. I'm fucking hooked. That's what I was. Yeah, like essentially what I did was sit your trading on low time frames repeatedly, over and fucking over, until I started to get a feel for, you know, as much as people say it's a meme, it's not necessarily a meme, right? The feel. Get a feel for the typical probabilistic outcome of scenarios, right? Because on how often are you likely to see like divergences forming when you're like in the extreme zones of oscillators on the 5-minute? Pretty likely it happens like it's not that infrequent. Like for example, right? This is on Thursday. Right? Don't even have to look at it. I already fucking see it. So the more of those that you see, right? The more of these, you make a note of them, and then you keep seeing them happen over and over, right? There's just patterns that happen over and over, especially with certain configurations of price and oscillating / open interest rate data. The stuff we talked about earlier, right? With the whole list on the left. And the more you encounter them, the more you get like an intuitive feel because you've seen it before. So maybe you don't remember exactly what happened, written it down every single time, exactly how it played out, but you have an intuitive feel of how it's likely to play out from just seeing it so many times. It's like like imagine you're playing Valorant, okay, or some shooting game or anything, just some game or some task in life, right? And you have to achieve this task. If you just keep doing the task over and over, right, just repeat it, it's quite likely that you will kind of like learn over time what is what you should do and what the most likely things to be doing are, right? Just brute force repetition. Yeah, like in terms of like the Valorant example, right? Like let's suppose that the round starts, right? And at the start of the round, you run somewhere in the game, and then you die instantly, right? Then the next round starts, and you go and do the same thing, and then you run the same spot, and again die instantly by the exact same player, exact same way. So you're like, okay, bet I'm gonna kill this guy this time. Third round, same thing. Fourth round, same thing. Fifth round, same thing, right? Go on and on. Like eventually you're gonna fucking stop doing that, right? Or realize that something is occurring and you should probably change. It's the same fucking thing with trading, right? Same thing. The more that you're doing these things, and the more that you're observing what's going on, the more you're learning of like what to do and what not to do. And the statistics portion, right, keeping track of stats and whatnot, just makes that process much faster. Instead of having to like sit there and brute force learn everything, you get actual stats as well. So that's what I'm saying. I did a mix of both, right? I've done all kinds of statistical analysis like on price of my own stats, right? Like just stuff that I see that I'm curious about over time. And I want to know the stats on it. So for instance, like these oscillators, right? I have on the different time frames, I have stats for these. I have like distributions of how often they reach like these zones. Right, so I know what kind of event we're dealing with and how likely we are to mean revert. And that same concept applies for a lot of different things. Can I get some water before I'm done yapping here? Actually, let me check when my alarm's going off. It actually went off just now. So I need to take some stuff out the dryer real quick. So let me go do that. And then we'll finish up the rest of these alts, yeah? Finish up the rest of these alts. So shout out to you. Shout out to you for grinding and trying to even journal and whatnot. I see you asking the important questions. Make me think you might be a whale in the future. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Oh, also another example, by the way, if you want to go back to like find the video a week or two ago, where I was testing this VWAP, still am, by the way, in my own time, right? I'm collecting stats for this 3 standard deviation VWAP. And I've already found some very interesting data, we'll say, about how price interacts with this thing. Just saying. Right? Just saying. Some free alpha, free juice. But yeah, I'll be back in a second. Damn. Looks like they swept the lows, by the way. Potential long, potentially. How to look on derivatives. If anyone's scalping the lowest time frames, perhaps wait for a bit of confirmation here. So far, like a potential swing fail on the lowest time frames. How long do you think it takes to become a profitable trader? I'm scared of losing money. Scared money don't make no money. No, but I mean, I suppose it's a perfectly reasonable fear to have, although I don't know if that's the best mindsets to be operating in, right? I think something most people can say is that they have lost money while playing the game. I don't think there's a single human that does not apply to. How long does it take to become profitable though? I mean, who knows? Who knows? That question is has no answer. Some people like, yeah, boy, picked it up quite quickly. But that's because I have a background in playing video games, right? I mean, I've I played Call of Duty professionally, right? Played a bunch of other games at a professional level, right? In terms of just playing the ranked mode in these games and climbing the ranks, I was like, you know, top 500, top 100 in a lot of these games, these esport games. Puts you in like the what, like the 0.0000 whatever percent. So I'm quite good at doing that whole repeating and learning process, kind of iterating, improving as you iterate. I already have experience in that. I already have experience in processing information very quickly. Right? Like if I'm playing Call of Duty with 4 teammates and in a game type where people are like dying and coming back to life every 5 seconds, and you're trying to like play like a game of chess, right? Like you're playing a chess game versus another team, and like the pieces are like spawning and dying as the chess game is being played out, and you have to like mentally keep track of all that while coordinating with your teammates, etc., etc. It's all very quick, like decision making, right? Boom, 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 boom. Same thing with this, at least for the way I trade. So I picked up quite quickly in that regard, right? Also, just someone that has found it as someone that has been a nerd playing games and always loved it. Same thing with this, right? I spend a tremendous amount of my time in something related to this, right? Whether I'm actually trading or whether I'm spending free time learning about whatever, or like watching some podcast, or it doesn't matter, right? Like my free time revolves around this to some capacity. And there's not a minute in my day that goes by where I'm not like nerding on something. Very rare. Because it's just interesting to me, right? Then there's so much to learn. Like I'm dedicating all that time, and my list of things to learn that I need to learn is growing. I can't learn fast enough. So yeah, very fun in that regard. But obviously that's a bit that kind of borderline obsessive behavior is not for most people. So perhaps a bit unreasonable to expect that kind of result. But I will say this: I think that anyone, literally anyone, who dedicates, and I mean truly dedicates, like time and effort to learning, can be profitable. The time is like, maybe ignore the time aspect, right? Maybe ignore the time aspect. Potentially coming for the value area lows from yesterday right here, right? We talked about this kind of Sunday action. Might be coming down right now. But yeah, like there's perhaps don't worry about the time aspect of it. Perhaps. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? The time aspect is just some variable, right? Same thing with the money. I always tell people the same thing. Like do not focus on the time, the time aspect or like the money aspect. So at the end of the day, they're just variables. They don't change anything. They don't change anything. Whether you're trading like a $10 million position size or like $5, you should be trading the trade the exact same, right? There should be no difference. So it's like something that just I don't get why people kind of put so much emphasis on it, right? It should be the same decision making and data-driven processing, right? Data-driven decision making, you know, interpreting the data in a consistent manner repeatedly, the same way. And whether you're doing that right or wrong, it doesn't even fucking matter, right? The whole point is you're consistently doing it in some manner. Because if one time you're making one decision and the next time you're making another with the same data set, then you, like, how are we supposed to iterate on that or improve? Right? It's an iterative process more than anything. More than anything. And the other thing is, like, there's no rush. There's no rush. What's the rush? This game is like whether you can trade today or tomorrow or in a month from now or a year from now, it doesn't fucking matter. Because this game is always gonna be here, right? This game is always gonna be here. And even if, let's just say Biddy dies, right? Bitcoin dies, crypto is over, fucking F's in the chat, right? Peter Schiff on Twitter going crazy. Right? The whole shebang. There's other stuff to trade. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? And by that point in time, like, this whole kind of trading of tokenized assets will have spread over to traditional finance. So yeah, either way, you're chilling, right? You're chilling either way. No, so no rush. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the time. Just focus on learning how to play the game. That's all that fucking matters. They're coming for it, right? It's almost there. Ba-pink, ba-pink. I was just looking on the 1E. Let me check over here. Not particularly overdone yet either. Interesting. So quite likely that they're about to tap those lows. So if you're in a long with your stop there, looking like a rip to you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's get back. Like, oh my, we haven't done anything tonight. Just kind of sitting here yapping. And guys, you guys are distracting me. Distracting me, goddamn. What about AI? God, I gotta go back and categorize some of these YouTube videos because I've already talked about this at one point. So it's a bit redundant to repeat myself, and I'm finding that to be a problem repeatedly. So definitely have to find a way to kind of easily transcribe and create chapters on some of these old videos. Now I can just send someone back and be like, yeah, go watch this. In terms of AI, I mean, I don't think anything really, to be honest. I think this is one of the only things that are not going to be impacted by AI in the sense of like massive job destruction or anything of that nature. Right? Because think about it. At the end of the day, like, what is this? It's a 2-team game, right? 2 teams. Maybe not the best 2-team game, right? And like, you can call them whoever you want, like supply and demand, like bulls, bears, it doesn't matter, right? It's just 2 teams. So like if AI is introduced into the market in some meaningful way, it's going to impact both sides because it'll be used by both teams, right? So it's not like AI is going to be leveraged to just one side. So like you're back at square one, right? You're now back at square one. Yeah, it's just a two-team game with two teams competing against each other. I haven't done a whole ton of research on the implications of these systems being implemented. From my understanding, it seems kind of like these so a lot of the trades I take, for example, or many people take, not just me, but they're based on kind of price kind of straying a bit too far on too many metrics in terms of just positioning, like the rate of change. Like there's many different things, right? Like all these different oscillators we use that measure like moving average or volume increases or decrease, etc. Right? Blah 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 blah. On and on and on. But a lot of them are like confluencing that it's like the move is starting to be overdone, perhaps. AI will kind of like minimize those opportunities because they'll catch it sooner, right? They'll catch it sooner than a human does because they're doing the math repeatedly on the spot every single time right away. So it'll know when these things are like, essentially it'll learn when these things are starting to happen and just cut the trade off right away, right? Instead of shorting up here, they'll just enter here and go down immediately. Because they're doing it in unison as well, right? Because there's multiple algos, so if they're all being leveraged and they're all picking up on the same thing, then... So yeah, perhaps like the distance of moves will kind of shrink a little bit, in the sense that like it'll not now move to here, and this will be like the new price action post AI, as where this is what it was beforehand. At least from what I've researched, this is the case, right? But this meat of the move is still going to exist, right? So we're still going to be trading from the higher time frame levels to levels because like it has to, right? There's nowhere else for the thing to go. So yeah, right. I think it's, at least that's my view on it. Obviously, I'm not a, although I have worked in tech and worked in AI and related fields, I haven't done it in a financial aspect. So perhaps not the best person to ask these things about. But yeah, research it and you let me know, right? You let me know because like I told you, I'm on a back burner thing. So if you find something interesting, let me know. Boom, boom, boom. Let's check out this aerodrome chart, right? It's one of the last ones that we left off last weekend. Let's check out this bad boy. How long have I been trading? Trading how I trade, like probably like a year, almost a year, we'll say. Like around this time last year, I was definitely dabbling in it already, but I wasn't trading like a non-stop full-time leverage trading. I started leverage trading in like March, April of last year, so almost a year in that regard. And in terms of like swing trading spot positions, year and a half, we'll say, ish, right? Like around like October of not 2024 but 2023. So yeah, not too long ago, but a lot of time has been allocated to that, so shout out to me, I guess. Shout out to me, I guess. Looks pretty good, yeah? Looks pretty good like that, yeah? See what the weekly's cooking up. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? What games did I play? A lot. I played Call of Duty, Counter-Strike, Valorant, like Hearthstone, Overwatch, Dota. I'm getting distracted. I'm doing two things at once. I'm sure I missed some in there, like Halo, etc. Like, well, yeah, all kinds of games really. Like StarCraft, blah blah blah. Well, StarCraft I was not StarCraft and Warcraft 3, I never played like the competitive typical mode, right? I played all the custom, the fun game modes on those, like the custom maps, like the Tower Wars and whatnot. So I never got too big into the StarCraft esports side of things. But definitely the biggest, or I'm the biggest on shooters. Like I feel like Counter-Strike, right? Counter-Strike is another big one. I don't know if I mentioned that one. But definitely a big Counter-Strike nerd as well. Well, I haven't played any games lately though. I haven't been gaming lately. No time. I mean, this is the game, right? This is the game now. This is the game now. Bum, 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 bum. So if we do on candle closes, this looks a little bit better. Does this capture this wick as well? It does. It does. Interesting. But yeah, it's a big nerd for all of those. And not only did I play a lot of those games, but I also at some point like kind of was like very nerded out on the esports side of things. Like I would like watch like every CS major, etc. Suppose we can do one more down here. Where did that thing go? Yeah, in my opinion, as someone who has played most, esports, and I haven't played Counter-Strike 2, by the way. Now that I think about it, that's pretty crazy. I haven't played Counter-Strike 2, damn. Yeah, Counter-Strike was definitely probably my favorite, I'd say. If I had to pick, probably Counter-Strike, to be honest. In terms of just like a bare bones esports game, and like and the amount of like skill expression in that game, it's definitely Counter-Strike. Just such a fun game, right? High ceiling for mechanical skill, extremely high ceiling for like strategy as well. You know, you gotta be clutch as well. I mean, yeah, if this thing doesn't hold this level, I don't know, right? This is basically the main takeaway from this opening this chart so far. Because that'd be basically the next node as well, right? This one down here. Let's see how the imbalances are looking on the lower time frames. But yeah, Counter-Strike was Counter-Strike is a really good game. I'm curious how that thing is nowadays, but well, the one thing I will never in my life forgive Valve for was the hacking situation. Like, look at this. Like, I even have a video of it from back then. Let me go find my old YouTube channel where I put gaming stuff on. This is from 10 years ago. Literally, look at this video from 10 years ago. Look, 10 years ago I uploaded this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This is what I'm playing against. This guy's literally fucking hacking in ranked. Look at this. Like he's shooting. Look at that third kill. Look at this. Let me just break it down for those who don't know what's going on right now. Okay, my whole team is on, and this is the mini map, and my whole team is coming up this part right here, right? Coming up this cool walkway up this to there, which in terms of this guy's screen is to the right. Okay, it's to the right. So my whole team's coming this way, and look at where he's shooting on his screen and what he's looking at as he's shooting, and he's killing people that are not even on his screen. Look at that. Look at that kill. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And this happened every game. That was the thing. Like this kind of blatant hacking. Like look at where this guy is. It's just so ridiculous, honestly. Look where he's looking, and look where this next kill is. He gets a headshot. The guy standing here when he's looking there. On top of doing the same thing to everybody else, right? Every single round they're doing this. Every single game that you're playing in Counter-Strike in ranked at this point in time, at high rank, this was like 50% of the games. And they're on your team. They're on your team too. It wasn't just one team hacking, it was both. So like, imagine you're playing this game, right? I would hop on to play that game like at night, right? Like on a Saturday, like 10 p.m. or something. Go on to play a game of ranked Counter-Strike. I stay in queue for like 10 minutes because I'm like the highest rank, right? Global elite. I finally get into a game for 10-15 minutes, boom, someone's fucking doing that shit, rage hacking. And you can't forfeit, right? You can't forfeit until halftime. At least you couldn't back then. So you're stuck in that game for at least half the game. A 15 round or 16 rounds to win. So you're playing at least 15 rounds of some guy blatantly rage hacking every single round. If they're not doing it on your team as well. Then you finally get out that game, you go chill for like 30 minutes so you avoid those players, right? You don't get them in your next lobby. Then you come back, queue up again, same shit. Someone else is hacking in your game. I forgot the statistic, but at some point Counter-Strike, in the highest rank, like over, I don't remember the exact numbers, so don't quote me on it, but like 50% of the accounts were banned eventually. In the highest rank, that's ridiculous. And they never did anything about that, like Valve. It's like that game was so sick, and it was ruined by hackers. And I'll never forget that. Never played again because of that. That's how bad it was. I never played my favorite game again because of that. The only way you could play was on ESEA, but it just wasn't as fun. Like ESEA, like had better. It's like a service you could pay for to play Counter Strike, like pickup games, right? So like imagine you play like imagine you, I don't know, it's any game, right? Because they had multiple games as well. But essentially, you paid to play on their servers with better anti-cheat. And I did, but it's just not as fun, right? Like it's just not as like there's no real ranking on that. It was literally just pickup games. So you could have the way that they would do the ranking for each pickup game is that each player has like a certain ranking, like an elo, and they would just try and take like, okay, one high elo player on this team, one high elo player on that team, and then like two middle elo players on this team, two middle elo players on that team. Like that's how it went about balancing it. So I'm like a high elo player getting put into games with people that aren't near my rank, just for the sake of balancing the teams. So not only am I playing against fucking noobs, right? But also have noobs on my team. They're just not particularly fun, is it? I'd rather be playing ranked with where all 10 people in the lobby know what the fuck they're doing. And it's a fun, competitive ass game. And that was not possible in Counter Strike, so rip to that point of period of time of gaming. Let's set an alarm here as well. I mean, we already have one for this, but I mean, this top day level already got cleaned, so I mean, the next area I'd be looking at is like up here. It's like a 7-5. A lot of, you know, highs to clean up here. What's the math looking like in regards to this? You played then as well? Yeah, then you already know what I mean, I don't know what rank you were, but yeah, you already know what I'm saying. That shit was insufferable. It's insufferable. Yeah, definitely eyeing this level for a potential short. If we even go from there, right? If Biddy starts rolling over, this thing might have a short like right here somewhere. But yeah, a bit too late to join this one clearly, right? If you didn't get in on this, then currently on the sidelines and a short for this one. Higher time frame, this would be the first area I'm looking at probably. Probably. Kind of clean this stuff and then get a bit of a pullback, kind of retest these levels, see if we're ready to continue or not. Or not. And yeah, to the downside, we'll see, right? Like, I'm right away as multi-level, like, potentially set the hold. Right, some math going on here. Maybe we come clean some of this lower stuff. Yeah, I mean, first one I'd be eyeing for and checking out the data for, obviously, is this one, right? Something in this zone. Especially if we leave these single prints behind right now. Especially, like, that to me, that would increase the probability of wanting to take this trade. If we leave these imbalances behind first. If we go higher first, then yeah, maybe I won't be eyeing this trade as likely as the deeper one. So the sequencing will matter for me in terms of decision making on this thing, if we are to take it. The only thing about this thing is that, suppose that we do lose this one, this monthly level, like, I don't know how hot they'd be looking for a long down here, right? Because at that point, we're probably going to be like doing a bearish retest of that. Whatever, we'll see, right? Just the potential cook-in. Depends how the data is looking when we get there. Yeah, I mean, first things first, I'm definitely looking to see how this resolves. And I already have some alarms down here, so... And in terms of like a spot buy, yeah, like... Because I did look into this after discussing it last weekend, and yeah, definitely some interesting stuff going on here with base and aerodrome. And seems like a base is, Coinbase and base are here to stay long term, right? That's kind of the how things are looking. Biddy took out the lows, now potentially taking out the, let's see if it sweeps the value area low. Right? We talked about this for anyone that's been chilling this whole time. If you know, you know. Yeah, potential long opportunity has been cooking here, right? Potential long opportunity cooking. How's this looking? And how's the math on this looking? Yeah, I mean, I might go take this thing right now. Don't be mad at me if I'm in this long on this sweeper right now, looking to get filled. Don't be mad at me. Because this might be the, everything's kind of confluencing for a little bank here. Something like that, even if it's like just leaving a single print behind now with 2. Interesting. Interesting. Checking out some of the data, right? Seeing what seeing if there's anything interesting with the open interest going on. Because there are a lot of very high leverage liquidations right here. It looks like they're about to get their ass tapped. Okay. What's the math looking like on this thangity thang? $96. I'm just thinking, what's the probability that we assuming it doesn't just reverse right here, right? Just cleaned up this stuff and now it's going. In which case, perhaps a little too late for that one, but because I'm thinking if I'm going to take this thing, I'm probably going to scale in case we go a little lower. Because there's definitely room for it to run lower. That's close, we don't need to worry about that. In terms of the data, we're relatively flat, right? And before I finish that, let me check this. Okay, interesting. My exchange also has a very different wicks compared to this. So it's throwing my fib off. First of all, fucking throwing my brain for a rattle. Sorry, diverging on the lowest of time frames as well. So potentially might have missed this one. If this is even a trade to be taken. Also, my fib tool is messed up on my exchange. Come on. Come on. I use it on incognito mode, and every time every time I open the exchange, I need to reset my fib. Oh, fuck up. So right now I'm just setting my levels back on this thing, aka slowing me down. Because if this thing's gonna sweep, it's probably gonna happen quite soon, yes? So if we did want to scale in, then perhaps now would be a good time to consider starting. Eight, 6. Yes, incorrect or incorrect? 0.4 times what is what? Okay, interesting. Let's figure out how much leverage we can use here if we want to take this. Because I am considering it. I am considering it, to be honest. To be honest. A little bit too risky for my liking though, right? When these little ding-dong mashups, but it is a sweep of this 4-hour level potentially. And it'd be like the previous day value area low sweep. As we approach these VWAPs, right? Plus math. And we can also like scale in a manner such that if we come down to this level, like we scale in like this, yes? So if we go lower, we'll just be getting filled more and more. In terms of like the full amount that we were looking to allocate to that one specific trade anyways. Just break it up. The thing is, if this is gonna revert, like this is the thing though. If this was gonna reverse, I feel like it's gonna be like one of these. I don't think it's gonna come way down here and then just put it right back up. Given that it's a weekend, you never know, right? Never know, never know. There's obviously this level of interest at the 0.75, and let's kind of get a look at the liquidity above and below us, right? Haven't been checking that all night, really. Haven't been checking that all night. 9666. 96. Damn, all the way down here. Damn. Okay, interesting. Is that right? 96658. Interesting. Interesting. So maybe we should be a bit more mindful, perhaps. Does also align with the 1.25 extension, by the way. Just math. I don't know if I'm seeing that on the weekend though. That'd be one hell of a move to the downside. And to the upside, it's sitting at 984. Back up here again. Interesting. So we're quite a ways away from like the closest liquidity in terms of like the lowest of low time frames. Yeah, gun to my head though, I'm not aiming at, I mean, we'll see, but we'll see how the order flow starts to look in. Because right now it's pretty dead, right? Like, last 5 minutes, there's been less than 10 mil interacted. There's a huge buy wall here too, interestingly enough. Pretty big, like, you don't, usually during the week you don't even see some of these. Oh, we're 500 biddy buy wall right now. What is that? Damn. Damn, interesting. I'll keep note of that. But how much is left on my next alarm? Because I might go after this next one, to be honest. I'm taking one last set of laundry out the dryer. And then, yeah, we might be out this bit by then. 2:55, so 15 minutes. 15 minutes. So let's keep powering through this chart. So we'll keep track of this, right? We'll watch to see if this sweeps. Let's set an alarm, and we'll do it on the Binance chart, just so we are keeping track of the derivatives. Also out of curiosity, in terms of how CME closed, because it's also important to monitor like what gets swept and what doesn't in the weekend in regards to CME. Because if things don't get swept on CME, then it's, you know, the likelihood of revisiting those areas based on this chart not sweeping is more likely, right? Quite likely the big boys want to get that sweep in. Okay, I think we're good there. Did the math on that thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but potentially seeing a late night short or a long Baruing here, guys, live and direct. Potentially. I have to stay awake, goddamn. I have to stay awake, goddamn. But we'll see, right? It's the thing. It's you know, as someone that uses a lot of volume-based data, right? It's there's not as much volume on the weekend, so it's not as reliable, is it? So we need to be a little bit cautious, because if this buy wall falls, like this thing might be like nuke for real, right? And if it comes down to here, damn. Also keeping in mind that the major liquidity is down here, right? Not the biggest of moves either. 600 from where we are currently, so just be a little patient with it on the weekend, right? No need to rush. You know what I'm saying? Gee, you're still hanging, Cam. You are on the grind, my boy. But why does CME matter so much? That's where a lot of the institutional trading and hedging occurs. So a lot of volume flowing through CME. Not only that, but it's like regulated, right? It's regulated. So like everyone has the exact same data sources, right? Because they provide you the data, the exchanges themselves. So yeah, like everyone has the same data. So no kind of weird fuckery or advantage going on there. Two, they extremely liquid, right? So in terms of supporting the volume that these exchanges want to transact, or not these exchanges, but like these entities that use CME want to interact with, like it's no issue. Yeah, I mean that's like the main things, right? It's where the big boys play. It's where the institutional players are at, for the most part. Bum, 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 bum. And also something I've talked about before, but yeah, a lot of people like treat this as the price of Bitcoin, right? Like this, they prioritize this more than spot, more than everything else, because the fact it is like, for instance, on Binance, right? Like I wasn't around last cycle, so don't quote me on this. But in terms of their trading activities on their exchange, apparently there's a lot of wash trading, right? A lot of fraudulent kind of swapping of hands. So potentially unreliable, data coming out of there. I doubt that's the case now, given the whole $4 billion lawsuit that they paid. It was like the biggest SEC's ever paid, I believe, or something to that effect. Right? Let's kind of just double check that. Let's just check that so we're sure. Okay, so it's not the largest, but it is definitely up there. Let me see. It's the 10th largest settlement with the U.S. Department of Justice. So I don't know if they're doing too much fuckery on this thing anymore, right? Because the DOJ put them in the scope and took them out. And I don't think they're itching to get back in the scope again. But anyways, whatever. It doesn't matter what I think. It just matters what the institutions do, and clearly they choose to interact on CME. Not only that, but like this kind of provides a way to trade Bitcoin without the overnight volatility, right? Because you can just trade like regular trading hours. So you trade the traditional stock market hours, and you don't have to deal with this whole 24-hour trading thing, right? Because yes, it is cool that Bitcoin trades 24 hours a day, but it is also like it increases the risk tremendously if everyone's asleep and no one's monitoring the data and no one can manage anything. Not only that, but like when you exit them, like imagine that you enter the market in the morning and close out in the evening. It doesn't matter what happens when everything's closed, right? 'Cause you're not in the market anyways. So like you don't have to deal with like any kind of gapping situations. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, definitely worth watching CME, right? Kind of like for multiple things, because I also watch futures for S&P, Nasdaq, and everything else, right? Like I'm watching these all day. Like I don't pay as much attention to some of these, right? But some of them, yeah, on this screen I have them open all day. Even right now, right? Whenever you see my screen doing this, it's because I'm like flipping around between charts on here or like something I'm looking at and flipping to the charts. So I look at them pretty often. How's this buy wall looking? Is this guy out of here or what's? It's going down, so they are hitting it. That's for show. 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 What is CME? You know, it's the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, right? Let's just throw that up on the screen, yeah? Mercantile. Whoops. It's one of the main exchanges. Quote unquote, the world's leading and most diverse derivatives and marketplace, offering the widest range of futures and options products for risk management. Because derivatives are important, right? Like you know, like most people, you kind of like a retail trading people, and even myself, right? Like we use derivatives to trade with, right? Because it allows you to leverage up and whatnot very easily. But a lot of people, like, one of the main points of you know, this financial instrument is for hedging for larger entities, and that's one of the places that provides that so extremely high volume on that on those contracts. And also very insightful, right? Not only that, but you can like break down like what the market is priced in. Like you can go through looking at the options data. There's other data online as well, right? Also, speaking of options, I believe this coming Friday is the third Friday of the month, correct? 1, 2, 3, yeah, it is. So large options expiry coming up pretty soon. Like, expect some volatility, right? Expect them to move the market near options expiry so that some people kind of get wrecked. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, options are like the CME volume impacts the price of BIDI. Yeah, and in general, right, in terms of the derivatives, their importance to monitor, right? Same with the traditional market. Like on Friday, for example, right? What was one of the last things I said before I got off on the stream before on Thursday? Right, I was like, yeah, most of the hedging on where was it? It was on this chart. Like most of the hedging for Friday on Thursday night was like in this zone. Right? So you have a pretty insightful idea into how that day is going to behave when the day starts trading. Quite likely if you come down here, it's going to trade way back to the upside. And if you traded up to here, quite likely you're going to trade back down to the downside. At least that's how people were hedging, right? Hedging to keep the price in this, likely to be in this range. How else would you get that information, right? If you weren't monitoring options and whatnot, you wouldn't. So obviously, right? Obviously important to keep note of, keep track of. And something I circle back to often, and I will continue circling back to, If you're trading BIDI, you're trading S&P, right? And if you're trading alts, it means you're trading BIDI. So it's like alts. If you're trading alts, that means you're trading BIDI. That means you're trading S&P. So you got to be informed in all of them. By the way, this sweep is potentially occurring, right? Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Huge, huge spike in order flow too. God damn. God damn. What were we at earlier? Like, what did he just say it was at? Like 20 million or something, or 10 million in the past 5 minutes? Shit's just a mega spike. Let's watch the Binance specifically, right? Because we can see here on base that Coinbase that on the spot market it has tapped the lows and completely, but here it has not, right? It has yet to tap completely here. Same with here, so quite likely this move will finish to the downside first before continuation. If it is going to start go upwards. I can see the order flow coming in hot on this screen. God damn, motherfuckers are bulling right now. This is damn. Damn. Ba-pink. 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 Pink. 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 Got him. Snipe their ass. Funding resets in 5 minutes, by the way, as well. Just saying. Perhaps wait for some, confirmations now, perhaps of a reversal, right? Don't just hop in out of nowhere. Maybe wait to see a potential low structure time or low time frame structure change even. In terms of oscillating data though, damn, it's looking like, if you know, you know. So far, looks like this target is, potential, right? We talked about this in the 966, which is down just here, right? Not that far out of reach potentially, but we'll see. Let's see what's going on here, right? 3 in the morning. At this point, I was watching the order book, and I'm looking to see some of how much of these high leverage longs have closed. Because these are estimations, the liquidations, right? They're not confirmed. You know what I'm saying? It looks like they're going. It looks like they're sending it right now. And we'll turn the TPO off for now. It's not particularly relevant at this point in time. I just keep track of what gets swept and what does not. I also have the low time frame open on this other screen so I can see exactly how everything's looking. Funding in 2 minutes. The only thing that's making me suspicious about this move being just like a quick sweep of this and going, it's just how much leverage there is to like the downside, right? The 966 one, like this right here. Let me check the other exchanges as well to see if they're postured the same way. Seems like it. Seems like 9666 is the, they got that in the scope potentially right now. God damn. Bum, 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 bum. Like, so I mean, if we hold here relatively soon, 4-hour candle close right now as well. Okay. Yeah, depending on how this 4-hour candle closes, there will be some of these lower time frame divs, right? Or not lower time frame divs, but some of these oscillators will have divergences if it starts to go up, right? We start to print, it'll have printed potential divergences. So obviously nothing is confirmed yet, right? But ba-bum, 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 bum. Definitely something cooking. Where's this alarm at, by the way? Where's this alarm at? Bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum. Damn. Okay, both step into the table here. Okay, buy wall showing up too. Interesting. We'll see if they can hold this thangity thang. Potential for a 30-minute swing fail appearing here, right? If we start to go lower and then come back up before this candle closes, potentially brewing. Potentially brewing. How's this stuff looking? Hard to say, right? Hard to say. Because it's not going to be much of like open interest edge, I don't think, right? And still ding-dong price range on the weekend. Definitely going to be more of like a kind of a statistical, structural, you know, oscillator edge-based trade. Am I taking that long? Maybe. Might already be in it, for all you know. What would you like to know? No, not yet though. Not yet though. Definitely considering it. But I'm willing to wait just a little bit, right? Because as far like right now, as far as this goes, like, I have the 1 minute open over here, right, on this side. So like obviously we are seeing like this potential structure change start to form, but this can easily become like another like 2 or 3 legs down, right? Just like resets, and then it does the first divergence, and then it does it again, then you get like another one. So. And this is a 1 minute as well, so maybe let's wait for something a bit more meaningful. I mean, so far you could have potentially, right? If you're hyper aggressive, try to take it right here. And realistically, the way I was considering doing more than anything, and I just so I can go to bed, is to just have like a fib drawn from like where was it? From this thing. Because like, we know there's a cluster to grab at the 966, right, around here. So you could just like, you know, like scale in with limits if you're, because it was definitely cooking, right, in terms of oscillating data. So you could have got filled here, and potentially got filled here depending on your exchange, how the wicks are looking. And that way, even if they do come down and sweep this like 966 level, which is like where? Like above the 886, like you would just be scaling in more and more, right? And any bounce from there, you can get stop loss break even. Assuming you scale like in this manner, right? In like a bottom heavy, not just like an equal scaling. Or even like top heavy perhaps, if you think it's gonna run off on you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so far so looking good in the lower time frame, yeah. We are seeing a lot of low time frame divergences showing up as we sweep this level. More levels to sweep to the downside though, so let's not get too carried away. Also, yeah, I need to go get this stuff. I'll be back in a second, but I don't want to go though. Damn. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back in a second. God damn. God damn. And we will make that like this. Okay. And the size, we will change the size. Okay, cool. Cool. What would I be targeting? What would I be targeting? I think we had a single print as well, didn't we? Or I guess it got already. Let's put on the 1 to make sure. I mean, like first and foremost, like a clean of this, yeah. We rotate from one side, deviate from one side of value, deviate to the other. Plus, also looking a little bit mathy to me from there, right? Potentially, right? Right. Looking a little mathy. But I'd probably TP before that, to be honest. Like or shade, like I'll at least shave some. that's a ways away, right? Could easily get rejected, like here. Like there's lots of areas to get rejected at here. Might not even And first and foremost, like, let's see if we even get past this 4-hour level. Because right now it just looks like we're just potentially losing this level, right? Value area low, potentially going lower. And we also know that there's this target down here, correct? 966. Way over here. With that being said though, same story to the top side, and it is the weekend, and we are in this golden pocket. So like let's go level to level. But yeah, I mean, if we start to, it also depends on what the data's looking like, right? But like definitely like first that's looking like a pretty major TP zone, right? At least like one of your TPs. Next one will probably be like a sweep of this stuff, perhaps, or if you want to go higher, right? This VWAP. So let's keep track of where this closed at, right? This was at 22. $21.30 on Friday. $21.30 on Friday. Yeah, so right now, like, we close like basically right at this purple line. This purple line. To a very possible world where we go to get this liquidity between now and tomorrow and CME opens. Back to the purple area. I mean, we don't have to go back to the CME open either, right? There are definitely times where it opens with fucking huge gaps. So, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely enough time to definitely come down here, tap this, and start to go again, right? Just kind of return before the CME resumes. Definitely a lot of time for that, especially with how low volume things are right now. Right, especially with how low volume things are right now. It's kind of like how the order flow is already started to die down again, but did see quite a spike on this initial move down. So let's check out the liquidations, right? Because yeah, a lot of this move right here. Remember how we were talking about looking at the high leverage longers here? Like there was another cluster that was like down here, and remember how we talked about how when this cluster or how we push through this price, a lot of them hadn't closed. Now we're seeing them like actually got. This is the move that got them. Got them. Got them. Got them, motherfuckers. So yeah. And then the other thing is that there's a buy wall in the order book, right? Like this poor low. It's the buy wall that we were talking about. I don't know if it's the same person, but it's back again with 200 biddy. You know, for all we know, they're trying to pull the price lower, right? They're trying to come down here for real. For real. Okay, so I'll leave this open over here. Let me kind of reshape some of these windows. So we can have both going at the same time. I'm also curious how this is looking on the lower time frames. Let me just kind of get a good look at that. Yeah, like obviously there was the divergences on the 1 minute, but whatnot. And I talked about how I can just keep rolling over, right? And then so far, even on the 5 minute, like those divergences have not even carried over to the 5. So yeah, have a little patience, right? A little patience. And if you miss a trade like this, like honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really fucking matter, right? This isn't going to be like the life-changing trade. This isn't going to be the last trade that presents itself. This isn't even the strongest of trade opportunities, right? Like, even if I were to take this trade right now, I'm not putting a lot of size in this. No fucking chance. No, like the last major trade I took was what? I'm trying to think now. Because I know we got into like to this long, but I don't know if this one was as big as this one. I believe the one I had in the Discord written was the larger one. But that was the last time I've really like sized up in a trade. But this one was close to, like, this one was pretty sizable as well. But yeah, like these two, like basically the deviations out of value, right? That's how I go about my sizing. Right, like these day levels are basically weekly levels too, right? On this chart, like the weekly is like, you know, this is the high, this is the low. So these day levels are like deviations from the weekly highs and lows of this. Whoops. So yeah, these are where I try to open the larger trades, right? These like larger high time frame fucking bring. This is where you want to get in, don't you? Isn't that where you want to get in? Right? So yeah, those are the ones we're open with the most size. But something like this, and I already talked about this, kind of like we're in the middle of this range, which is in the middle of like this range, which is obviously like basically in the middle of this weekly range, middle of the value node. Like we're right in the fucking dead smack middle basically of everything. So this is like the most, not to say you can't anticipate the next move by drilling into the lower time frames and seeing what's really going on, but in terms of like the medium and higher time frames now, we're just chilling in the middle. So probably not the one where you want to risk the most, right? Don't you want to risk the most when you have like a clear sense of what's probably coming next? Most likely. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like the way my trading size is like an inverse of a volume node essentially. Like if I'm opening trades up in the middle of this whole thing, then they're not particularly large trades. Because you're starting to introduce a bit more randomness into what's going on. And as we get further away, then it's, you know, less random, more size, essentially, right? So like, I scale like outwards based on how far we are from the middle. And that also depends, right? It also depends on the trade opportunity that presents itself. But generally, that's generally, whoops. How I go about things, generally. So far, looks like once I go lower, yeah, do you see why you gotta be patient, right? Wait for some structure change, wait for some confirmations, etc. Don't just jump in head first. But we shall see. In terms of these charts, I was gonna see if there's any like kind of lower time frame kind of wicks in this zone potentially within this candle, but no, it doesn't seem like it. So, and in terms of liquidity, right? Same story so far. 968, they're starting to see some build up. So like, you know, we'll keep an eye down here, right? Would also be just kind of like a whole VWAP. Completely reasonable to see that, right? Obviously not guaranteed, nothing is guaranteed, but in terms of probabilities, So yeah, right now this area to me is looking like a real potentially. But we'll see, right? Level to level. Obviously, we have this level to be mindful of first. But anyways, while we're waiting to see what happens here, let's put an alarm on again. I guess we'll put the alarm for this thing. Yeah, we'll put it like right here. Also, something to keep in mind, by the way, which I didn't mention yet, but yeah, markets are closed on Monday, right? Markets are closed on Monday, guys. Don't forget. So, and as far as I'm concerned, this is not a global holiday. Correct me if I'm wrong. Monday holiday. February 17th is what is the holiday? President's Day? Is that the holiday? Washington's birthday? Okay. So I'd imagine other countries aren't particularly interested in celebrating that one. Right? So opportunity for manipulation, correct? We've put on our tinfoil hats. And, you know, let's just suppose that I own some options. I've purchased some options for Bitcoin beta on the or the New York Stock Exchange, right? Something like a coin, or like on the Nasdaq, right? Anything like coin, like CleanSpark, like an MSTR, etc., right? These things that aren't trading when everything's closed. And let's just suppose, right? I bought some out of the money options, or set up some kind of option strategy that revolves around staying far from the current price. And I know that American markets are closed on Monday, while we're not, right? While we're not closed, or all of our institutions are active in the field, then they can move the market, right? Move the market on your ass. And if you've been paying attention, by the way, that's actually quite a common occurrence when there's an American holiday that is not a global one. So don't be surprised at all if we see some like fucking ridiculous move like tomorrow and Monday. I guess today at this point, right? Sunday? It already is Sunday. Do not be surprised at all. We just had a 30-minute candle as well. So in terms of how this thing's looking. Anyways, we'll have the alarm set. We'll worry about it when it gets there. You know, if I was a gun to my head betting man, I'd say it's probably pretty safe to, you know, just get filled on the fib. if this was any weekend other than a holiday weekend, I would say it's pretty likely that this is gonna just, you know, potentially clean that 966 level, and then just like go back up, right? Knowing that we're straying away from CME, the CME Open. Normally, but given the fact that it is a holiday on Monday and American financial services are not going to be online, you know, room for potential fuckery going on. Something to be mindful of. Let's also extend this thing down. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And I suppose to follow up on your questions, in terms of the targeting, right? It also depends on when we enter the trade, first of all. Because if we get into this trade like way down here, right? Suppose that like we come and like tap that cluster and go, kind of thing. Maybe sweep this potentially, right? Because it's like in this zone. And it's a completely different trade at that point, right? We're not talking about a completely different trade. Because like in that case, like we might have some, who knows, like leave behind some single prints, etc., etc. And then just come and do like a bearish retest of this zone, right? In which case, like, I might be only targeting to shave a lot of it at the clean of those single prints. So yeah, until we're in the trade, it's a bit hard to give the exact TP, right? So I'm saying people are coming here like asking me to like copy my trades, and it's like, how are you gonna copy my trades? Right? Like it just doesn't. I'm entering when edge presents itself in terms of the data on the low time frame, and then I'm TPing like relatively quickly as well. Or moving my stop loss into break even. So like if I just go and post it in like a Discord chat or something, by the time you fucking read it, the trade's over. Like there's nothing to fucking copy. So yeah. Like it just doesn't make sense. So like let's say right now I'm planning to take, let's say I was planning to take this long like somewhere from this zone, my stop loss like wherever, right? And I post this trade like, or I like take whatever the trade is, right? Who fucking cares? Just something like along these lines. Just imagine, let's just suppose. And like if you fucking go and read this thing like 2 hours later, like the fucking price could already be like way up here, right? And I've already fucking either A, taken profit on it, right? I've shaved some off, or B, move my stop loss to break even. So even if it comes lower on me, like I'm chilling. Meanwhile, you're reading this hours later, and like potentially considering getting into a long when it's already up here. Where I'm already looking for potential reversals. Like it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So that's why these signals groups are like another reason why I think this stuff is stupid, right? Another reason why I think this stuff is stupid. Because people are giving out like trades and targets. Like, imagine I enter like a 4-hour swing trade. And I'm saying, hey guys, this is my trade. And like, this is my TP1, TP2, TP3, wherever. Like, you don't know anything that's gonna happen in this period of time, right? Imagine that. Imagine you're in that long and it is running. Okay, sick juice, right? Let's go, we're juicing. Okay, and then it gets up to here, and then you see like 100 million longs open at the top of this move. It's quite likely this trade's fucking over. Let me tell you. Like this thing is not reaching your goddamn TP2, TP3. So you should probably be shaving more aggressively at this point. But the people that are copy trading me, like, you're not gonna fucking know that. They're not gonna do that. So they're not managing the trade the same either. Even after they've copied the entry. So isn't it better to just fucking to learn, right? To just learn, know what you're doing, so you just decide for yourself based on what's going on, right? Right? So yeah, I have a lot of grievances with the way trading is typically presented on social media and whatnot. Motherfuckers are LARPing, you know what I'm saying? LARPing. That's okay, right? That's okay, guys. It's okay. We don't have to get too. We don't have to be worried about that. Because we're juicing, right? Like, if people keep believing that shit, then say less. Like, we're over here juicing. Yeah, I'm glad I'm gonna continue that. It's making it easy for us. You know what I'm saying? Potentially seeing the first 5-minute structure change here, right? Potentially. But yeah, in regards to this 5-minute thingy thing, right? Like at this point, you've now lost the previous oscillator edge that was present. So again, it wouldn't exactly be looking to enter right now, personally. But I mean, y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want to do. I'm gonna trust in the math and assume that if they are gonna come down, it's probably to come tap this thing, or at least this level. Just put an alarm here. Or maybe it holds, right? Maybe it fucking holds. Who knows? Something I had to do, I forgot. Yeah, because we also need to finish out this altcoin. Yeah, we haven't done anything that we planned to do today, goddamn. It's supposed to be a full-on altcoin nerd out with England 2 or 3. Only done 2 or 3. Only done 2 or 3. And what time is it? It's 33:30. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe paying attention to these two guys, right? Because I mean, if there's real sweeping going on, it's these. I should probably put on a third, right? Just set up a third one here too. We will make this one, which, because realistically, when I get my new monitor, I'm gonna have like a sweeps only tab, right? I'm gonna have them all open on here, so I can stay monitoring that. But we need a BitGet. The BitGet futures contract. And now if we switch this. Okay, cool. Cool. Now we can kind of see all three, right? Don't really need the VRVP on these. We'll probably take that off, but worry about that later. But they're coming, right? They're coming. We talked about this level. Looks like they're coming for it. They're moving towards this thing. Bum, 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 bum. We'll leave it like this, yeah? Or maybe like this. Maybe that's around the 10, right? So we can get a bit more context on some of these candles. Or not more, but like just this fits some more on the screen. Also, let's kind of check on open interest because we are seeing some shorts start to close, so people are taking profit on this in terms of the short. I'm just seeing if any of these BitMEX, or sorry, OKX longs have closed, right? That's what we're really watching right now, because we know that there's a lot of longs that have been opening throughout here that haven't closed yet, and they still have not closed, by the way. So they are currently the prime suspect, although they don't have as much volume. Can I look at Doge on the daily? Doge on the daily, I think we already did this, right? Yeah, I would go, I mean, I'll do a little quick TLDR for you. But in terms of, same story with a lot of those alts. But yeah, this 10-hour video from last weekend, I kind of talked about it more in depth there. So perhaps go watch that one. And we'll get rid of some of these scribbles now, because perhaps not the most relevant. Doge on the daily. Doge on the daily. Let's kind of get a glance at how this thing's looking. And I think this wick is from the lower time frame, correct? Yeah, it is. Okay. And let's just check this real quick as well. This one is also no longer relevant. We'll delete that. How's the 4-hour looking? Yeah, I mean, so far it looks like it's kind of flipping this node, right? So far. It's kind of this golden pocket region, potentially. Like obviously bounce off the monthly level, first attempt, but right now on the 4-hour, this thing's like, first of all, it already has the divs brewing here, right? And that will continue to be the case as this thing starts to go lower, even down to like these zones. Not liking how this is looking, personally. I have to go look, you have to check the open interest and see what's the deal with this. Because there's a world where we just come sweep all this and then go for real, right? Got rejected from this monthly level, come back down to the weekly and then go, plus all the math, right? Math. But yeah, I mean, right now it looks like we're in the process of flipping this though. So I'd definitely be looking to see the reaction here. Is it finally going? It's going, it's going. Flash real quick. Yeah, I've been looking at the reaction here right away in the low time frames, right? Does it flip this level or not at the golden pocket? And if so, then like there's single prints above that we just looked at, right, on the lower time frames up here. So yeah, looks like it's potentially primed to start making. If it does flip this, then you know this is probably the next move somewhere up in this region. Start to flip some levels, right? To the downside, there's stuff to clean here too. So it really just kind of depends how Biddy and S&P start acting during the week. Yeah, but right away, this is the first couple things in line, right? Like the cleaning of this potentially, this level potentially, the sweep of that. Coming up to here, like the 0.5, right? Like this kind of bottom of this node essentially. And like so clean the single prints, clean the naked point of controls, and then do like a retest of the golden pocket and see if it holds, and then it starts to rip. Or we can start to flip this level. We can start to attack this weekly level too, right? This thing could just start to go up right now. But if you're like treating this like a channel, right? For them channel traders out there, essentially it's like a channel, right? And it's on a daily, so we can put a bit more weight to this thing in terms of just how, as far as patterns go. I mean, pretty clean channel to be honest. Actually. Yeah. So I mean, this week level's not the question at all, right? Especially knowing that there's like highs to be clean here, and there was the imbalances in this region, so we can definitely just do one of these. So a lot cooking here potentially, right? A lot cooking there potentially. I'm just looking at this biddy thing. My bad, right? My bad. And then I'll kind of circle back if I have any last minute thoughts on that thing. You see what I mean though about biddy rolling over, right? The continued rolling over. Like yes, we had the divs on the 1 minute, but then it just it does more legs down. So you want to chill, right? You want to chill, be a little patient. So you don't get fucking pulled under with this garbage. Assuming it even reverses, right? Assuming it even reverses. But so far, yeah, right, we're seeing a spike in volume bouncing off this level. And you are starting to see the divs show up, right? The first set of divs here. And in terms of the Doge, I mean, that basically covers it, right? There's not really a whole much else to talk about. Not really a whole much else to talk about, is there? The question with this thing that I'm thinking, what's cooking on the medium? Like, yeah. I would say that what happens here will be quite telling, right? I think it'll be quite telling. If this level gets flipped on like this 4-hour chart and starts to kind of like go, we kind of flip this monthly level. I think that it will kind of help define how this daily is currently looking, right? Because right now this daily is looking a bit suspicious potentially, right? Right. Kind of like lost VWAP, came back in. Looks like we're losing it again, like bouncing right off it. And you can tell like supply is like pushing these candles down. So, but if there's gonna be a place to flip, it's basically right now. Basically right now. Also beginning to approach a crossover even on the 4-hour. Also, another potential, like, by the way, like, if you want to potentially trade this, kind of looking like a little, like, biddy right now, right? A bunch of lows to sweep potentially before just kind of reversing the other way. Might happen right here as well. Might happen right here as well. Yeah, but I'd be looking to see how this resolves. Right, like obviously we are in some kind of consolidation pattern after a move up. It's wedging up as well, right? You want to draw exactly. At the level. In terms of the math on this thangity thang right here, it's like right at the 50% level, right at the middle of this node. So yeah, I think how this resolves itself will be quite telling of what this thing wants to do. And in terms of targets, I mean, yeah, in terms of targets, it depends. You tell me. You tell me. What kind of like if you're trading this on the daily and you're getting in now in terms of a long, like you're probably targeting like at least this weekly level, right? Most likely probably this. Let's just do some math, right? Let's do some math. Because right to me, like this monthly level is looking like a lot going on up here, right? Like this VWAP plus the math, plus it's a monthly level, plus there's a sweep to be had up there. So again, if it is going to reject potentially, it's probably like somewhere around here from where it is now. Either they hold it, we put in a lower high, or we sweep it and then kind of cool off a bit. You know what I'm saying? It also depends on how you trade, right? It depends on how you trade. Because me personally, like I would not want to open along down here and just have it open for like forever, right? Like close it like months later, because the fees are just so high. I'd rather just personally get in this thing, like let it juice, and then get out, and then get in on whatever pullback comes, or just take a short at that point. Because the longer you sit in these leverage trades, like the more the more you have to pay. The more you have to pay, right? So it's like I'm not particularly interested in trading those in terms of long high time frame leverage trades. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm trading spot. Okay, interesting. If you're in spot, then like The thing is that I talked about this the other day, because like, most alts look the same, correct? Agree? Agree, disagree? Agree or disagree? Most alts look the same. They had a massive wick down that cleared like the leverage market. And we know from looking at the data that two things happened here, right? One, like leverage close, and two, spot volume increased in terms of like an aggressive buying down here. So leverage people got closed out while people were loading their bags on spot. So there's two ways to look at this. The people that were prepared for this were prepared, and those that weren't, they're not going to give you a chance to get in at these prices again. And so far, it's looking like it, right? They're like all of them have defended this low so far. But it's not guaranteed, though. It's not guaranteed. And from the other point of view, right? What if they do run it lower? Because imagine all the people that have been buying here, and they just roll it lower on them, squeeze them out even harder. Because this is the thing about this price action on this day, right? This massive wick that we had down on all charts. This was like a capitulation of the leverage market. It wasn't the spot market that capitulated on this move down. It was just leverage on just alts. So there's easily a world where they run this even lower, right? Imagine that S&P next week like sweeps the all-time high. Or even gets rejected. Like imagine it sweeps and goes lower. Or even rejects from here. Then you for sure Biddy's gonna probably put in that correction into like the mid 80Ks. And if that happens, look the fuck out on these alts, right? Because they're definitely bringing you down. Right? And then we're gonna see if the spot market really capitulates or not. So I've had that on the mind, and the way that I've been approaching this move. Because I was looking at this last weekend, right? I was looking at, like, if you want to go watch that 10-hour video that I mentioned, you just go look at that. I talk more in depth. But like a lot of them I'm treating like this, where I've started to buy some spot on some of these, but I'm not allocating nearly as much as I would like to. I'm waiting to see if they go lower, and if it runs off of me, then so fucking be it, right? I'm just gonna be leverage trading with that money instead. So yeah, we shall see, right? We shall see. You know, seasonality will tell us that Biddy's probably not gonna roll over here. Same with traditional markets, but it's nothing's guaranteed, right? Everything is always, every situation is always unique, right? You can't just look at data points blindly on a chart from like the past 50 years and say, oh, you know, because that happened previously, it means it's gonna happen again now. It's not how it fucking works. Like for instance, we have FOMC next month, and who knows what that guy's gonna say, right? He could like come out hawkish, come out like bullish, come out bearish, right? He could like I say that in terms of like the data, right? The data he presents, like obviously he's not like fucking bullish on the stock market or anything like that, but what's it called? Like they can, you know, they have a interest rate decision. They can raise them, they can lower them, they can keep them equal. There's only 3 options. But like what's happening in real life around those decisions matters, right? Because it's not the first time in history, right, where rates have been cut, which they have so far in the US, and then they paused. It's not the first time this has happened. But the contextual information that's going on in the world as this is happening is very different. So yeah, don't rely too much, right? You need to kind of be dialed into what's really going on. And whatever, that's just a bit of me ranting, but all I have to say is to be prepared, right? To be prepared. And if you're looking to buy spot on Doge, especially if that 4-hour level holds that we just talked about, then yeah, maybe just allocate some now, right? But keep in mind the we can go lower. And also, like, me personally, I have found that it is much easier to like work with these kind of allocations personally, right? Because instead of like having that kind of analysis paralysis going on of, oh, should I buy, should I not buy, like, you know, the whole FOMO, right? FOMO. Just get it over with. Just get it over with. Just put it, like, let's say you wanted to invest like $1,000, just buy $100 now, right? Just in the case where you are worried it's gonna run off on you, just you're making something, right? And if it goes lower, then you're fucking happy, right? Because then you're like, okay, now I can buy for fucking real. But slowly but surely approaching, right? Slowly but surely, as it starts to get overheated on the 5. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was just carrying over to the medium time, trying to roll over on these time frames as well. So that, to me, it's starting to look quite likely that we're about to tap this thing and then reverse, or like maybe down here, right? Well, like, where was the alarm? It was this one. Looking like a reversal's cooking somewhere in this zone, correct? Based on the data we're looking at, just over here, not even excluding all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, spot is spot on Doge. I mean, this is a pretty good one to. I own Doge as well from earlier, but yeah, I think Doge is one of the memes that's gonna survive, right? If Biddy does roll to like the sub 90k, I think Doge is gonna survive, because some things are not. that is like, you know, there's not, at that point they're just quite unlikely to revisit cycle highs. For some products, at least. Also, spot is like a bit. You know, like, you don't have as much flexibility with spot. That's the other thing. Because you can't short. You can't short. You can't play half the game, basically, and all the benefits that come with it. So far, bouncing right off our fucking level. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Because I'm fucking not. Fucking routine everyday shit. Routine everyday shit. Seeing more longs close, right? Or sorry, yeah, we are seeing some more longs closing. We're seeing a lot of shorts close as well, though, interestingly enough. Interestingly enough. More shorts closing than longs, actually. Interestingly enough. We are seeing absorption happen on Coinbase as well right now, by the way. A lot of aggressive buying going on right now. So we are seeing some absorption start to occur. Also, the high leverage shorts are starting to build up, right? We're starting to see a big spike in high leverage shorts. So how often do they let you get away with that? Not too often. So we're seeing a lot of confluence building, right, for this long. Are we all seeing how this comes together nicely? Quite. The trades write themselves, right? The trades write themselves, guys. Trades write themselves. What I'm curious to see is, do we come all the way down here for real, or do we kind of tap this and being kind of reverse? Right, those are the three areas I'm looking at right now, right? This with that included, and then like the liquidity cluster, because I don't think we're gonna go past one of these three personally, at least in regards to these high leverage shorters that are open. I think at some point they're gonna come back and get their ass relatively soon, but you never know. You never know. Also, in terms of math, right, let's just kind of check out the math on this out of curiosity's sake. Like something like that, right? Don't have to be precise. It's just a random imaginary drawing after the day, after all. Yeah, so kind of confluencing with this, right? Random useless drawings. And in reality, if we were to take the expected value of this line, it's really confluencing with this, actually, if you really do the math, but... You know what I'm saying? What do I mean by the expected value? So whichever one of these like patterns you like choose to like look at, right, in terms of the actual statistics, let's just go look at the actual statistics. We'll just say triangle, triangle pattern what? Bulkowski. You know, there's math, right, associated with this, right? You know, some actual math here. And there's an expected value of these targets to actually be reached, right? Like for instance, like this pattern, for instance, let's just say we take this exact pattern. Like sure, let's just say 70% of the time it does break up to the upside in like in a continuation on the bull market, right? But that doesn't mean that when it does break up to the upside, doesn't mean it reaches the target, right? There's also an expected value of like how often it reaches or how high it reaches on average. And it's not the full target, obviously. So, yeah. Anyways, cool site, right? Did I already close the link? I did, right? Fuck! We'll just bring it back over here. Yeah, like a lot of interesting data here, right? And like also like updated, by the way. Even I didn't even know this. That's good to know, because I was curious, like how relevant are these? Like, are these still managed regularly or what? But yeah, you know, most patterns are in here, and most of them have some statistical data attached to them. So you should probably spend the time kind of nerding out on some of these. And also just a lot to learn, right? Like me, for instance, it's something I didn't with diamonds. I've never been like I just didn't have the eye, like I didn't keep these in mind, right? And my eye wasn't trained to catch them on the chart. But yeah, I have been being more mindful of these, and they actually show up here and there, right? Actually, I had one quite recently, like a week ago. Same with a lot of these, right? There's a lot of these unless you're familiar with them, you're not gonna have the pattern recognition. So first step is to get familiar with a lot of these. Bum, ba, bum. So yeah, a lot going on in regards to that. So that's what I mean by expected value. Let's see how this chart's looking in terms of biddy. Still, it's kind of working its way down. The thing I'm wondering is I don't know if it gets to that target that's deep. Because there is another node that's deeper, but it's in terms of oscillating data, it looks like this thing is getting ready for a bit of a pullback. But we shall see. Because these things can also just kind of sit sideways, right? Like let's say it's nuking. Price is coming down, just bum 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 bum. And you start to see like divergences forming. It doesn't mean it's just gonna fucking U-turn on your ass. Like it might just come down, sit sideways, and then let these things all like reset slowly, and then it just goes lower again. So yeah, don't just assume that because it's divergence forming that you're about to like, free trade. No free lunches out here, guys. No free lunches. And hopefully now you guys can see what I was talking about much earlier in terms of like the volatility compressing to like statistical, very statistically relevant values, right? It's very rare you see compression that low, and now you're seeing the resulting move. Cool how that works, right? Cool how that works. Data, math. Well, I'm hoping this resolves soon, because damn, it's already 4 in the morning. It's already, and I wasn't even planning to trade it. That's the whole point of this, is look at the alts. The whole point of this was to do a brush up on these alts. Are you good on the Doge boy though? Or on the Doge, my boy? Are you good on the Doge? Are you good on the Doge? Yeah? Okay, I see you. Let me know how this Doge thing works out for you, right? You know how, let's look at the weekly actually, right? We didn't check out the weekly because we might have a little bit ways to go. But I mean, so far it looks like this thing took a perfect test of this weekly level, just pink. So far looking like it. But yeah, I mean, to give you the TLDR, since you're only doing spot, I would probably look to do something. The thing is, you missed this. That's the thing, is that you missed this. Like, if you weren't prepared for this wick down and got fulfilled like this, you weren't prepared. That's too bad. Who cares, right? On to the next one. Yeah, I definitely consider perhaps nibbling on some, just so it doesn't run off on you. Bum 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 bum. so it doesn't run off on you. Damn. Damn. Boom. 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 Oh, they're trying to go lower for real. Damn. Starting to see some shorts open, which is nice, right? More confidence building that this move is potentially starting to come near its end, or like a reversal is forming. Start to see some large shorts open, potentially towards the end of the move. TYTY, thank you. Thank you. So far, so good. Yeah, everything went according to plan so far. Are we all in agreement? Are we all prepared? Are we all looking at the data? Are we all aware of what's going on in the first place? Bum, 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 bum. What am I waiting for? I'm waiting to see if they come tap this motherfucker down here. I guess in terms of this contract. Yeah, like basically, like I'm kind of seeing what's going on with these two wicks right here, right? Like this little area. What's going on down there? Are we sweeping that, or are we going lower for real? For real? Because there is, and you can go rewind if you want to know why F7 waiting. So we've been talking about this potential long for a while, but haven't taken it yet. We've been talking about this potential long since here, right? Talking about this potential sweep right there. But we're waiting to see when is this move done, first of all. So yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see when this move is fucking done. You know what I'm saying, my boy? Because like, you know, let's kind of brush up, right? Let's kind of make sure we're in sync. Yes. Make sure we are in sync. Like we're seeing some pretty big divergences on this time, even on the 30. Yes. Potentially more Beruen. Even on the higher time frames, how's the 4 looking? Out of curiosity. We talked about this earlier, right? I know there will only be more like once you get to talk about this low down here, like even more, right? It'll only be more true as we go lower towards these VWAPs. So in terms of just, you know, statistical oscillator data and whatnot, at least a kind of pause / relief bounce is brewing. Like a long opportunity potentially, right? In terms of the data, the open interest data of this local kind of price action we've been seeing, we know that there was a bunch of longs that have been opening in this range, right? We've been saying sideways, yet longs have been ramping up. Why? I'm not sure particularly, right? But that's what the data is telling us, so we know that that was the case, and now we know that they're all underwater, right? These guys are now all fucking underwater. So the next question is, okay, when do these guys close? If they close, do more people join? Do longs start opening down here to help these guys out? Maybe, right? What is the spot market doing? Right, we know that there's absorption going on Coinbase. We talked about that earlier. So spot market buyers are currently buying aggressively. Binance not particularly relevant at this moment in time, just sitting sideways, so not much edge to be gained there. And also like, do we start to see shorts opening down here, right? Now the other thing is, so when I say down here, it's because there's a liquidation cluster here. So if all this oscillating data is looking like it's starting to be absorbed, and we're reaching this math level, and you're seeing bottom shorts start opening here, etc., probably a good long, yeah. Probably a good long. Funding was also negative relatively recently, so I imagine it's probably going to flip negative again soon, potentially. Just a lot of confidence building down here for potential long. That's all, right? And we're waiting to see if it presents itself to us or not. And so far, looking like it is. But until I see that these or at least like a decent amount of these longs have closed, that are underwater from up here, I'm not particularly interested in joining it, am I? Because I'm just gonna get dragged down with them. Another thing worth noting is we're not seeing a whole lot of absorption happening in terms of futures, in terms of people market smashing future entries. Not that many longs opening on futures right now, which would make sense because we're all looking at the same thing. And I'm sure other people are looking at this thinking the exact same thing as I am. I'm not entering this shit until fucking people close their positions. Or else I'm gonna get dragged down with them. So let's see what happens in that regard. So right now the most important area I'm looking at is 966 by this 888, basically this wick, right? This is the kind of like the main target right now of this move. The most liquidity to grab is right here. But there's still ways to go before getting here, right? So one step at a time. One step at a time. But also we're almost there, right? We're almost there. This still can definitely go lower, right? So until then, some patience. The thing is, I want to sleep, and I don't think we're gonna get this right this second. Maybe we do, but on the bright side, I don't have to wake up particularly early tomorrow. There's nothing to do, so I can sleep in a bit and kind of stay here and play, right? Play and see what's going on. Boom. So yeah, I mean, so hopefully that answered that well, right? We're just sitting around and waiting to see if it's time. So most of trading is, by the way. Most of trading is just, you got your trap set up basically, right? And you're just, well, you're waiting, right? I'm sitting here laying down with my sniper rifle right now, smiling ear to ear, thinking about this juice. And I'm just waiting to see, right? Does this thing walk into my line of sight or no? Because if it does, beep, pink, pink, I'm in that thing. Like if we get down here and that cluster closes out, and there's like massive dips happening on like lower time frames plus structure changes and whatnot, then quite likely I will be hopping in this thing. Stop loss at break even though, quite early on, right? Anyways, why wait for this? Because we might not even go lower, right? So far looks like it's respecting this VWAP pretty damn accurately. Let's kind of get a look at the lower time frames here. We've also been diverging for a while in terms of like the 1 minute, so. Not the biggest of edge, obviously. Let's see how this order flow is looking like. Also, I might go to bed soon, by the way. Because I am getting pretty sleepy here. Whether I have to wake up or not. And I don't know if it's the best idea to be taking a trade when I'm half asleep, ready to pass out. Even if it is free money, right? So if this thing doesn't happen relatively soon, I'm probably just gonna call it. Strong signs of life here though, right? Strong signs of life here. At our level, so again at our level, right? Off our random VWAP at our level. Boom. Boom. Anyways, 30-minute candle close here, right? In a couple of minutes. Let's see how this thing closes. Also need something to eat. I might have to like order something because I have no food and I didn't buy any groceries because I wasn't planning on being here before the snowstorm. So yeah, I'm running low on food over here. I'm on my last scraps and I might have to order something on Uber Eats. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. Not the most volume. I mean, obviously it's high relative volume, but nothing particularly mind-blowing there, is it? I'm looking right now. I'm looking to see if like the low time frame structure and how many of these shorts potentially get closed. Because I'd imagine there's a lot of high leverage shorts like right at this zone. At least that's the way it's looking on Kingfisher. And even more so up here. So yeah, not the biggest edge here as either. It's a thing, right? In terms of open interest. Because a lot of times you can also see, right? Like suppose that right now, on this bounce back, you see like longs opening at the top of the pullback. Then usually they just pull them back lower, right? And just repeat, right? Just longs open, pull them lower. Longs open, pull them lower. But right now, there's not really a whole lot in terms of positioning, which is why I'm saying it's more like a math, right? This is a, looking like some more math-based trade than anything, if we are to take this trade. By the book structure and whatnot. I mean, yeah, so far so good, right? I guess this is a strong bounce back from this VWAP so far. Oh, I don't know if I believe this move is done just yet, though. I mean, obviously we'll find out. We'll keep looking. But I think that they still got some of this in the scope. We'll see, though. We'll see. We will see. How do I know the volume? It depends, right? It depends. Down here, it's volume by time, right? So each candle, there's this much volume. This is volume by price for whatever you see on screen. So right now, it's just the volume is being mapped for this little sequence of price action. But if I like zoom out now like that, well, now it's the volume for like all of this, right? So it's in the whatever's in the visible range. That's what it's called, the visible range volume profile. And also the candle colors, right? The red and green candles mean that there's more than 2 times the current average volume for the last 10 candles. And then blue, like this, like light blue and purple, are 1.5 times volume in terms of the relative volume. So yeah, that's it, right? You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's start working some of these ones we have left while we wait, because we have the alarm here, so we don't need to sit here watching this particularly too in depth. I do want to sleep soon, and so I'm kind of power through some of these right now. If I don't talk as much, deal with it. I don't care. By the way, shout out to the planning on this thing. Let me see how many I have left more than anything. I think this one we were a bit late on this one, and it's still looking like the case, so probably not. Perhaps some leverage shorts or longs on this thing, if anything, but we'll work with that later. This one there's not really much to go on about, right? New asset. I already talked about this, but we will come back to this actually, because I'm very curious about this one. So what is? Let's just count so far. 1, 2. Okay, so there's a decent little chunk here, right? But we're not going to do all of these. So let me get some more water. And basically all I'm going to be doing is just marking out the monthly, daily, weekly levels, seeing where like the nearest sweeps are essentially, or kind of potential reversal areas based on the volume nodes, and just bang them out, right? Set some alarms and then move on to the next one. Because I don't want to wrap this up. I don't want this to be like a stream that goes on to like Lord knows when in the morning. And also, if anyone here has anyone that they want to check out themselves, feel free to throw them in the chat or the Discord. I will gladly look through some of these. Anyways, let me go, use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll, yeah, push through some of these and get the night over with, get some well-deserved sleep. I'm also gonna look outside of how things are looking out there, 'cause it's looking, I'm not gonna tell earlier, not looking too hot. I might be snowed in for days. God damn. God damn. Yeah, it's looking it's looking real gloomy out there, let me tell you. Real gloomy. Like, I don't even know if I can even order something to eat, because I don't think the Uber driver's going to be able to get in. There's like a wall of snow at the bottom of my driveway. Do H-bar? Sure. Sure. H-bar. Are you a barbarian? Are you a barbarian? H-bar barbarian? H-bar. I think I had owned some of this last year, but I rotated out of it relatively quickly. I remember when I had it, but yeah, I got around this time. But yeah, I already was out of it by that point. Cause I had already juiced, yeah. Although probably would have been juicing even harder. Damn. I did not anticipate this election stuff, and also wasn't particularly well informed back here either. Cause Hedera seems like an interesting project, but yeah, in terms of this thing, where'd this come from? I don't know. First of all, let's we already have it on the list. Oh yeah, we already did it. We already did it. We already did it. We already did it, my boy. Oh, so first and foremost, if you want to go watch it, it's in this 10-hour video where I talk about it more in depth. Marcos Trades, all one word, on the YouTube. If you want a recording, but in terms of this, right, like, looking at, you know, a little potentially a little suspicious. Actually, just make sure we get the full alt chart here, right? I mean, in terms of this sequence since the last 2 years, clearly we're sitting right above a massive volume gap. So like, not out of the question at all to come back and visit like this monthly level or this weekly level again. How's the weekly looking? Obviously cooling off after a massive rally, obviously. But I mean, at this point, yeah, I mean, you kind of seen it cool off a decent amount, showing some divs on the Stoke. But this can come lower, right? Obviously, it's not any kind of guarantee by any means. Also, you have to go check out on the open interest data and whatnot how all this is looking. I'm not certain about that. I was looking on the daily. Yeah, I mean, it really kind of just depends on what Beatty is doing, right, in S&P. Because, like, yeah, these prices seem perhaps maybe a little bit unreasonable right now, right? Minus 50% or even lower. But if this rolls over, yeah, look out. They're going to be busting you with these opportunities for show. And not only that, but in terms of relative strength, this is looking like one of the weaker ones that we've looked at today's, right? This thing looks like it's just slowly but surely being grinded down. Yeah, I'm just not, I don't know what to tell you on this one, my friend. I'm just thinking. Just give me a sec, right? I'm just thinking for a sec. Let's also see if we can get any data for H bar, right? So we can have at least somewhat of a more data, data-driven opinion than just kind of speculating. Honest, I mean, okay, I'm on Coinalyze, so not the best source of data, but not looking too hot yet, to be honest. Like the spot and futures are all just seeing, very aggressive selling, right? It's a very aggressive selling going on. While we're putting in lower lows, it's not even like we're seeing like kind of like a real diverge. Like yes, obviously potentially starting to diverge here in terms of like putting in higher lows as these are all putting in lower lows, but so far it's not the case. And how's this looking on the 30? I mean, right away, it's like potential short cooking up here. Without looking at any data or whatnot, just looking like a suspect region, right? A lot to clean up there with a poor high and the naked point of control at the top of this bigger node. Maybe even clean this as well, like tap the weekly. So potential long brewing, if not already in action. And it's assuming you get it now. Yeah, so I mean, that definitely just targets for longs to the upside already, right? So like whether we sweep lower or not, like, determines to be seen, depends on this thing, right? So far it looks like BT's bouncing, by the way, right? We'll see if this actually holds this bearish retest right here or not. And we also talked about them cleaning out these high leverage shorters, like so that potentially we're about to see it right now. We'll see, right? We will see. Yeah, if BT starts to reclaim these levels, it's probably a good time to get into this H bar trade, right? I mean, we are on the Binance version, and I'm not too sure what this means. Perhaps we should dabble with a different one. But we are seeing a pretty big spike in volume here, right? Very big. And to the downside, I mean, that's the thing. This thing to the downside is looking a little scary. A little scary. Yeah, I mean, personally, I would not be looking to, from where we are right now, the only position I would be considering is perhaps a long. Like, I wouldn't be shorting from right here, personally. I would definitely wait for up here, right, to clean some of these higher targets, some of these sweeps, etc., to see a potential short, right? Like, whether it's like it just changes structure on you, or like it does like a sweep. And fix the music. Or like you kind of just see like some like 3 drives like momentum being lost, or like double, you know what I mean? Like I just go on and on. There's so many different patterns to look for up there, but if I was looking to take a short, I'd probably be waiting up here. I wouldn't be looking to get in right now. And in terms of the long, to be honest, it's probably around now, to be honest. Like if these lows aren't gonna get taken, it's probably around fucking now. What's the funding looking like on this thing? Negative as well. Yeah, personally, I'd give it a little bit more time. I wouldn't rush into anything on the weekend. It'd be nicer if we had some better data to kind of really nerd out right now. In terms of HBAR specifically. Get some other things in regards to HBAR real quick, shall we? The only thing that's making me a little suspicious about this, I mean, like, okay, it's good that we had like some like structure change here, yes? Kind of broke this high after putting in like a higher low. So I have like a higher high and a higher low. But I don't like that we're already down here again, right? Personally. Kind of making me think it's looking a little weak, like retesting this for the 3rd time. So they might be looking to sweep that before going. Well, doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything either, right? Because like in a world where this starts to go up right now, like let's say this does start to flip this level, reclaim the VWAP and start to go, then it's quite likely that we know what's next in the scope, right? We know what's next up here in the scope. In which case, yeah, this thing can definitely start to move, right? And there's a lot of highs to take out right now, right? Like all of this. God, am I getting this thing right fucking now? Because we may potentially miss the biddy one, right? We were looking for a little lower. Bum, right? We had our alarm here. It looks like they might have got our ass. But if that's the case, yeah, am I getting this thing right now? No la. No la. But let's see where this next 4-hour candle closes on biddy, right? Or this hourly candle, plus 30-minute candle. It's like get baited out of nowhere. But yeah, so far potentially like a somewhat potentially bullish, right? The fact that we defended this, potentially bullish. least for now, but we'll see, right? We'll see. They love to get you with the candles at the last minute. If you notice, a lot of times like candles will be looking good, and then the last like let's take the 4-hour candle, the last like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, brrr, and just nuke it. Same with these like 30-minute candles. In the last minute, they just nuke it out of nowhere. You know, so you gotta wait for candle close to see what's really going on, right? Don't get baited. Boom. But yeah, but I mean, so far looks like this would have been it, right? We kind of talked about this, the divs going on and the structure change here and whatnot. You know, if you're really trading this aggressively, that's probably your entry right there, right at the level 2. For me personally, the way open interest was looking, I wasn't particularly buying it, but that's okay. It's okay, guys. If a trade gets away from you, that's okay. It's just okay. Because there'll be another opportunity soon enough for you to be juicing again. But yeah, so far so good, right? So far so good from the Bulls in terms of potentially holding this. But we'll see. We shall see, right? Because we talked about the importance of this level, right? So we're still here, right? We're still right here. And from what I can tell, I'll just show you, actually. I'll just show you. This is the level, right? That we're referring to. And you can see that right as we push past it, all of these people got closed out. So far we have seen a close of these higher leverage positions. Question is, are we going to go higher now, right? Because typically, like, you know, when you see open interest diverging like this, it just indicates that like there's quite likely a squeeze occurring. Right? If this is increasing as positions are closing, like it's not new money entering the market on the long side, helping price go up. It's people getting squeezed out of their shorts. So ideally, if you're hoping to see a sign of strength in regards to the price, you want these two to be in alignment, whether it's up or down. You know what I'm saying? God, I'm so hungry. It's unbelievable. I have no food. So hungry and I got no food. Damn. Damn. What's gonna look up? Damn. Damn. Wait, don't be mad at me if I'm in any of these trades, by the way. By the way. Did we get the close yet? It's coming, it's coming. Shout out to the VWAP, by the way. Pink, right? The VWAP. Right, the VWAPper. Bum. Very interesting to see how this turns out, right? Because what are we potentially forming here now? You know, suppose we get a pullback on this change of structure right here. So like on the higher time frame, we have this golden pocket, right? And then just to be a retest of this. And now we're kind of forming like a bit of like a failed auction right at the value area low, aka likely to see a move to the other side. So, yeah. I'm going to sleep, but I appreciate you answering my questions. See you next time. Thank you for keeping me entertained while I'm looking at these charts anyways. Thank you for keeping me, you know, on my toes, looking at some of these charts. What do we look at? What were you asking about? I think you were looking at Sui, right? You asked a couple, actually. Damn, you've been here. What the hell? You're the whole time. Shout out to you. What the hell? Yeah, Solana, yeah, what the hell, you've actually been in here nerding out, shout out to you. Hey, you asked about Doge as well? Shout out to you. Yeah. I'm gonna be heading off here soon as well, right? Right. I'm just I got babysitting this trade. Got him. No, but basically, right? I'm just kind of about to put my stop loss at break even on this thing. But yeah, I market smashed that. When I seen that thing going on, let me just, you know, throw on this thing so you don't think I'm belaying, right? Ba-bing, ba-bing, got him, right? Little 120x scalp on this low time frame, ba-bing. Bum. In regards to that thing, I just put my stop loss at break even, so yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna leave that one for now. I mean, I'm not gonna leave it. But yeah, looking to shave aggressively, like we talked about earlier. I'm probably the thing is, since I got a late entry, I'm not as eager to shave early, I'll probably wait till like up here-ish, right? The sweep of this stuff. Like this trade's probably I'm either gonna, it's like I'll have my first TP hit or I get stop out break even. If we had taken it a little bit earlier, right? But not enough edge for me, right? So we gave it some time, saw things played out, and yeah, now we're in that thing. But nothing's guaranteed, right? Nothing's guaranteed. As far as we're concerned, this is currently just like a bullish retest of this stuff, and we can just go lower from here. That's why I have my stop loss at break even already, in case that happens. But yeah, hopefully some people got into this trade, right? Because we were talking about this all night and talking about everything they were looking for as everything was progressing, so... You know what I'm saying? Oh, maybe rolling over. We'll see. We will see. If I do get stopped out here, then I mean, there's opportunity to like enter on the pullback, like we just talked about. Right, a retest of this level. No, bearish retest of this, bullish retest of this. But if this does start to go lower from here, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see, but a little suspicious in my eyes, in the sense that like we probably will be going a lot lower to get the cluster that we've been talking about. But we'll see, right? We will see. Damn, my stop's about to get being potentially tagged here. Damn. So, you know, we got our little free roll there. Can't complain about that. A little bit of a freebie. I'll put an alarm here as well. We'll put it a little bit higher. I'll put it right... Oh, whoops. Let me label this thing. Because I have a suspicion that if we do go lower, this will probably be while I'm sleeping. Because I'm probably going to stay in bed until like 10. It's 5 right now. So it's definitely a possibility of making this move down. I'm also put one up here, right, for potential shorts. Although realistically, I'd be aiming a little bit higher. And also, not even sure if a short's really cooking up here, right? I mean, we're just putting potential short. Because there's still there's a lot of damage to do up here. So it'll really depend on how we're moving up towards these zones. And same with down low, right? Depends how it's looking when we get down here. If it looks like we're starting to get rolled over, then yeah, maybe not the time to take any of those trades. Damn. I'm about to get tapped, guys. They're about to tap me out. Break even. Damn. All that for nothing. The thing I've been thinking is, should we have entered down here? Should we have entered down here? Because to me, this is looking like one of those trades that you take and don't win that often. So I think we made a good decision not getting an entry earlier. I'm about to get gom. Oh my god, it's so close. Anyways, whatever. We'll worry about that later, right? We won't need to pay attention anymore at this point. It's in the market's hands, right? This thing either runs and we juice, or it comes back down and we get stopped out break even and we're chilling. Let's not spend too much more mental capacity on that one. Bum, bum. Or should probably be paying attention to this. I'll leave it open over here. In case you want to get, in case this does kind of just come clean and go. I'm just checking out the high leverage longs to see if there's like a cluster of them down here that potentially might be grabbing. But I'm getting pretty tired, honestly. I don't know if I want to, you know, wait it around enough while doing all this other stuff to then get in that one. I don't want to wait around any longer. 5 a.m. with like little to no food. Not feeling the hottest, we'll see. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, we'll leave this like this. I'll open this over here. And then I'll do probably like 1 or 2 of these charts and call it a night. I'm feeling a little drained, you know. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I think you had a fucking yeah, my bad if I I was late on this, I forgot, but I saw that you had mentioned ICP. Looking at ICP earlier. So let's just do that one, yeah? What a chart this thing is. What the hell? What the hell? What the fuck? Anyways. Interesting. That's an interesting chart right there, yeah? Wasn't this guy like the CEO that was like online like calling projects like all vaporware garbage? If I'm not mistaken. Whoops. What the hell? If I'm not mistaken. Talk about a fall from grace for this thing though. This thing was that $600. That's $7. What the fuck? What are you buying, my boy? What the fuck? I keep doing that? Why can't I? Something like this, perhaps? I mean, so far looking relatively clean in terms of at least the levels. Why does it, like, what is up with this shit? How are the wicks looking on this? Yeah, that should be good enough. Should be good enough, yeah? Obviously, same answer as per usual in regards to these things, but remember, I don't have all the data, right? We don't have all the open interest data, etc., etc. So probably do your best to brush up on that. Also don't know the history behind this, so probably should brush up on why this chart's looking like this. A little suspicious. I don't know what's going on with this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, not looking too hot, right? Not looking too hot. Obviously, like, there's just a huge demand zone going on down there that we've just been bouncing off of repeatedly. But the fact that it's just visiting and sitting here repeatedly at the all-time lows, basically, of this massive $400 chart, already drawing a little bit of a red flags, right? But I mean, hey, these are the charts that have the most potential to run, right? The most beat up ones. So let's not forget that. And we'll check after on the, you know, time-based imbalances. Also, it is relatively weak. That's the thing. Things looking like relatively like. I would not be surprised at all to see this thing come down here at all. I don't know if this thing even recovers. I don't know if this thing even recovers. Because I never see anything about ICP or like no, like not much of a like social media presence as far as I'm concerned. In terms of a mind share, maybe that's wrong. I haven't checked out recently, but from my eye test of using social media, haven't seen it mentioned around too often. With that said, in terms of just straight technical stuff, like obviously a shit ton of imbalances to the upside, right? Like a lot of volume gaps to fill here. And same story like most alts, right? Most alts are kind of sharing the same story in terms of this localized price action. Potential lows to clean below before continuing, with a lot of imbalance to the upside. So the question is, which one happens first? Or do they just trend lower? Especially on one like this, which looks like it could potentially definitely go lower. You know, my bet it's probably gonna follow what Biddy does, right? Oh, they got me, by the way. Let me go check just to make sure. Yeah, they got me. Fuck. Fuck. Look. I just want to swing trade it. Yeah, I mean, in terms of, yeah, I mean, there's definitely opportunities. I mean, it's the same as all the other alts, right? They're all just essentially copy and paste charts. Like some of them, you know, they all have the nuke, and some of them have gone up, some of them have gone sideways since then, and some of them have started to trend lower since the bounce, right? Like the bounce originated here. Most are looking like this. One of those three. This one obviously is the latter. But yeah, I mean, I would be very, very suspicious if this zone gets lost on this thing. Because we already tapped these two lows, right? So if there's just like a clean of like leverage on derivatives, like that job accomplished, right? Objective complete. So if we start to just come hang on down here, yeah, look out below. And in terms of a move to the upside, I mean, it has room to run, that's for sure. That's for sure. And it did run recently, right? But back on the election pump. In terms of like a short-term long, like potentially something like this. Brewing potentially, right? Clean up a lot of these single prints, at least in the lower time frame, and that's already huge, by the way, right? Right. Yeah, definitely room to clean up these single prints. It's just the question is just this, as usual. What's Biddy gonna do? What are Biddy and SFB gonna do? You see how they're all intertwined. You see how they all play together. See, you can't trade these without knowing what these do. I guess we can check out some of the oscillating data. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, like, we will be printing divs from like any of these lows, even like the 4 hour. So yeah, potentially a math bounce brewing at this value area low of this node, potentially. Let's just, yeah, I mean, right away, this value area low is looking like the potential. So I'd be eyeing this zone basically, right? Like, do we sweep just this wick here? Do we come and tap these? And remember, right? Like, you have time. You have time. If the thing starts to go, you can get in, right? You don't have to just like, yes, you will be a bit late, but in terms of the bigger picture move, like, you're not late. So definitely a trade potentially brewing here as well. It's the same as every guys. On every chart, there's always a trade brewing at some point, right? Always. It's either either a long is brewing or a short is brewing, but there's always both brewing. And in regards to this one, yeah, I mean, in terms of a short, I'd probably only tolerate a move like up to here, like a sweep of this. like a little pink, pink, and then goes lower. Clean of these highs at this monthly level. Kind of deviate from the value area high and then come back down. Because if it starts to show signs of life, then like this is getting this, they're cleaning this right to the upside. In which case, like your short's gonna get blown the fuck over and you lost money. So yeah, I would not be very tolerant of any candle closes above this area. And in terms of the long, I mean, in my opinion, I think you missed your opportunity, at least for now. Because even if you were to get, like, let's say you had this fib drawn, right? Like the way we do now, like you literally just got the golden pocket retest, right? Like that's like on a lower time frame. You just got this the bounce right here. So if it starts to come back again, then like look, what am I even saying, right? What am I even saying right now? If this was the long, you're late. But if this starts to roll over to lower levels, then yeah, you'll have an opportunity, right? But in the world where we don't go lower from here, then yes, it is too late to enter the long. Like this was probably like the clean of all this garbage up the bank and go was probably the last opportunity. Or at least like the one that we're looking at right now. So yeah, you definitely missed this one potentially earlier tonight. That's okay. That is okay. And the next thing to watch would be the value area low, right? If you're looking to get into a trade relatively soon in terms of a long on this thing, you're probably waiting to see what happens down here, right? Like, does this get swept and go? Or do we come lower and sweep all that and go? Because there's also this here too, right? Like all this is uncleaned as well, by the way. So lots of potential areas of interest, yeah. But it's going to be up to you to sit here, look at the data as price approaches these zones and decide if you want to take a trade or not. You know. I'm curious if there's any open interest profiling available on Exo charts. It doesn't seem like there is, so can't help you out there. But yeah, hopefully that covered that, because there's not really much else to talk to you on this thing. I guess the only other thing would be to note, like, let's zoom out a bit in terms of potential higher time frame trades. Because like yeah, like right away this daily level is looking like a potential, right? Like if this high up here doesn't hold after like so you see the single print right there. If price gets up here and this isn't like a tap in reverse, I'd be very suspicious of opening a short. Very suspicious. Because then, like, you can clearly see there's a lot to clean up here. And I personally wouldn't be, like, entering until, like, I mean, obviously it depends what the data's looking like. But, like, up here, there's, like, a clearly some cluster going on that needs to get, like, tapped, right? You need to come through here and clean this up. Daily level as well, right? But there's definitely a lot interesting going on up here. And at that point, like, who knows, right? Depends what the market's looking like. Because if this thing has recovered up to here, that's quite the move. That's quite the move. And that would imply that Biddy's probably pumping for real, for real. In which case, maybe not the best time to be shorting some of these. You probably have to want to wait until Biddy starts to roll over. But yeah, like if you go back, like here's the thing, you can go back and watch this video, or even like the previous one where we reviewed alts last week, the 10-hour one, on the YouTube, because you're in the Discord. So let me just get the link for you in case you're not aware. This is the link. But this video we reviewed alts. We did a little alt nerd out review. So, and a lot of them we talked about, and even earlier tonight as well. Like they're all pretty similar. So a lot of the things that I said about those are all going to apply to these as well, and to this chart as well, right? So, yeah, probably if you want to have a more well-informed opinion, in case this was not particularly helpful or good enough, or you have any follow-up questions, then yeah, feel free to go check some of those out. My thoughts on Biddy. I suppose it depends. Like, what do you mean by thoughts on Biddy? Like in regards to this trade? Like into like long term, into just like this current price action, or what? Perhaps a bit more specific of a question. Have something a bit more specific, you know? So for these trades, it depends. It depends, right? Because you want to see Biddy attacking like these highs, right? That's what you want to see. And right now it's a bit hard to determine, right? Like we've seen volumes tapering off as we're getting into this tight little wedge. So like we're literally sitting right at the point of control. Like this red dotted line is the point of control for everything we're looking at on screen. This is literally, we're sitting at the exact point of control, right in the thick of it, on the highest of time frames. On top of being in this middle of this range right here, right? Like if that line is the high and this is the low, then we're right in the middle of this range. And if you look at it with the wicks, we're like right in the middle of this, right? Like this squiggly line is in the middle of this, it's in the middle of this. In terms of the higher time frame, it's right in the middle of this. So like we were literally dead smack in the center. So like to have some directionality right now is like it's difficult. And not only that, but like there's not much. It'd be one thing to say, oh, like, we're sitting here in the middle and there's most of the longs have been closed and there's a shit ton of shorts that need to get closed. It's not really the case, actually. The open interest edge is not particularly imbalanced right now. So this is one of those times where you kind of gotta take trades on, like just kind of take the trades as they present themselves on the lower time frames, and then let the market resolve itself on the higher time frames. As far as S&P goes, right, this one's looking like it's very clear that like we're looking to threatening these highs, right? Like we've now broken this trend, right? We have broken above the highs and we're consolidating right below these sweeps. So this literally right now it's just postured like it wants to go higher. Same with this thing, right? Like this was the futures and this is like the regular trading hours chart. And on Friday and Thursday night, we already saw that people are hedging with price expectations up here. So on Tuesday morning when the markets resume, if that continues to be the case or even higher, then yeah, looking pretty bullish in this regard. Which then means that this is going to start to look pretty bullish too, right? Like what's the likelihood that Biddy starts to just fucking roll over into the 80Ks while S&P's ripping to all-time highs? So yeah, in terms of giving you a direct answer, like there is none because no one has the answer to that question. But those are the kind of factors that play right now. You know what's going on over here? That's really it. And until Tuesday, when the markets open, like I said, we're not gonna have any new data in terms of the options market, so that will give us a better bias of what to expect. But so far, to me, it's looking like a potential move to the upside, right? Move to the upside. Like, I don't know if they're gonna give us this move down here. Especially given the fact that we are like now coming down to potentially attack these lows now. Like this is possibly setting up to put in like the low of the week on Monday, right? So just suppose if it starts to go lower for the rest of the day today, into like Monday, and we like sweep this on the at some point during Monday, or even lower. Probably quite likely the low of the week is in, and this is already like an extreme move. I don't even know if we can get this. But yeah, the fact that we have this liquidity to grab up here, and that we didn't fully grab it this first, like yes, we grabbed most of it, but not all of it, and there's more to the upside still. I'd be expecting to come back relatively soon to revisit this area if we go lower, right? Because we have this right here, right? We have this like set of marginal lower highs asking to be cleaned. So if we leave that behind for later, then I'm starting to become more probable that we don't visit like sub 90K and just start to move upwards relatively soon. Especially because we know this, right? If you're probably not aware, I don't know if you've been around, but this purple wick right here is like a high liquidity sweep right here. That's why I have it as purple. So like, there's a lot of liquidity to the upside to get clean. And if we start to go lower without cleaning it, then we're definitely gonna come back later to blast through this this stuff. That's the thing. That's the thing. Like asking questions like that, like not to be like like rude or anything, but there's just no point really, right? Doesn't matter what I think, doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter what anybody thinks. The market will tell you what it wants to do. It's just a matter of being prepared for plans either way. Right? Right? So, you know, my advice personally is I probably like these alts are all in the same position, right? And this has been the case since last week, basically, right? Because think about it, we haven't moved for the last week. We've been sitting right here for a whole week now. So the same thing I said last week still applies now. We're waiting to see how this resolves. Like S&P has started to do its thing, right? That's the one thing. That last week at this time, we were down here, right? We were down here. Like look at the weekly candle on this. So we've put in quite the weekly candle on that S&P, right? So that's a good step one for continuation up in terms of biddy. And also in terms of just this, right? Broke this trend line. And we flipped these levels while consolidating, also potentially looking good. So the eye test right now is kind of telling us like, yeah, things are potentially ready to you know, to resolve. And yeah, we'll find out, right? This is what we're looking for. This is what we've been looking for. Can we approach the all-time high again, or were we going to correct lower? And when we do approach the all-time high, now that we are potentially approaching it, are we sweeping it and reversing, or are we going for real, right? And I'm gonna have a guess that if how that resolves, we'll let everybody know how to proceed in the market moving forwards. At least that's how I'm going about it, in terms of like how I'm treating some of these alt plays. But yeah, I mean, we won't know this answer, right? We'll have a better idea during the week. But for now, at this point, we're kind of just hanging out, right? Hanging out right in the thick of it, right between the highs and right between going back down and getting serious rejection, like double top on the S&P on the higher time frames. And yeah, in terms of the alts in relation to that, they're all like on a cliff potentially, right? They're like most alts are sitting on a cliff right now. Right? They're all doing, most of them are doing the same thing. They follow this chart pattern. Like let's just go look. Let's toss this on the daily and go look at how these are all looking. Right? Like and the one that we just looked at, ICP, is not looking like potentially the weakest at all of them, or almost all of them. But yeah, like edge of a cliff. At least this one bounced. Edge of a cliff. Edge of a cliff. A big bounce here. Sometimes a life. Continuing to trend lower. Alright, already putting a lower low on the daily, while continuing to put in lower highs. So how these two resolve themselves is really going to tell you how long these are going to resolve themselves. Because if this rolls over, then a lot of these are going to visit that higher volume, lower time frame volume nodes. Like they're all postured to go that one leg lower to the deeper nodes. And if they start to go, right, then these things are like primed to ascend, right? But right now we don't know, like, are these just... Like, keep in mind, every chart or I won't say every chart, but most charts have yet to recover to this level, right? Like, after the massive wick, they bounced up to this level, and they have yet to break it on most charts. Let's just verify that. bum, 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 bum. Well, some have, but most have not. So like we're not out of the woodwork in terms of a threat to the downside by any means, right? Because all these haven't even seen like meaningful structure change on the higher time frames. But yeah. Hopefully ICP works out, right? I will say though, like from what we looked at earlier, definitely saying it definitely has room to run to the upside. And also depends how you're trading, right? It just depends how you're trading. Like if you're like a derivatives trader, it's very different than trading spot. But I know to wrap it all up, to wrap up this whole yap session answer I just gave you, have your levels in mind, right? Have levels for longs in mind, have levels for shorts in mind, and just let the market tell you, right? It's the best way to go about it. And also, like, don't feel too rushed, because, like, here's the thing. Here's the other thing worth mentioning. Suppose that this is the low on all these alts, right? All of them came down, put in that wick, and that's the low, that's it. You were prepared or you weren't. And BIDI starts to pump, S&P starts to pump, then it's quite likely that these are like the lows. Or and same with these ones potentially, right? So these are now, this now serves as invalidation points for longs. In which case, a lot of these alts have a lot of room to run to the upside, right? That's something we've seen very in common with a lot of these. So in terms of ICP, and even just to get back up to here, clearing the single prints from this localized price action, right? Like let's just think about the math on that now. With the TPO on. Like let's just use this daily target as like a reference, right? Just a year. In terms of the grand scheme of things on this chart, that's not even like, you know, that's nothing. That's nothing. In terms of the grand scheme of this chart this cycle so far, that's nothing. This is the current cycle high for like 2024, and this is the bounce on the Trump election. We're not even doing half of that, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And that would be a what? 30 fucking % move. Damn near 40%. Like you're not in a rush, right? You're not in a rush. Because like even if you get in like here or here or here, like you know anywhere in this region, or even perhaps even lower, like perhaps, right? Or maybe even higher, perhaps. It's here a little bit late. You're still juicing on this. There's still mega juice, and that's not even accounting for if it runs higher than that, right? That's not even accounting for if it runs higher than that. So, you know, don't be too stressed out about getting like the pixel perfect bottom entry at the exact bottom. You don't need to, right? Sometimes it's better to just be patient, let the market confirm your trade thesis, and then take the trade, right? Especially if you're trading this thing, like I don't know what time frame you're trading on specifically, but if you're targeting these higher time frame levels on the daily and weekly charts, then you shouldn't be using like the invalidation of a trade for like a trade on the 30-minute or the 5-minute, right? You're probably doing something like this right now, literally. That's probably the trade that you're taking right now. You're entering it right now with your stop way down here. Only problem with this though is that you can't really leverage up, so because it's just too big of a stop loss, right? Like at that point, you're like you can barely use any leverage. Like obviously you can leverage like 5x leverage here, but not as much as your bowhead likes. You know, I like to get nice low time frame invalidation so I can leverage up, right? Without fear of losing too much money. So if my stop loss is like here, for example, this is a, 2% move, 2.4. I can use like 30 leverage almost, damn near, right? Like I can use 30x leverage. But on a trade like this, like there's no way you can do that high leverage with this. You can't. It's just no way, right? Because you'd have to have so much margin to cover that position. If it came down here, you're blowing out your account at that point. So yeah, in the case of this thing, I think it's okay to perhaps, get a better confirmation of what these are doing, because these trades are going to be running for a while anyways, right? So whether you get in like here, if you're targeting these levels way up here, like, sure, you might lose a couple percentage points on your trade, but it's like it's almost like a it's like a trade-off, right? It's like a trade-off. It's like a yes, sure, you're not getting the pixel perfect bottom entry at the bottom of the move. But the trade-off of that is that you have a higher probability trade, right? Like suppose price is doing this and you're looking to get into a long. Sure, you can get in down here, right, and have a hella nice juice move. But you're also risking entering early, right? Because you have you're entering on the lower time frames, no high time frame confirmation, right? Or as opposed to like if you wait for like a break of structure and a potential pullback. Probably more probable that you might be seeing a trend change there, especially on the daily, right? Change the structure on the daily. You know what I'm saying? Only thing with these also is that they're a little tricky, right? In that regard. Because if you don't get in on these lower entries, they can really run off on you. Especially on those days where like you look at like this any one of your lists, and Bitcoin has pumped like $5,000, and these are all just green double digits, like 10-20% every single fucking coin. Zeldris, hello, good sir. How are you? I am great, although I'm extremely tired. 6 in the morning almost. I was about to get off, to be honest. But good to see you too. You trading? Are you up to anything interesting right now? Because I wasn't planning on streaming. I wasn't planning on streaming at all. I was supposed to be out of here. Supposed to be somewhere nice and warm. Now I'm stuck in a winter snowstorm. Get you some rest? I don't need any. Don't need any. Don't need any. Because first of all, the markets are closed on Monday. So I have no issue sleeping in a little late tomorrow morning. And not only that, but I was supposed to be traveling, but there's like a massive snowstorm where I live. Back-to-back snowstorms. There's a massive snowstorm on Thursday, or no, Friday. And now it's another one again right now, happening live. So I'm snowed in, stuck. So I might as well be looking at the charts and nerding out, which is what we've been doing for the past like 7 hours basically. Taking a look at some of these random alts. Also entered a potential long trade earlier, but we got stopped out break even, so. Speaking of which, we're starting to approach that time where we see if this thing holds or not, I hate snow. Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't hate it. Like, it is definitely There's lots of fun activities based around the snow, but yeah, it can be real cold at times. A little too cold, some might say. But yeah, I mean, I'm from Spain, so you can imagine what I think about the snow. You can imagine what I think. And at least shoveling it, that's the other thing. Like where I live, I have a big ass driveway. I got like a 12, like, or not 12, like a 6-car driveway, if not more, like, depending on how you Tetris the cars in. I'm gonna fit like 7, 8 cars in my driveway, and I have to shovel all that by hand. I don't have a snowblower, so definitely gonna go buy that soon. Let me put that on my to-do list actually. Because I don't got time for this shit. I don't got time for this shit. Shoveling non-stop? It wastes like an hour of my day, literally. Every time it snows, hour of my day gone. Same with a lot of things, actually. I'm starting to consider, like, you know, doing everything, like housekeeper slash chef, everything. Outsource everything, because to me, it's just wasting my time right now. Might as well help with the community, right? Give someone a job, keeping my shit in order, help grow the economy. Going to Barcelona in April, that is amazing. I'm happy for you. A lot of I mean, obviously I'm somewhat biased because I'm from Spain, but you know, typical common. What's the word? You know, it's a fan favorite in terms of tourists. A lot of people like Barcelona. It's one of people's favorite places in Europe. I have family that lives there, so have checked it out a couple of times. I'm deciding, do I want to take, like, it's so late. I'm deciding if I want to get in a long soon or not. Probably should not at this point, to be honest. I'm just thinking, if I am gonna stay awake, what else should I be doing? That's what I'm thinking. Probably shouldn't stay awake for no reason, right? Probably nerd out on something. Just most of my to-do list is done, so at least for tonight. No volume till Tuesday? Yeah, basically, yeah. 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 Although, you know, one thing I will note, I was touching on this earlier. American markets are closed, right? Or North American, Canadian markets are closed as well on Monday, but not globally. And whenever that happens, there's usually some fuckery going on Biddy. In my experience. And if I had to take a random wild guess, I'm gonna assume it's based on people fucking with the options market. You know, other regions have their institutional money back online on the Monday while American markets are closed, and they can kind of just send Biddy one way or the other and capitalize on the movement through options contracts that they opened beforehand because they know it's a holiday. At least something I've noticed, at least during a lot of, aside from like global holidays, like yeah, in that case it's just real low volume, no one's doing anything. But when it's just American holidays, there's definitely a lot of fuckery that goes on. Like even now, right? Like you don't often see like this is the whole weekend range essentially, and we're starting to break down. Looking like to me, don't usually see that kind of volatility on the weekend, but immediately, and I'm eyeing this right. There's a huge cluster of liquidity to grab right here, so I'm looking to see are we coming down there or not. So I have the alarm there. And so far, from what I can tell from looking at the data earlier, there was a big cluster of high leverage shorts here. It looks like we just pinked them, and now we're going back to going lower. But we'll see. This is what we're about to find out. This is the next, you know, the next key sequence in price action is happening right here, right now. Because this is either going to be one of these things, and we put in a higher low and start to go, or we don't, right? We're about to find out right now what's cooking next. Bum, 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 bum. Interesting. Speaking of high leverage, I'm curious where the high leverage longs are, because right now, like, you know, it would be quite aligning quite well if this was the cluster of high leverage longs and it just bink starts to go. Anyways, let's not get too caught up on the lowest of low time frames. Let's go back to our list here. Damn. Damn. How would they do that? How would they do what? How would they do what? Perhaps a bit more of you know, better phrased questions so I know what you're talking about. manipulate the market. Well, think about it. Like options contracts are like priced in a certain manner, correct? Are you familiar with how options work? So out of the money, options can be acquired. Like last week, right? Like let's just say these people bought options last week at some point. For options that were way out of the money, like to the upside, right? And then whatever thing they're buying options on, it's some kind of Bitcoin beta. So like a Coinbase, a MicroStrategy, any of the miners, Solana strategies, etc. Right? So the weekend starts, NVIDIA closes here. All the traditional, so we'll say like trad, phi, beta. So things that like kind of are like leveraged versions of Bitcoin. All of these, or like these ones specifically, stop trading on the close on Friday, correct? So they close with the assumption that Bitcoin was at some price at that time, whatever it may be. And these things track Bitcoin price. Okay? So at the time that these options were being sold, they were with this current state of affairs in mind, right? So when Bitcoin on the weekend and decides to make some monster move to the upside, or like a, not even monster, just like a move that isn't priced in on the options, right? If it does that to the upside or to the downside, then those options are going to open with like gaps on Tuesday. So if you're someone that has the ability to acquire these options and B, move the market, when market makers can't protect their positions because they're closed, aka here on a Monday, right? Market makers are any kind of institution is not active in North America on Monday. They're all closed. Everything is closed. So when there's no one there to combat you, then you have free reign to do those kind of things. So, and by the way, don't quote me on that, right? Yeah, this is just my view of things, my theory crafting of patterns that I've noticed historically repeating on American-only holidays. Because you have to realize as well that like options are like you're only paying the premium, right? You're only paying the premium on them. So let's say I'm some institution, and it doesn't have to be like manipulation per se, right? Like let's say they're planning on selling this Bitcoin anyways, or buying it on Monday anyways, and you know that's gonna move the market. Then you might as well take advantage of this whole options thing as well, right? Like it's not their fault the fucking American market's closed. They didn't make the fucking rules. So far, so good for Biddy holding this level, right? Candle closes right here, and then going again. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, and if you are waiting, if you're trying to be real patient, then you could definitely just wait for this, right? Like the retest on the structure change. If they give you it, retest the value area low if we reclaim it. If you're not taking the long now, if you didn't take it down here. So obviously lots of ways to play this if you want to take this, but don't exactly have the most edge right now. Although you are seeing some of these diverge, yes? Yes, on the low time frame, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Dun, 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 dun. Is that legal? I don't fucking know. I don't. I mean, first of all, to answer that question, the first thought in my mind is, has it ever stopped anybody before? People do illegal shit all the time, especially when there's money to be made. Especially if you live in a jurisdiction that isn't governed by the U.S. and you can just fucking do whatever the fuck you want. But I mean, you'd have to do your research on that one. I can't answer that question. I'm not a lawyer, nor am I an expert in global finance regulation, etc. I don't know who has access to the options market or who doesn't. You know, maybe they can fine you for that, right? Who knows? Or maybe the fine that they want you to pay is inconsequential in terms of how much you're making, right? If I'm making $100 million doing something that's illegal and I get fined 20 million for it, then I still pocketed 80 million. So like, fuck it, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna do it anyways. Boom, boom. Okay, let's kind of finish banging out some of these charts, yeah? Because it's getting quite late here. So what did we have to do on this list? Caspa. Okay, let's kind of bang out Caspa then, shall we? I've been drinking so much water because I don't have any food. I don't feel like I gotta take a piss every 10 minutes. Also very curious on the state of Castbook, because in terms of like just like an interesting project, I suppose they had one, right? The way they engineered their consensus mechanism, very interesting. Especially as someone that comes from a computer science background. Because they're using graph theory to do it, right? For those that don't know what a graph is in computer science, typically it's like nodes connected, and there's a lot of problems that can be broken down into this kind of mannering, and then like there's rules around how these can be connected, etc. Very interesting world up here in terms of just interesting research problems that exist in the world. A lot of them, there's a lot of innovation in graph theory, something that's constantly studied. But anyways, Caspa implemented something related to that and for their consensus mechanism, which makes it very, very fast. Very fast. But I'm not too sure how they're doing these days. Suppose we can put one more on here. Maybe this level. Actually, let me go use the bathroom real quick before I get started on this little rant. The last bit of food I have in my house is this minimum amount of Greek yogurt. Vanilla Greek yogurt, plain, no fruit, no nothing. Damn. Graph theory, yeah, it is very interesting, right? It is very interesting. Very interesting. I think it's one of the, or related to one of the millennia problems as well. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I got a lot of, yeah, here. P versus MP. A lot of, some graph theory questions kind of, are categorized into this. And this is one of those math problems that they, I think they give you, I think it's 7 math problems, yeah. Where they give you 1 million to solve it. You know, problems that were considered, you know, very important to the seeing mathematics and sciences progress. And personally, when I was in school, like graph theory problems were some of the most fun. So that's how you know I'm a nerd. I had fun in school, guys. Which is interesting to learn about, in my opinion. And a lot of applications. A lot. Like things going from like the underlying functionality of like Google Maps to like health related questions or applications to like data storage applications. Like I can go on and on and on about graph theory. Very interesting field. Very interesting. Anyways, in terms of this Caspa chart, let's kind of start working our way through this. How's this doing, by the way? Holding, so far so good. So far so good. In regards to potentially, you know, forming a failed auction at the Valley area low. And in terms of the data, relatively flat, right? Not much to be expected this late at night on a weekend. Anyways, let's get back to it. Where were we? Weekly levels, correct? Actually, I'm curious if anyone knows about what Caspa's up to these days. Let me know. Also, in terms of just having some mind share. Probably look it up myself later, obviously, but you know, help out your boy, right? Help your boy out. I studied computer science in school. In university, to be exact. Both studied it and worked in tech after. Before this trading juice. Before this trading juice, back before the juice was flowing. Eventual weekly level here are missing, it seems like. Something like that. Should probably mark out these levels too, right? I didn't even realize I forgot about these. Because there's not out of the question to revisit that. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I think it's incredibly useful, actually. Actually, good, good human, interesting human. I keep assuming everyone's a male here, because based on the demographics, that's what it's looking like. But I probably shouldn't do that. Just you know, in terms of just a mannerism. But yeah, it's incredibly useful. Computer science is, or any kind of coding experience is incredibly useful for especially for trading. Are you kidding me? You know how much easier it is to like you know how many things I've coded myself to use for this stuff because I can't find it anywhere else. A tremendous amount. A lot of my data analysis I had to code myself. My journaling, I coded it myself. Different kind of indicators I use, coded them myself. See, a lot of use cases actually. The only problem I had was getting data. If you wanted like really granular data that goes back a good amount historically, you have to pay. You have to pay people because like, you can't get it anywhere else. No one just has like 1 minute data on Bitcoin for the past like 5 years online for free. You're just not gonna find it. Especially if you want other data with it as well, right? Like perhaps like what open interest was looking like at the time, or other like interesting pieces of data. And some of them it's not even offered, right? Some places don't even sell it because no one was tracking it. So yeah, like I collect my own data now, at least from when I started creating these tools, and then I found out that this data didn't exist. I have had to been manually collect it myself now, which you know might be useful down the road. We'll see, right? Data is king, as they say. So I might be sitting on a little gold stash in terms of that, but. I would highly suggest that you guys, at the very least, play with ChatGPT, right? In terms of the data analysis. At the very least. Because like, you can literally go to some chart, right? Go to this Bitcoin chart, put it on whatever time frame you want, like 30 minutes, and then just export the chart. And it'll export as far back as your plan on TradingView allows in terms of the data. Or I don't even know if it even goes that far back actually, because I don't think if you exported like a chart like the S&P, it would give you the data back into like the 1900s. I don't know if they allow you to do that. But you can then take that file that this gives you, toss it in ChatGPT, and get it to do some analysis for you. Only basic statistical analysis. You don't even have to know how to do anything yourself. Just give it the spreadsheet. Although if you are going to do that, double check the output it gives you, right? Because you can't really, you're not too sure if it did it correctly or not. So perhaps don't go using it and without even verifying if it's correct. And get yourself wrecked. So far so good, yeah, looking so far so good. Our fake line, useless drawing is so far coming along nicely. Should we just leave it here just in case? Anyways, back to Caspa. Highly doubt we come revisit these levels, to be honest, unless Biddy really nuked. So far seems like a strong, you know, signs of demand here as well on this monthly candle so far. Anyways, I don't think we'll be needing too many levels here in terms of a daily level, yeah? Maybe add one in this area, like right there. We'll do this color green. Boom. Daily. That might be the only one we need, to be honest. Probably this is the only other one. And in terms of imbalances, damn, get this off my screen. Damn! Get off my screen. Okay, interesting. I'm also curious what the tokenomics for this thing, Casper, are looking like. Boom, boom, boom. Most of it's already circulating, so that looks good in that regard. Looks good in that regard. What is Caspa? I don't fucking know. No, I'm kidding. It's L1. It's just an L. It's a new. I wouldn't say new, but it is an L1 that just took a different approach to their consensus mechanism and whatnot, which has resulted in a highly performant L1. And that's all I know about that, right? That's all I know about that. I don't know what kind of applications it supports, if there's anyone using it, etc., etc. But I do know it had a lot of mindshare around this time last year. We'll say like I get not this time, October 2023-ish. Yeah, but about the time that I got into crypto, or in terms of like trading it. It was definitely trending on social media back then. A lot of mindshare back then. And it's like this is when it had like its like real run up, right? That's when it did its first leg. But yeah, and people had apparently, right? It seems like a lot of people were in the know about this thing quite early on. And it kind of makes sense. The idea makes sense, so I can see why. But in terms of a future, like I don't know. I really I couldn't tell you exactly where this Like, where does a token like this fit in? An L1 like this fit in a world with like the Sui and Solanas? Like, is it a competitor or just to serve a different purpose? I'm not too sure. More than anything, I'm just looking to trade, right? I'm just looking to trade more than anything. But yeah, I mean, you can obviously just do your own research if you're very curious. But because right now it seems like we're a bit late on the long on this one, right? Seems like we're a little bit late on this long. Potential shorts up here though, right? Like around this area. Have to be careful though, right? I'd be looking around here, probably. Probably. What's the math looking like on that? Yeah, basically right, the golden pocket, right? Coincidence or math? Because I don't know if I would tolerate any move more to the upside. Personally. Like, this is the node, right? And if you start to close up above that the value area, like where this monthly level is basically, it's quite likely you're going to finish cleaning up all of this, especially with how imbalanced all the volume is up here. So like a line in the sand for bears on this thing, anything right here is probably around here. And in terms of the long, I mean, definitely some potential cleaning to do below, right? We'll just turn off the TPO because it's not particularly necessary at this moment, but yeah, I mean, all this is getting left behind unswept, right? At least this whole thing. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see something like this. Right, the golden pocket again. If not lower, to like retest this. That would be the immediate long I'm looking for, the most aggressive. If not, probably cleaning these levels, because I believe there was a kind of a poor high in this region. Yeah, you can see it with your eye, right? You can just see it with your eyes, guys. Don't even need all these indicators and tools and whatnot. Also, coincidentally, where both the poor lows are. Yeah, definitely keeping those in mind, right? These kind of zones. So let's set some alarms for that, yeah? We'll put an alarm here. And then we'll set one lower if this one goes off and this doesn't seem like the long to take, right? If it looks like it wants to go lower, and then we'll set another one down there. In terms of the shorts, I'm expecting to at least have this single print clean if I'm going to take it personally. Maybe we reject at this 0.5 weekly level. Curious how the oscillators are looking in that regard. Because that might be the trade right there, actually. And you can kind of see it potentially starting to form already. Like, it's losing some momentum. Like, we're making a little wedge here. Wedging up as we approach this weekly level. So if we were to extend these, it's pretty damn spot on as far as fucking patterns go, right? Right. But obviously that's no reason to take a trade or not take a trade, right? Just some random lines that we've drawn on our chart. Let's try and be a bit more data driven than that. That might be it though. To be honest, because there's some pretty big divs even on the 4 hour. What are these lower or higher time frames looking like? And there's gonna be some pretty even yeah from the daily. Like we're already seeing it up here, right? These are already diverging from like this level. And even this one, if we start to come up all the way here on the daily in this zone, these will probably be diverting as well. Interesting. So yeah, potential short definitely brewing, but this one will definitely be a bit more of a data-driven one when we get there. I'm not gonna jump the gun on that. I'll put an alarm here though. As we start to approach the bottom of this value node with this weekly level, you know, if we start to see this wedge, this rising wedge, resolve itself around here, potential short, right at the 0.5. I think that covers both sides on this thing, yes? I believe so. So obviously like one, next one would be up here. Not look a clean of this stuff. Maybe even like do this. Anyways, as per usual, lots of opportunities, right? Like any of these charts, it's always the same story. There's always opportunities cooking on both sides. Just a matter of what they give you. You know what I'm saying? Check out this yogurt though, by the way. Fire. Fire. What do you mean by diverging? Oscillator divergence? Divergences? Should we just toss this on the good old Google? Is this a good image? Sure. Right? Sure. Essentially, it's when price and the oscillator are diverging, right? I don't know. Oh, I was looking at the image wrong. I'm like, what the fuck? This shit's wrong. I was about to say. But yeah, like see how price is making lower lows here and then higher highs in the oscillator. Or here it's like flat while this is increasing, or here it's flat while it's decreasing. Like essentially, I'll screenshot this actually so I can draw on it. Like this is one pair to be looking at, and then this is the next, and this is the next. Like basically these 3 pairs. So one's like declining, one's even, and one's what are we saying here? What? Damn, I'm confusing myself now. Damn. Why do they have these two? Anyways, this weak one is quite odd. But anyways, like this is one for that has the oscillator flat, but I don't think too many people dabble with that one. Or at least in this configuration. But yeah, like so, like in the case of a bull div, right? The oscillator is making higher highs while this is making lower lows, and there's different implications for that depending on what oscillator you're using exactly, because each oscillator obviously represent something different depending on which ones you use. But typically it means there's some kind of absorption going on of whatever the oscillator measures, right? So like in the bullish case, like price is making lower lows while the oscillator makes higher lows. And in terms of bear divs, it's the other way around, right? Price is making higher highs while the oscillators are making lower lows. And I think an easier way to think about them is to ignore, like, don't worry about like the line squiggling or not, right? Just think of it in straight lines. Suppose price is going up, right? And you have like CVD pointing downwards. So we'll say this is P, and we'll say this is CVD. So cumulative volume delta, right? Which is measuring the ratio of market buys to market sells. So if prices are going up, and this thing is trending downwards, then what is that telling you? It's telling you that as the price increases, and in reality they're overlaid, so let's just do the overlaid, right? P and CVD. Probably do it on a blank sheet. Yeah, it's open paint. We'll just clean this up real quick. Come back later. But over here, so you have price going up, CVD going down. At the same time, right? In unison. What is that telling you? As price is increasing, there's more and more people selling more aggressively. So suppose that price is some moving object that's moving through space and time. It's indicating that this is happening, that there's curvature to the movement. Basically. Same thing in the other way around, right? So this was the case that we just drew of a bear div. But in case of a bull div, price is going down, and then in this case, let's say CVD is increasing. So when you plot these together, what's happening? As price goes lower, people are starting to buy more and more aggressively. So again, there's a divergence occurring between price and what the oscillator is representing, whatever it may be. And if you want the TLDR, like a quick answer, just when these things are diverging from the price, when an oscillator diverges from the price. I'm not thinking of anything else. Like, I mean, obviously do your own research this stuff. Understand the math, right? Understand the math behind why these things form, etc., etc. Also, don't trade blindly based on divergences, because, or at least without doing the math on them. So not only understand the math of how all these oscillators and whatnot work, right? Understand the math of what's happening when they diverge, like why is it that these divergences occur? And then two, make sure that you test these divergences if you're going to trade off of them, right? Like, don't be going to trade a chart and then seeing a bull div form, right? And then take the trade because this is your edge, the bull div, without testing if bull divs actually work or not. Because for all you fucking know, you open that chart and on the 30-minute time frame that you're trading on, the past like 30 bull divs, like 5 of them have worked. Right? So extremely low probability of success, and you're trading it thinking that it's like a reversal, an amazing reversal indicator. So definitely take the time to nerd out, in my opinion. Boom, boom, boom. Also, something I like to do, right? Some alpha, some low-key alpha for anyone that's hanging out at these hours. In regards to CBD specifically, at least, I like to use volume candles. So like these candles, for instance, right? We are on the 4-hour chart, so every candle represents 4 hours. What I like to do is I use volume candles. So each candle represents a certain segment of volume, and then I calculate the CBD based off of that, because each candle has a uniform amount of volume in it, so it gives you like a more consistent CBD read on the CBD. If you want some Loki juice, that was it, right? And if you go collect the data on the divergences that form on the CBD with volume candles versus traditional candles, like the time-based ones like these, there's a noticeable statistical difference in the effectiveness of both. That's all I'm gonna say on that. I'll leave that for you guys for homework, you know? For those that really want to juice. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, now we're done with this Caspa chart, right? Done with this Caspa chart for now. Let's move on to the next thangity thing over here we gotta do. Also, damn, I'm gonna be going to bed soon. 7 a.m. Damn. Goddamn. I mean, Pepe I already talked about, but let me just set my alarm to make sure, right? We'll leave it like that. I don't think this needs too many levels. Actually, although let's just take a look though, because I'm curious. So far, it seems like I'm very curious to see if we sweep this or not. Because there's a lot of room to the upside, right? So suppose that this is the low where we are right now. We're not gonna miss a whole lot of getting in literally right now versus like up here, right? Like obviously in terms of like maximizing every point of percentage, the better entry obviously doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, since you don't fucking absolutely need it, let's not be too greedy, right? At the risk of being wrong and losing money. We are presented with opportunities every day, multiple actually, across various different sectors and markets, right? Not just crypto. So there's really no need to try and like shoehorn your way into like a bad or mediocre trade when you can just wait for a high quality setup to present itself. No need. Right? Like, let's say you have $100 to spend and you go to the mall and you are prepared to spend $100. Like you're committed to it. Like someone tells you like, look, you have to buy. If you want to spend this $100, we're burning it. Are you gonna go to the mall and buy whatever? Like let's say you have to buy a wallet, right? Are you gonna go buy any fucking wallet you can find, or are you gonna try and at least find like a nice quality $100 wallet? If you're gonna use the money, you might as well get the quality one, right? Same thing with fucking trading. If you're dedicated, made a decision that you're gonna spend some money on a trade, why not fucking spend it on a good one? What was next? Sure, we'll do stacks. We will do stacks. STX stacks. What is stacks? It's an L2 on Biddy, right? To kind of bring smart contracts onto Biddy, essentially. Essentially. Although I don't know how, this is one of those projects that have like a ridiculously high valuation in terms of cost per user. Like up there with Cardano type of thing. So not sure where this thing lies on the food chain, or in terms of having a future or not. But again, just looking for potentially beat up charts with trades presenting themselves, right? Because these things have a lot of room to run. Fucking 100% just to make it to this fucking lower high. Like, I'm not even talking all-time highs. I'm not concerned with that. If I get into a long from here, I'm gonna be out of here by the time it gets up here probably. Like I'll have maybe a little bit left running, if that. Because you have to pay fees, right? You have to account for the funding fees. Also, I don't know how much of a hope a project like this has down the road. I mean, it seems like an interesting use case, right? Smart contracts on Bitcoin would be quite useful. I don't know if anyone's using it, right? I don't know if anyone's using it, or perhaps there's a better solution being built. Or maybe some people don't give a F about smart contracts on Bitcoin, right? I don't know if some people give up. I'm kind of eyeing this one, to be honest. I think it's both these lines kind of like have interactions, right? Let's stick with the one near the volume. And when I say that, I mean like this volume node. Okay, whatever. Good enough, right? Don't need to be pixel perfect. These things are treated as regions. Let's do red. Let's do dark red. God damn. That seems good enough. That seems good enough. Damn. Maybe we'll put one here. I think we're missing one more. Perhaps a bit unnecessary, but we'll put it anyways. Something there, perhaps. I feel like we should have a level here, but like, let's probably just not, just ignore it, right? Kind of right in the middle of the point of control. And perhaps the same can be said for this monthly level. That's okay. I think that's okay like this, yeah. Let me write this down because I'm curious. Yeah, this level is a little sus, right? Something about that level is kind of throwing me off. Which one was it? Hmm. I don't know if we should keep this level. Or perhaps put it a bit lower. Okay, we'll keep it in mind. We'll keep it in mind. I mean, same story as most alts, yeah. A lot of imbalances to the upside. Or posture to roll over to a lower, higher time frame volume level. How's the open interest looking on this thing? Out of curiosity. Damn. Interesting. Interesting one here. The aggregated funding rate is in the red right now. Like quite a substantial amount from the looks of it. Not on Belo though, so why is that? We have a price, we have some data discrepancy going on here. I suppose Velo is just the Binance chart that I'm looking at, so interesting. Interesting. Interesting chart here, right? Interesting chart here. So this is one of the few charts where we don't have too many higher time frame levels around. Like regardless of where we place this monthly one, it's kind of irrelevant, right? Like whether it's down here or not. Still quite a ways away to this weekly level. And we nuke down through this and pump through this. So there's really not much historical volume here. So there's no like real even daily levels up here, right? First time we touched the zone, we just swept in and swept out. Nuked down this time, pumped up this time. Wicked here, and then nuked down again. So there's a large volume gap here. Interesting. Interesting, right? I'm just looking to see if there's any like higher time frame like divs, hidden bull divs, stacking with like lower time frame regular divs, right? Speaking of divergences, right? I'm on the lookout for them right now. Looks like we're gonna miss this one potentially. Although to be honest, if this thing's gonna continue higher, because there's a lot to click even right here, right? There's a lot of action I'd imagine up here. The thing is, I don't have open interest data for this. But if the funding rate aggregated is negative, interesting. Interesting, right? Another one of those interesting charts. Why does the funding rate matter? Because it tells you who's getting paid, right? It tells you who's getting paid to be in the trade. Like for instance, the other day, right? We were looking at WIF. We were looking at WIF down when it was down here, and I talked about this at the very start of this stream. If you want to rewind it, but when the price was down here, the last stream I had on Thursday, the last thing I talked about when I streamed on Thursday was getting into a long on WIF around this area, right? I was waiting to see if it changed structure here on like the higher time frames. I think it was the 4 hour I was waiting for, or maybe like one of the like 2 hours or something like that. I don't recall exactly, but the point is that like at this point in time, WIP was looking pretty bottomed out for various reasons, which you can go back and watch the video for. But not only that, but the funding was negative, right? When price was up here, the funding was negative, and even way up top here. So like think about it, like this chart was looking bottomed out, right? Beat up, even on the daily. Like even like on the daily, how the RSI and whatnot was looking, right? It was looking cooked, looking cooked. And the funding was negative, so you were getting paid to long a lot, by the way, not a small amount. You're getting paid a lot because it was extremely skewed to the downside of the funding. As this squeeze was already happening, right? On the lower time frames, it was already happening. And you were getting paid to get in on the action. So yeah, funding matters. There are a lot of people that sit around and that is their primary way of filtering trades by looking at the funding rate. Because it's a balancing thing, right? So when people notice you're getting paid a shit ton to take the opposite position, even if it's a losing trade, they'll do it. They'll do it, guys. And that was why I took this. Like, first and foremost, this trade was just looking like a trade regardless. So even if the funding rate was like not doing anything of what I just talked about, I still would have been taking this trade anyways, right? Like at a key level, same thing that we're talking about on Biddy right now, right? Same kind of thing we're talking about right here. It was already happening here, and this is happening on a higher time frame. And there's a bunch of imbalances to the upside. So like the funding is the cherry on top. It's like, what? I'm getting paid to take a trade out we're taking anyways? What? Of course I'm taking that shit. Of course. Potentially the same thing cooking over here. Although this does not look the same on the daily. This is more of the typical altcoin chart right now. Yeah, definitely a potential cooker here, but let's just kind of make sure we get this funding data correct, because I'm curious to know, right? Okay, if that's gonna be part of the edge in our trade, probably make sure it's correct. What is this move looking like? Not the biggest of juicers, but not the biggest of juicers. But potential juicer nonetheless. Anyways, let's set an alarm for this. Also even for a short, right? Kind of similar to the chart we just looked at. Like a 0.5 short potentially brewing on this thing. Like clean these highs, tap this single print, then reverse. Or even up to here, right? A lot of short opportunities here as well, right? You got this, you got this, you got all of this, you got this as well, right? Got a lot of areas of interest for shorts on this one. And for the long, yeah, like, we'll see. May have missed it, but we'll see. I mean, this chart is forming one of these. But I mean, what that means is this chart is primed to get swept before continuation, right? At least the threat is looming of that. I don't know if that you get that though. I was just looking on like the medium time frame. Because I'm also a little suspicious, right? That this thing on the daily, it broke past like our monthly level. We'll see. We'll set some alarms. How about that? A bit too late to join this long now, in my opinion. Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, in terms of like a higher time frame trade, no, obviously it's not too late. But if I was trying to take like a high leverage entry, I think it's too late. I'm just thinking where I would want to be getting in at that point. How's all this looking? Yeah, I guess we'll see, right? I suppose we'll see on this one. The thing is that if this thing lost the monthly level like this, I don't know how strong I would feel about wanting to long at that point. Anyways, we'll put an alarm, right? Put an alarm down here in case it starts to clean a little bit lower. It might have missed the potential long on this one, and especially if it starts to run. On the shorts, I mean, where was all this stuff? Probably looking somewhere up here first and foremost. I don't think we'd be taking this one. Like a little dangerously close to this volume gap at this point if we start to come up here. You know, at that point she might just run off on you. So perhaps not the safest of shorts to take, in my opinion. Yeah, hard to say, hard to say. I feel like if you don't get a short relatively soon to clean these lows, like somewhere around here perhaps. So one of these. I probably wouldn't be short, like... Here's the thing, the closer that we get up here, up towards this zone, the less I want to short it. Basically. And once we do get up into this area, I'm just gonna be looking at the data, right? We'll set an alarm now. And we'll ignore this like kind of ding dong mashup here, right? We'll just say whatever. If it starts to pump, we'll start to be on the lookout for a short. So we'll put an alarm there for now. And at that point, it's going to be on the lookout for you know, signs of exhaustion, signs of weakness on the way up. So at some point, it is going to finish cleaning whatever it's going to clean, and then kind of correct. So not only will we have the short in terms of when it does decide to stop cleaning up to the upside, But then we'll be able to get into a long later, right? Once it does correct, we can get on the pullback whenever that's over, and it's done cleaning the downside, wherever that may be. And like, to be honest, like this alarm might be a little bit too much breathing room, because there's a world where we can easily come up here and clean this or clean this, right? Or maybe even this. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm willing to. We'll put one here. How about that? Because to me, this is like another one of those line in the sand zones, right? Because once you lose this on any meaningful time frame, then like it's quite likely they're gonna come up here. So we'll lower the alarm a little bit. If we miss this short, so be it. I don't care. I don't care to watch stacks enough to take this lower time frame short. Fuck it. If it happens, so be it. If anyone's trading that, good for you, I suppose, right? I'm happy for you. But personally, I'd rather have my attention on this thingy thing over here. And just use these alts as like higher, you know, when Biddy does a high time frame move, get in on these higher time frame moves on the alts. Like, I'm not necessarily interested in day trading these the way I trade Biddy, especially with how much data I'm missing for some of them. What else do we have left? Duton? I mean, what? Yeah, I was considering Duton next anyways, so I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Is this the full chart though? That's the question. So like a V shape and go. Okay, this one has more history, so I guess we'll just go with this, yeah? Yeah, but Ton's pretty cool one, right? I don't know how well researched you are on it, but I don't use Telegram, but from what I hear, things popping off in other regions. Things good enough, yeah? I think that's good enough. Only thing about Ton that I'm concerned with, and why I don't own any, because I was prepared to get into Ton early. But at first it wasn't offered in the exchanges where I could buy it. And then when it finally was, you know, I'd heard someone talking about the potential for Ton being banned in certain regions, right? Same way that the TikTok got banned. So I don't know, like, where Ton's future is in that regard, right? Because that is a very real threat, clearly, based on what we've seen happen with TikTok. I don't know if it's the same circumstances around that. Which is something worth noting for those that maybe don't know. Good enough, yeah? Yeah. I don't know if I like this one. I think this is better. The CEO got arrested for Toncoin. That's old, isn't it? Are you talking about the thing in France? I think that's quite old, isn't it? Yeah, I think it was in. Yeah, it's, my boy. That was in August. That's something new happened recently. I don't see anything on the news. Also, I'm not sure what that was even about anyways. I'll have to kind of like brush up on that story. Actually, let's just kind of go check right now, right? This looks good, yeah? And probably... something like that. Related to charges based on criminal I can't even read. He was arrested in France on charges related to alleged criminal activities facilitated through the Telegram messaging platform. So people committed crime through Ton, I suppose. Doesn't necessarily seem like that's his fault, so I can imagine it's probably not going to, or that's why he got out of jail, right? Probably just questioned and then let free to do whatever. I mean, like, well, what is he gonna do about that, right? Like, it's not his fault necessarily. Unless he's like not complying with them. I guess like, perhaps they asked him for information, they did not comply, perhaps. Although I don't even know if that's even a reason to arrest them, right? You can't just force people to give information over, I suppose, you know? Obviously a very contextual, a lot of contextual information we're missing here. As far as Ton goes though, on the chart. Very flat, right? Ever since the balance, very flat. Interesting. And we're seeing like some divergences forming, right? Very clearly, even on the medium time frame, like medium to higher time frame. Interesting. What a weird chart, right? Interesting. I mean, yeah, I'm not really. I'm going to put an alarm above or below, because right now I'm not particularly interested in a trade on this thing, right? kind of sitting smack dab in the middle of this volume node. So until we clean one side or the other and get some kind of idea on what's going on here, probably not looking to trade this thing when there's other opportunities that are way better, like we just talked about. So we don't have to worry too much about that one. How's Biddy doing, by the way? Hanging out, chilling up here still. And yeah, if there's anyone else wants any coins to check out, because I don't think there's too many left on this list that I care to do right now. And if not, I'm probably going to be going to bed pretty soon. It is 7:30 a.m. my time. I've been awake for like, I don't even know. I don't even know how long. Almost 24 hours. Should we look at this too, in case we got potential? We should definitely do this one, right? Because this one's looking like Pepe, kind of, right? Right. Looking pretty damn similar to Pepe, actually. Look, chart barely changed on this side. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, same kind of story brewing here as Pepe, right? Set up for potentially one major last sweep down before a huge reversal. If they're gonna give us it. I'm also very interested to know what happened over here, right? I'm guessing there must have been some short squeeze or nowhere, like funding rate related. Because that is quite the move, right? 40% move out of nowhere. Look at Shiba Inu. Sure. Well, let me do this first, and then we'll kind of circle back to that. Well, you know, I'll try to do this one pretty quick, right? I won't really talk about trade plans too much. I'll just set my levels, set some alarms, and kind of go from there, right? Right. Kind of liking this one a little bit better. Thing is that this one captures like all these candles, right? So I'm sure in the lower time frames it'd be looking a bit better. But we'll do this, and we'll fill in this lower one with the weekly levels and whatnot. And we'll leave this kind of in the middle to capture these wicks, yeah? Yeah? And then we'll check out your Shiba Inu. Although I am curious, is that still like a trending coin? Is that still like a trending meme coin or whatnot? Because yeah, I haven't I've not come across this thing in a while, right? You know, I don't know too many people talking about Shiba Inu. Oh, we'll put a daily level down there. How about that? And here we'll put this. Bum, 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 bum. And we'll put this at the wick just to give it a little bit of space, and put at the top of this a node. Yeah, it's quite popular. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the chart's saying, right? See if the chart agrees with your opinion. But like, I mean, I'm just kidding, right? Like, I'm sure it looks probably the same as all the other meme charts, right? Probably just beat up, waiting to catch a bid. Maybe a touch higher. Good enough. Yeah, I think that works, right? That works well enough. Probably one more down here somewhere. I think that should do for the most part. Maybe another one in here. This is a bit of a harder one. You know, we'll get rid of this one, yeah? I don't think we want this second daily one here. And if anything, yeah, that should be fine, to be honest. Should be fine, to be honest. And we'll do one more right down there just in case. And then one last one, bang. Bump, 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 bump. I mean, damn. This thing, you know, dangerous territory, right? For any long-term holders of AOs, I'd at least for the medium term, you definitely want to see this weekly level down here hold, right? If we do come lower, you want this to be a tap and go. Because if not, then like you're probably coming to these lower nodes, and at that point that's like another, you know, 30, 40, 50% drop from here. a little scary. We have seen a large spike in volume down here though, which is nice, right? A nice change of hands occurring that we just witnessed there. How are the weeklies looking? Approaching a crossover here on the weekly relatively soon. Yeah, I would not be surprised. I'm definitely sending an alarm for this. Definitely sending an alarm for this sweep down here. Because I'm definitely going to be looking to get into this potentially. Both spot and leverage trades. Because this thing has juice to run. And as far as this cycle goes, I'm not looking too bad so far, right? Higher highs? So far, higher lows. And even if this one comes down and it sweeps these lows, it's still a higher low. So generally one of the stronger looking charts in terms of this cycle. Low key, low key. Low key. But let's drill into the lower time frames now, yeah? Kind of see what's cooking here in terms of you know, time-based imbalances. Damn. God damn. Interesting. Very interesting chart, right? Let's kind of compare this to some of the other ones real quick. Like, yeah, a lot of charts kind of like this, like have this kind of going on, right? Where this low was lost. Which is this, right? But this one's like threatening to sweep the next set of lows. Whereas a lot of these other charts are not postured in that manner. Like, some are obviously, but actually I guess it's not particularly fair statement. I guess a couple of them are. Injective already did it as well, right? And this triple tap already got it, so where my alarms on this thing go, by the way? I'll just set an alarm here and here. Come back to this later potentially, but yeah, there's definitely potential on this thing, right? Curious to see what the open interest and whatnot is looking like on this guy. And let's look at Biddy, by the way. I mean, the second thing had divergences, obviously, right? On like these like 12-hour time frames and whatnot, but it's already like played out potentially. I mean, we see like the structure change going on here in terms of like at least this and this, and broke those highs. Has yet to lose the low as well, so I guess that's a good sign, but it's dangerously close. With all this below, a little sus. A little sus. But yeah, I mean, so kind of bouncing off these monthly levels pretty spot on, right? Came back below, tagged it again. I'm definitely very curious as well to see. Let's do some math, yeah? This will be a very interesting one to look at actually, because if this holds this and starts to move up, like this might be the low in regards to taking some of the higher stuff. So I'm gonna put an alarm up here just in case. And then we'll put one to come back to the stuff below. Realistically, probably a clean of this. But we'll put one here just in case it, you know, it does one of these. You know, but think cleans this stuff and then goes. And in terms of the imbalances, what are we looking at here? Yeah, single print to the upside, right? So like definitely some potential confluence building in regards to that thing. Going up right now. And then same as the most other alts, right? Kind of just nuked real fast, so obviously there's a lot of imbalance to the upside because of that. But also dangerous. Someone's a little dangerous, right? A little dangerous. Because not only do we have this like whole like looking at a little sus on the low time frame. You have the exact same thing on the higher time frame. So, and it's look how close by these are. And then obviously like the, you know, the typical short trade setups, like the same as that we've been talking about on all the other coins. It's the same applies, right? Same thing applies to all these coins. Same way of identifying these levels of interest, same way of identifying potential shorts, etc., etc. And we do need to go look at that Shiba chart, correct? Assuming you're still here. Or else I'm not gonna bother, but I'm gonna go take a leak real quick, and if you come back and you've written something in there, then yeah, I'll take a look at Shiba Inu. But yeah, I mean, right away, obviously the guy beats shorts potentially brewing on this thing. If we were to go up first, probably like this would be like the first area, right? Probably the second. And this one's a little dangerous at this point because now you're inching towards this stuff. So it depends on how it's looking coming into these zones. But yeah, I mean, obviously, and I'm sure if we do some math on some of this, we'll just do it there. Book. This would be a very aggressive short if we are to use this kind of fib logic, right? I think it dropped a lot quite fast. Damn. Damn. Yeah, I mean something like that, right? And honestly, this is kind of what you want to see, to be honest. This is being a 382, because this is like another one of those situations where it's like a line in the sand, right? These kind of places are lines in the sand, where it's like if you lose these levels, then you're probably just gonna lose the upside ones at that point as well. So if bears are gonna hold this, it better be around here, right? So that'd be the first area I'd be looking for. Just to kind of clean up this stuff, clean up this cluster over here at the weekly level with some poor highs. You know, maybe come tap the single print at the 0.5 and go back. But yeah, if you start to spend time up here, I probably wouldn't be interested until like these higher level sweeps, and maybe even like higher, depending on how things are looking. But we'll see, right? We'll see, because there are many ways to get up here, and that's a ways away from now. So we have a better idea. There's no point speculating on like a million different possibilities, because there are a million different possibilities. So it's just kind of wasted time, right? Wasted mental capacity doing that. A monitor was dirty. And now let me get the Shiba Inu ready, right? Shiba Inu. And we'll look at this thing when I come back, right? I just want to get a good feel for it before I go to the bathroom, what this is looking like. Damn. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. Go to the bathroom real quick. And look for something to eat. Look for something to snack on real quick. It won't be long though. It'll be a couple minutes. Let me go to the bathroom first, clean my hands, and then we'll deal with this food situation and whatnot. Also, by the way, what are you looking for here, right? Are you swing trading this, leverage trading this? Are you a spot player? Are you scalping this on the 1 minute? Like, what are you cooking with on this thing? Or what are you trying to do? So give me a better idea of what to how to answer your question, right? Yeah, I'll be right back. Damn. I want to listen to some music, guys. I want to listen to some music. I might just say this copyright shit and put on some music. Also, let me set an alarm. I do have some things I need to do, and it's now the morning, right? So we've essentially nerded out the whole night like degenerates. That's okay because it's a long weekend. I do need to set some more alarms though. I do have to do some things. Let me set that, turn this off. Get back to this. In terms of this Shiba Inu, and what did you say? Okay, I think we're good, yeah? And you said the hourly, correct? If I'm not mistaken. Okay. The hourly on Shiba Inu. Just kind of get a feel for how things are looking on the higher time frames first, and then we'll check that out. Also, out of curiosity, how is this looking? Looks like it's going lower, right? Finally going lower potentially. Finally approaching these targets potentially. I'm been waiting all night for this. God damn, we had these alarms set for like goddamn 4 or 5 hours. God damn. God damn. God damn. Might need to potentially start to like consider entering this trade, right? We've been waiting for this for a while. Haven't been keeping track of the data lately though. A lot of bottom shorts opening right now, so the confluence is building. We'll see if these longs get closed out here or not. Let me actually open that on this monitor over here so I can see. Because I don't want to miss this trade because I'm yapping about fucking Shiba Inu. Right? So we'll put this over here. Actually, I have the alarm, so we don't have to actually worry too much about this right now. But in terms of this chart on first glance, I'm not looking the hottest, right? I mean, I guess it is showing signs of life. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Probably this, yeah, this one's looking like the best. I'd say so. Whoops. I'd say so. I mean, we won't even do these, right? These are getting lost, like, not looking too hot for you, is it? Just saying. But yeah, it should be good, yeah? Maybe we move this weekly level down to like around here. So kind of, we aren't sitting in the middle of the node, right? Something like this. Yeah, yeah, we can settle with this, yeah. Okay, I think that looks better. In terms of the daily, drives you crazy how I use the different colors on every chart. Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? My bad, my bad, my bad. Yeah, I'm just picking the colors as they go, right? I don't really, I don't really care. Don't really care too much. Yeah, but ideally probably a little more uniform. Yeah, I do agree with you on that. I won't lie about that. I don't think we need too many more, right? Probably one in here somewhere. The question is where. Kind of just look at the more recent volume, yeah. Good enough. Good enough. Obviously, as usual, check the data on these things, right? Check the data on these things. You said the hourly, yeah? The hourly. Just check out what the situation's looking like. I mean, like, the chart's near the bottom, right? So, like, obviously we know the most imbalances that are here are to the upside. The question is this chart going to recover from the bottom? I don't know anything about Shiba Inu, meme or not, etc. So it's obviously on you to do your own due diligence, etc., etc. Which I'm hoping you've done at this point. Unlike most coins, this one did not leave too many volume gaps on the way down. In terms of single prints, at least. Like, yes, obviously there's volume gaps, but and the other thing is that you can't really, like, you know, I probably shouldn't even be asking people that question because it can be a bit misleading, right? Saying like, oh, what time frame are you trading on, etc. Because there really is no, right? They all work together, right? Like when I'm trading this, like Biddy for example, I'm looking at everything, right? I'm looking at the 1, the 5, the 30, the hourly, the 4 hour. Like I'm checking them nonstop because they all flow into one another, right? Right. So realistically, even though yeah, you're trading this in the hourly, you should probably be looking at it on different time frames. So let's do that. Same story as kind of the last few we've seen, right? Kind of just doing one of these. Clearly a little bit late for the long. I would personally, right away just from looking at this, I'd probably, if I'm looking at along this, I'm probably waiting to see if this gets clean, especially with this thing starting to roll over, right? Suppose that Biddy comes down to here to get this cluster at the 966. So like right here. Right? If we come tap that and go, well this thing's probably for sure gonna clean some of this garbage. So, let's kind of draw a fib here. Boom, 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 boom. It's like right away. You know, naked point of control, right? The golden pocket with some poor lows right above it, and the volume point of control is right there. So don't be surprised at all see something like that. Maybe even come down and clean that, or maybe even come down and clean this, right? These are all areas of interest, right? Maybe we just come clean this. I'm just looking at the oscillators in terms of divergences forming. I mean, yeah, you'd have some divs start to form, right? On the 4 hour, if it starts to roll over more, like towards this region. So yeah, definitely be waiting for this to go a little lower. I would not be entering the long right now, right? It's a little late. Agree or disagree that it's potentially a little late for the long on this one, right? If this is the value area high, we're basically right there, right? So a little late for the long. You know, first one was probably the nuke. Second one was probably the retest of this weekly level, and you missed both. So at this point, I'd be waiting to see if they come back and clean some of this stuff on the downside. And if they don't, if it goes upwards, then you're gonna have to wait, right? You're gonna just have to wait at that point. If you're looking to long, obviously a short will present itself before then. Yeah, I mean that's really the only way I'm looking at it, right? I'll wait to see if we clean lower. And if I'm only taking along, then I'm waiting to see if we flip these higher time frame levels, right? Like if we do like a bullish retest of this, like let's say we clean this stuff and then reject here and come lower, then I'd be looking to enter at the top of this value node somewhere, right? Depending on how this price action is looking and where the imbalances are that have been formed on the way up, I'd be looking to enter on the pullback of this specific move, right? Wherever this may go, and then it stops at some point. That pullback is where I'm gonna like draw my fib, or I would be doing it, wherever your swing low is, and then looking for confluence between your levels, between some math, between the volume, etc. I'm looking to get in there, right? Looking to get in there. But you know that's just me and the way I trade. So you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. It just seems like a lot of these balances are pretty and it's the same as most alts, right? Obviously, I don't know how long you've been watching for tonight. You've been chatting a few times, probably for a decent amount now. So if you've been paying attention, you know that some alts are not looking like others in regards to this price action, right? Right. Like look at this on the 4 hour compared to like what were we just looking at? Shiba. Like very different, right? I was looking on the daily. Yeah, maybe we retest this level. But anyways, well, we'll just keep on the 30 because it's essentially the same as looking at the hourly, right? There's not gonna be a huge difference between those two. And the TPO is set to default for the 30 minutes, so we'll keep it on here just for the sake of keeping these settings accurate that are being displayed. clearly a strong reaction off the monthly level, right? As with most alts, they've all share this similar commonality. And the question is simply remains at this point, like, does it clean lower, right, before continuing higher, or not, Is it Biddy finally going? And answer that question before I switch over to pay more attention to Biddy. Just going to depend on S&P and Bitcoin, right? S&P primarily, Bitcoin second. So yeah, personally, in terms of the long, I'll be patient. This is not the time, in my opinion. At least until it's like. Some of the stuff lower gets cleaned. Like if this starts to come lower right now, as it looks like it's doing, and start to come clean some of this stuff, then yeah, like the opportunity is probably going to present itself for a long on this Shiba Inu coin. Probably most alts, right? Because most alts all look the same thing, and they all just track Biddy. They all just track Biddy. So generally, you know, you have to accept that if you're trading alts, you are trading Bitcoin, which means that you're trading the S&P. Right now, Bitcoin looks like it wants lower, which is good for you, right? And if you're looking to get into a long, this is what I want to see. I want to see Bitcoin come down, clean up whatever it has to clean up down here. Obviously, we talked about the main target being this region, and then potentially reverse and clean the upside. Because I can tell you right now that we have left a lot of high leverage shorts open here. Right, there are a lot of shorts opened up here with very high leverage that we never got liquidated. And we're just leaving a bunch of untapped highs, right? Like untapped, right? So whenever this move does finish to the downside, we're probably gonna pump up pretty quickly back in reverse. You know what I'm saying? Are you good? Is that good? To be honest, and honestly, I kind of would have wanted to short this thing, to be honest. Yeah, this may have been a good short up here. Yeah, wow. Even on the 4-hour, it already had divergences in this area. Top of the value node, and they even gave you, that's a thing. If you didn't get in on the initial one, they even gave you the bearish retest of the value area high. So yeah, it's like a woman pretty free short, right? But yeah, I mean that's my TLDR for you, right? Kind of watch the sweep of this stuff and see how low they want to take it, and don't forget about this level, right? And this level. Do not forget, right? Do not forget about a world where Bitcoin goes lower from here on the higher time frames. Do not get caught off guard with that. So one, manage your risk, right? If you do enter a long after a clean of this or whenever, manage your risk always with every single trade. It shouldn't have to be stated, but we're going to say anyway, so people that don't know. And yeah, just keep this in mind, right? Because I think a lot of people that I've talked to, Yeah, they underestimate the volatility of alts, right? Especially something like this. And like moves that you would look at a typical like chart, like Apple or mm, like Microsoft, etc. Right? Like any like major company, Coca-Cola, etc. Like planning for a move like from year to year, like a 50% drop in a short window, like a period of time, is like pretty, you know, not normal, not normal, right? So if you're not prepared for this volatility, then that can catch people off guard, right? Especially for how unusual this kind of price action is compared to what people are used to in regular stock market and whatnot. Like minus 60% in 2 months, and then like rips hundreds of percent in a few days or a few weeks. So like we could be back down at this monthly level in like a week, and then back up at this daily level or this monthly level in like another week. So I don't know if this is like most other than meme coins, but those things send, right? Those things when the market is sending, those things are sending the hardest. Sending the hardest. It's part of the reason why I've been planning some of those more than anything. And I took this whiff trade already. I got juice on this whole thangity thing. And there's a reason why I was eyeing Bobcat, right? Because these things, first of all, were beat up to shit, and second of all, the meme coins send the hardest, right? Up until now, when the market's really fucking pumping for real, these things send the fucking hardest. You just have to be careful because they also nuke the hardest, right? When risk enters the market, what's the first thing you want to get rid of? Fucking meme coins. Like maybe not, maybe that is not as applicable for something like Doge or maybe even this Shiba Inu one that you're talking about, because those have been around for a while. But like a lot of these newer memes, of course it's the first thing people are selling. People that know what they're doing, right? Because these things are like most meme coins have like a temporal aspect to them, right? They're a meme about something like in the moment. So like if the market nukes and then like a month or two passes, is that meme from like Harambe, for example, right? Like when that shit was happening, it was crazy, right? Everyone fucking knew about Harambe. But nowadays, like, does anyone fucking care about Harambe or any Harambe meme coin like that? No. So you have to be careful of that with all of these all these memes. They might go to zero and not come back. Like if you have that fear over regular alts, right, that are actual projects doing stuff in the real world, you should definitely have that fear over memes. But are you good? Are you good on the plans? I don't think there's much much really talk about, right? Bum 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 bum. Interesting. Interesting. We are seeing divs in the 30-minute now too, right? It's 11 minutes till this thing closes. Although I don't know. Shout out to our level, by the way. Pink again. Keep in mind that this purple line is where CME closed, so CME resumes not that far at this point. Like when does CME resume? 9 hours. So there's only 9 hours of wiggle room here in terms of potentially coming to sweep below or above before this resumes. Boom, 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 boom. And also the other thing is, like, suppose that the way I'm looking at this right now, this probably should have been, like, if we were to come sweep these lows and then reverse and go up, it probably would have been in this sequence of price action, correct? Because this got everything, right? Except this stuff. And this barely changed that statement. Yeah, it barely touched even this wick, let alone this one. And the same is for all the derivatives that we just looked at. So the fact that we're still down here, right? The fact that we are still down here after that. Makes me a little suspicious, right? Because knowing that the main target is here makes me a little suspicious. But we'll see. We'll see, right? We will see. Because the other thing is, not only would this move down have cleared out all this, then we also had the potential to do like a failed auction, right, at the value area low. And not only did we not flip it, but now we've broken structure to the downside twice again. Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right? Then the day, if it's gonna go up, it's gonna go up. In terms of the data, let's see if that changed anything. Also, a lot of high leverage shorts open here again. Interesting. We have seen some of the OKX longs start to close, not a lot, and we're also seeing on Bybit longs opening right here, some pretty massive longs. As we see shorts opening here as well on OKX. So it'll be very interesting to monitor like these levels right here and this level right now in terms of these high leverage shorts getting closed up here, and then here the long who's currently juicing, right? This long is currently juicing from down here. But if they reverse on his ass, something to be take note of. Yeah, but this might be a long opportunity. No la. Knowing that what I just saw with this longer and these shorts that got trapped, potential, right? Because even on the 30-minute we had some divs forming here, so nice spike in volume potentially as well. Personally, I'm not a huge believer though. I mean, knowing that this is down here, and where's the nearest upside cluster at? 984. Like way up here at this 4-hour level. Makes me a little suspicious that they're gonna leave without coming down to tap this. Whatever, never guarantee, right? Never a guarantee. No guarantees in this game. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Cause I gotta make some phone calls right now that people are awake. I got some stuff I gotta deal with. I kind of want to hang out and see if we can get this long potentially or not. But I gotta go deal with this shit. I will wait until 9 though, so about 30 minutes. Just kind of checking out what charts are left here. Don't want to do Tron. Whiff already talked about. Did all these. I suppose we'll set some. That's the other thing. Set some alarms. Yeah. Want to start monitoring some of these charts. My trading view is not working. What the hell? What the hell? There we go. This tower one we missed. Damn! We had these sweeps set up for. Damn! We didn't set alarms for it. So let's not do that mistake again. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, ARXRP though, damn. Actually, he's looking pretty strong, right? Relative strength for everything else. Nah, honestly, I don't. This weekly level was kind of like the line in the sand for me on this one, right? If this thing starts to push past this, looking a little scary. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be looking to short this one. You know, maybe a short, maybe we potentially already missed it, right? It was quite overheated here in the higher time frames. You know, maybe they fill in this volume gap on the retest kind of thing. Clean this stuff, fill in the volume. I'm sure there's like a single print from the looks of it. Yeah. In terms of getting into a long. And the shorts. Yeah, basically this weekly level essentially. And probably the first place I'm eyeing maybe here. Something along those lines. Because we also know, like, we did look at XRP last week, and we know that there's a lot of shorts open on this. A lot. So a lot of gasoline waiting here, right? A lot of potential fuel for the fire on this one. Same thing with like ETH, right? Let's keep track of ETH as well, actually. We'll toss it on this list so we're more mindful of it. But when alt season? Like a real alt season, I wouldn't be too hopeful of that just yet. We'll see. Like obviously, select alts are going to run if Bitcoin starts to move up to the upside. They're the same ones that kind of everyone's has seen running, right? The familiar names have been showing strength. But aside from that, if you're talking about the alt season where like literally everything just fucking does this, you can just buy whatever and you're chilling. But first of all, this might never occur again. First and foremost. Secondly, if this does occur, it's probably going to be towards the end of the cycle, in the sense that like Bitcoin is like topped out for the cycle, right? There's something that looks like this. So suppose this is the price of Biddy, right? Runs up, and people take profit and put it into like the large caps, right? The ETH, Solana, Sui potentially, etc., right? Insert your high cap L1 type project here. And then you take profits from that and put it into like the medium low caps, and you take profits from that and put it into like the absolute shit coins. And people are just compounding profits down the risk curve, some of their profits. But yeah, I would not expect any significant alt season to occur in this manner until like the end of the cycle, right? Because right now most money's in Bitcoin. Like, like let's just look at some of this market cap. The market cap of Bitcoin is 200 trillion right now, and then ETH is second with 320 billion. All right, so not even a fourth of that. And then XRP is after ETH, and XRP's market cap is half of ETH. Right, so it's not even an eighth of Biddy, and these are the largest cap cryptos, right? XRP is third, and it's not even an eighth the size of Bitcoin market cap. So imagine going down the list even more, right? Like we're already down to Solana. Solana is almost a 16th, and that has 100 billion market cap. At 6th place. By 10th place, you're already a fifth of Solana. So like you can see the size is like dwindling very drastically, right? In terms of market cap, where this is Bitcoin up here, and these are like the other alts. Huge disparity in market cap. Which means what? Which means that there's a shit ton of money in Bitcoin. A shit ton. Way more than there is in alts. By far. So when people start shaving on those Bitcoin positions, as the cycle proceeds, and I mean like for real shave, like when it's looking pretty toppy, in regards to the whole cycle, then that is when people are going to be taking out money from that, like substantial amounts of money, and looking to compound some of it in the risk curve before they exit crypto completely for the cycle. And that is when you're going to see like alts that just fucking bring, like repeatedly, right? Just fucking doing like hundreds of percents potentially some of these lower cap ones in like a few days. But yeah, I'm not expecting to see that, if we even get that, right? Because the game has matured since back then. I wasn't around trading crypto at those times, or trading at all, but it's, from the sounds of it, seems like you can just kind of buy whatever garbage back then and just make money. I don't know if that's the case anymore. I think the game has evolved a little bit, but you can also never count out people's greed, right? That's the other thing. Especially people that are like, suppose Bitcoin is pumping at the end of cycle pump, right? Like max euphoria, fucking end of cycle pump. And this shit's at like, I don't know, 250k, 300k potentially, or some, even 150, 180, whatever, right? Put whatever fucking number you want on it. But it's sending, and alts and some of the higher cap alts have been sending. Then people are gonna be greedy, right? They're gonna say, "Fuck, what the hell? I made so much money on Solana, or oh, I made so much on Sui. Let me put some of this into this small cap and make a shit ton on this." And you don't, obviously you don't have to put all your profit into these lower caps as you go down the risk curve. But you should be planning to do the same thing as well, right? Because this is like the strat. This is the strategy. As you're exiting the higher cap positions, which you should be doing before this is done running, you should be allocating some to these like either one alts that have been showing a lot of strength all cycle, or those like more niche mid to low caps that you've been nerding out on, that you know have mind share, um, that fit whatever narratives are going at the time, etc. And then just juice that last part of the move, right? Because that's usually the biggest part of the move. Like the majority of the move comes at the end of the cycle, right? In terms of like a specific asset. This chart that we talked about the other day, where it starts here, entering the bear market slash initial release, then it comes and forms like accumulation base, then it pumps up, retests this level, and then sends for real. This is where most of the gains are. So like you don't have to worry about missing out right now where most alts are at, because most of them are still like in this kind of phase, right? Or like just coming out of this from the pump that we had either on A, the Trump pump, or B, last March. So no rush in that regard, in my opinion. Obviously, do your own research, etc., etc. The whole typical usual disclaimers, but until then, I wouldn't be too optimistic about seeing like Solana at like $1,000 or something anytime soon, or some of these like lower market cap ones. Like let's just look at some. I mean, it also depends on you, right? It also depends on you as an individual. In terms of how you want to position. Because me personally, I'd rather... I don't really see the need to have... with how risky this stuff can be, right? I just don't see the point in leaving like any serious amounts of money here in these lower cap things. If they're not gonna run, right? These things aren't gonna run before Bitcoin does. So what is the point of having your money sitting and these things aren't gonna outperform it? When you can just have it in a more performant asset. Or one of these select outperformers for most of the cycle, and then take out that money and put it in these alts. And the other thing about alt season is that, like, when people ask that question, to me it's like implying that maybe I'm incorrect with what I'm about to say, but it seems like most people are holding alts, holding a lot of these alts. Which I don't know if that's the best idea, honestly. I don't know if that's the most optimal way that you should be going about things. But I'm saying that from a perspective of someone that could like, that can trade these things. Because to me, I think trading alts is where it's like really at for the most part. More volatile than biddies, so you have a lot of more potential juice on the moves. And they all kind of like follow Biddy, so as long as you're tracking what Biddy's doing and tracking it well, then you usually have a pretty good idea of how these alts are going to move. And then you don't have to worry about the risk of holding it forever and becoming a bag holder. Right? It's like, once my trade is done, I'm out of here. I'm gone. Later. I don't care what happens after that. This thing can go to $1 million and go to zero. It makes no difference to me. So aside from a select few alts, that's probably how I would go about treating the alts currently. But like, what do I know, right? What do I know? I'm not an altcoin in the trenches expert. And never really was. At one point, I was trading some of these lower cap things. So that was like almost a year ago at this point. So not exactly too in the knowledge. I'm just kind of telling you what I've seen for the past year. Seems like most of these coins are like, so let's just look at some of them, right? Let's just look at some of these. We'll throw it on the daily. Where are we at? And we'll turn this off. And let's just look at some of these, right? And we'll go back a year. Like you're down. You're the same price a year ago, literally. You're at the same price on ETH now as you were 1 year ago. Same with this. Same with Cardano, right? I'm sure it's going to be a very similar story with most of these coins. So this one is still seeing gains from over a year ago, but not by a whole lot. This one was in the middle of the pump, but it was essentially like a year ago. It was right here, right? This thing was higher a year ago. So like you're starting to see what I'm talking about, right? Like I'm not gonna go through the whole list, but you get the gist, gist of it. Like if you were buying and holding most of these things, you're either A, break even, or B, down, or B, up a little bit. Like even Sol, right? Look at Sol. Like look at where Sol is right fucking now. A year ago was literally right here. Like if we go back to an exact year, yeah, okay, you made 70% on that bag, which is good, obviously. Don't get me wrong. But this is one of the few that probably the same is true about, and that's not like a huge difference, right? Is it really worth it to go way down the risk curve for 70% more at the where the trade-off is potentially lose all your money? Not all of it, obviously. You should be managing risk and not letting it go to zero, but like at the risk of having a loss. Whereas look at Biddy, right? Where was Biddy a year ago? Just kind of just zoom out and look at this. A year ago it was down here. And this is not something new or unexpected, right? It's not like fucking, oh my god, wow, like wow, it's the first time I've ever seen that happen. No, it's not. From my studying of the past of these things, this is the typical route. And until Biddy kind of takes a step out of the you know, out of the sun, out of the way, and lets the sun shine on everybody else, they ain't getting no love. And yeah, right, like that money from alt that goes into alts to come from somewhere. And I think it's a fair statement to say that most people that have a notable amount of money probably know what they're doing on average better than someone that doesn't, right? I think most people that dabble in the markets like this on a regular basis and have a lot of money are probably pretty competent, right? I think that's fair, right? So that whole thing I just described about like going down the risk curve and like all it's been the same spot they were a year ago, most people fucking know that, right? And they've been known that was most likely to be the case. So the people that have the most money are not dabbling in these things right now because there's just typically no point. So until they start actively getting out of this Biddy position, whatever it may be, I'm not expecting to see huge inflows into alts. Speaking of Biddy, it's on its way, yeah? It is now fully cleaned all this. Potentially swinging right now, we'll see. In terms of the derivatives. 5 minutes on this 30-minute or 10-minute candle. What's the next 30-minute coming in? So a little ways away. Damn. You disagree? Why do you disagree? That's perfectly fine, right? That we're all each entitled to our own opinions. We're allowed to speculate in our own way. But what exactly are you disagreeing about? Alts are set to run. I mean, yeah, sure, right, sure. Like, yes, obviously. I mean, if based on the nerding out that we have done on a lot of these alts, that is the case. Yes. But set to run in terms of what? In terms of a long-term hold, or in terms of a trade? Because I would argue it's in terms of a trade. But to me, if I was looking to accumulate a spot bag on a lot of these, it would have been on this wick, right? You would have been waiting to get one of these massive liquidation events. The next leg up is starting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's possible, sure, right? It is possible that these are like the high time frame lows for a lot of these alts. We discussed this earlier as well, right? Discussed this earlier. But does that mean, first of all, does that mean that it's alt season? Like, is that what you're like referring to? Like, I'm not sure why. Like, what is the relevance of these comments, right? In terms of you disagreeing. Cause yeah, like Biddy might be putting its next leg up, right? But that doesn't mean that it's alt season, correct? Don't mean it's alt season. Cause like think about it, like Biddy could pump from here, right? Like imagine Biddy pumps from here to like 110,000 or something. These also have a long way to go still. Like yes, obviously they catch up very quickly, but they might not even break the previous highs. Right? Look, so Biddy is like approaching a new all-time high on its chart, right? If it does break 110,000, that'd be a new all-time high. Where most of these would be probably hoping to break this lower high on their chart. And then if Biddy cools off after that, or goes higher and then cools off, and these things might just be putting in lower highs again. We don't know that. You don't know that. No arguing about that. Unless you have a crystal ball and can predict the future, and if you do, let me know. Because I got some things I want to ask you. Finally getting this 0.5 balance at the VWAP that we talked about, or the 0.75. Talked about this hours ago. It's finally potentially occurring, but until I see what happens here, I ain't buying it just yet, right? They're looking for something. So far, looks like that has not stopped. what I'm saying. Ba-bum. 20. Damn. Just setting up my exchange if we want to take this long, yeah? Just kind of checking out the data. Because we are seeing, one, that longer from earlier has been closed out. And we are seeing a lot of the longs that were open from this region closing out. So good, right? Check one. Longs closing on the move down. Check, right? Objective potentially complete in terms of that. Also seeing bottom shorters open on Bybit. That's good, right? Step one, longs closing on a move down, aka hunt almost complete. Step two, shorts opening, aka bottom shorters, aka potentially getting trapped. Trap brewing, yeah. Just checking out some of the oscillating data over here. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like the whole all season thing is like, I feel like it's a very social media driven narrative, right? Like it's always the same fucking accounts I see are talking about like, anytime Bitcoin puts in a balance and all, like they'll take a screenshot of an alt recovering like 30% in one day and post it on their feed and be like, fucking alt season is back, guys. When in reality the chart is fucking this. And then it puts in like a 30% pump down here. And continues going to fucking dust. Yeah, I'd perhaps be a little cautious about that, or falling into that belief. $30-minute candle close coming here and hourly as well. Two-hour candle as well. I'm just calculating if I want to enter this long, how much do we want to put into it, what leverage to use, etc. Damn. 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 Let's check this out while we're at it. It hit is so close to sweeping. Damn. 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 Whoops. Bum ba bum ba bum. God, when did we talk about this? God damn, so long ago. We were talking about this potential long, like, well, fucking 8 hours ago. Basically when the stream started. Motherfuckers. How's this data looking? Shall we check the order book as well, yeah? Seeing, oh my god, yeah. This is looking like this is definitely gonna be like a little pink sweep and go. There's so many shorts opening on Bybit right now, it's ridiculous. He's got some bottom shorters going on right here, guys. God damn. God damn. God damn. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum. Need more water. Just spilt water all over me. Damn. It's almost 9 too. It's almost time to leave. Damn. Are they really hitting me with this right now and I'm about to have to go do stuff? I'm gonna be pissed. I'll finish the remainder of that. I made you scared? I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest with ya, first and foremost. Yeah, I mean, like, stuff is not a joke at the end of the day, right? Like, people make it seem like you just kind of buy what, like, you know, throw a dart at the wall, buy whatever, and it's gonna go up. I don't know if that's as simple as that. Like, I would not be surprised if a lot of these charts, especially the weaker looking ones, that they never recover. Also have to keep in mind that a lot of these are not going to be like multi-cycle assets, right? That's a thing. The thing that people forget is that a lot of the assets that you see, a lot of these tokens, a lot of these projects, that they're not making it past this cycle, right? They were introduced this cycle, and in this cycle they shall fucking remain. Cause think about it, like when was the last time this video like peaked, right? Like over here, 2021. Been like 4 years almost. How many projects do you think survived this 4-year time span? from this cycle. I guarantee you next to none, a handful. Same thing's gonna happen with this, right? When do you think when the bear market is done on Biddy after this cycle is over, how many of these projects do you think are gonna be around? Especially in a space that is so new and ripe for change, right? Like a lot can change in 4 years, right? People could rethink the entire architecture of how Web3 currently works, right? And come up with way more performance solutions than what are existing now. Even Bitcoin is not safe, right? Even Bitcoin is like, this is not guaranteed to survive. Here we go, here we go. Ba-pink, pink, ba-pink. Ba-pink, ba-pink. Let's see if we get ba-pinked right here. Boom, boom, ba-ba-boom, boom, boom. Ba-pink. But no, like I mean, yeah, sure. You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you are in that situation I described, where you have like potentially some alt that has been underperforming, and may not recover, like it is what it is, right? There's no, at this point, worrying about that, stressing about that. There's no point. Because like you're in that situation, right? There's no change. You are now in the situation. It is what it is. So you need to accept that. Accept that that's maybe the reality of the situation. That these things may not come back, or at least not in the capacity that you're expecting. And perhaps it's better to, you know, put your money in some better quality projects, right? Because it's better to, you know, like let's say you put in 5K, okay, into some of these projects, and it has dwindled down to like 2.5K. So you've lost half so far. You shouldn't double down on the project now and say, okay, well, I already lost half, might as well leave the other half to see if it runs again or whatever, right? You're probably better off taking this money and putting it somewhere else. Somewhere else that's more likely to see a growth on it. Because if not, and the most likely scenario plays out, which is that this thing just keeps going lower over time, you're just wasting this money, right? Yeah, it sucks that you lost the 2.5K and you need to realize that. But first and foremost, that's a tax write-off, right? You have a tax loss that you can harvest. But secondly, you can now put this money towards something that's way more probable of going back up. Even if it doesn't go up like back to here. Or past here, right? Let's just say it comes back to this level. This is the thing, you gotta have chips to play the game, right? First and foremost. If you have no chips, can't play the game. So... like, staying committed to things that are clear losers probably isn't the best strategy, right? Right. Let's see if these things have swept, because on Coinbase it has. These has barely tapped it. These have barely tapped, so... boom, 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 boom. But you know, I will say this. In my opinion, I do believe that most of the larger cap stuff, right? They will see like another pump. They will see another pump. Some of like the low, like, you know, 50 mil market cap projects and whatnot, I wouldn't be too optimistic on it. project dependent. Obviously, maybe there are some sleeper gems down there. But I think greed, you know, greed is a one of the oldest, you know, emotions, one of the oldest things since the dawn of time, right? Adam and Eve, greed, right? So I think that will persist, and I think that because of that, you will see the bit of the alt season at the very end, because people are greedy, right? People are fucking greedy. They're gonna want to compound some of their gains. Fuck it, right? If I made like 100 grand, why wouldn't I put like 5, 10K or like some small percentage, like, right? So suppose you won some amount of money X, why not put like 5, 10, maybe even like 15, 20% of that into the chance to grow that small sliver into like a way bigger piece, right? Why not? Why not? That's what most people are going to be thinking, right? And they're going to think about it. Think about when they're going to be making this decision. And like the euphoric part of the bull market, when Bitcoin's fucking ripping. So people are gonna be greedy. I can guarantee you that. One thing I can't guarantee what's gonna happen in terms of like what asset's gonna make it, what's not. I can guarantee you this though, motherfuckers gonna be greedy as fuck. Motherfuckers gonna be greedy as fuck. In terms of this short, ba-bink, we're getting there, right? Ba-bink, ba-bink. Ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-boom, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. We are getting there. Data still looking good, yeah. More bottom shorts opening now on other exchanges as well. Bum bum bum. Just checking out some of these exchanges to see what these divergences may be looking like in terms of their own unique CBDs, right? Not an aggregated view, but the actual individual views. Also statistical merit in doing that, by the way. You know, some exchanges are more likely to play out their divergences than not, as opposed to others. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Bum, bum, bum. Damn, damn. Damn. Bum, 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 bum. Big buy wall in the order book too. Interesting. Interesting. Big buy wall in the order book. And we haven't really tapped these on some exchanges, right? Bybit didn't really tap it. This barely tapped it. And BitGet's the only one that somewhat tapped this level. Boom, boom, boom. Interesting. Interesting. Don't have to tap it though, right? Don't. It's not an absolute mandatory must do. Because if we start to run off right here, these guys are trapped. Right? There's a lot of people that are trapped already, just as the current price action. Got these motherfuckers. Got them. Got them. We'll put an alarm here for this. Actually, we'll do it on one of these other charts. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I need to get some water. Am I taking the long? Perhaps. Perhaps. Why did that alarm just go off? What the fuck just happened? But yeah, I have, I did get filled on it. I'm not fully filled though. Because I'm expecting this to sweep deeper, right? I'm expecting this to sweep deeper. But the thing is, I need to go pee, and that portion of my order that got filled, I already had a chance to put it break even, so I did. Like in tiny profit. So if it comes back lower and tags it, I can just set the same order and get back in, right? Like, this way I've already guaranteed some profit on this initial little bounce. Yeah, I'll be back because I want to go pee in case we start to go lower, so I can like manage these other positions if I start to get filled. And I might cancel them, right? I'm gonna open interest, right? Depending on what happens with open interest right here, right now, I might not even look to get these ones filled. Yeah, but this is the current position, right? So I got a little decent bit of profit on the initial bounce. So it's going to secure some of this, obviously. Why not? Because if it's going to go lower anyways and stop me out, then it's probably going to lower and finish the sweeping. So kind of in a nice little cheesy way to guarantee some profit when you're trying to get filled on these moves. You know, some little juice, some little alpha, for those that don't know. But yeah, I'll be back. Let me get some water before this stuff really starts moving. And if it doesn't, then at least we got filled somewhat before it rips upwards, right? Damn. Damn. It's pretty clever to do that. I like using that word a lot. I'm glad you said that. Clever, I like that word. I tend to use that word quite often as well. I think people that say clever are quite clever. But yeah, it's one of my favorite things to do, to be honest. In terms of like you're talking about the fib thing, right? If you're getting filled with a fib. Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right, like let's say I'm expecting, let's say that I'm like, okay, prices come up and starting to come down, and there's like sweeps. Like here, 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 right? Whatever, multiple targets. And I've orders set along the way on this trade, and we come down like up to here, and then like do a bit of like a relief bounce. Yeah, then I'll like move my TP up somewhat aggressively on that, especially if it doesn't seem like the edge is. What's the word? I don't want to say invalidated because it's not what I mean, but like if it tags these orders and starts to go a bit, and then starts to like look like it's rolling over, like it's just closing out some like late high leverage shorters before rolling over even deeper, then yeah, I'm perfectly fine to get stopped to move. Like let's say I got filled on these three, I'm perfectly fine to move my stop up and take that profit, because I can just set these orders again as it comes down to fill the whole trade. So not only did I make the money from this little thing, or like sorry, like from wherever my average entry is to wherever I put the stop to take some profit, but then I get the actual trade again with the same orders. But like, you have to be careful with that, right? Because there might be a case where you do this and you're not mathing correctly, right, in terms of what's going on here, and then you just stop yourself out for no reason, and then it keeps going. So yeah, perhaps, you know, situation dependent, context dependent, this thing. I don't always do that. It kind of depends how things are looking in terms of the data. Like in a case like this, right, where there's like one sweep to get, or sorry, like one main thing or multiple potential sweeps to get, right? And it like taps the first one before starting to go back a bit. Then those, yeah, I'll be definitely be a bit more inclined to it, because it's quite unlikely you're gonna leave this zone without finishing cleaning it. I think I might be leaving here pretty soon. I did have to make some calls. I'm not like a particular rush because people are just waking up, so. I do need to go do that. That's the thing. I do need to go handle these things one way or the other. Just kind of waiting to see how this resolves. Like, can you just finish the move already? Damn, like, come on. Come on. And that the whole thing we just described so far looks like it is about to happen. Oh, already has actually. Whoops. Whoops. I was looking at the wrong exchange. I was gonna say like more. I was gonna say. Bum 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 bum. So far, looks like it wants lower so far, right? Right. Hanging out here a little too long. What was it? This. On the lower time frames, right? Looks like it wants to go lower. Go back to watching these. So let's just zoom out a bit in terms of the liquidity to the downside. Because in the grand scheme of things overall, it's it'll be very interesting if we don't reverse here. Right? Suppose that this is not just a kind of grab and go. That'd be very interesting because we were starting to get pretty close to this higher time frame liquidity up here. So if we give up all this ground and then from here lose this, then yeah, interesting week ahead. Also curious what is up with this. What's it called? The order book, right? Are these guys still in the order book defending this low or what? Or what? Or no? I got an motherfucker. Also, what is the math on this? Does that make sense? Does that math make sense? It does. Okay, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. The lack of sleep is really hitting right now. I've only been streaming for, first of all, 10 hours. On top of being awake another Lord knows how long. Damn. All because of this damn snowstorm. Oh god, I just looked outside, went to the bathroom. Oh my god, it looks like straight chaos where I live. Just white everywhere. I can't see anything but white. One hell of a snowstorm. I need some eye drops. My eyes are like so dry right now. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. God damn. I'm out of eye drops. At least on this bottle. Let me go check my room. Let me go check my room. My eyes are dry as hell. God damn. 30-minute candle close coming here soon as well. Yeah, let me get these eye drops. I can. And barely. And let me stand up too. Oh damn, I got a charger. I was looking for an iPhone charger, but I got one right here. I forgot. Got one right motherfucking here. Okay, the eye drops have been put in my eyes. Good to go in that regard. Good to go in that regard. Damn, you're still going? Yeah, I am actually. You see that you did not sleep a whole lot, did you? You weren't in here that long ago. How long was it? 4:30 to 4 or 5 hours. Shout out to you though. Shout out to you. Already back in here. You're a fiend. You're a fiend. But yeah, in terms of the I mean, when you were here, we were talking about this potential long, right? Bink. And I actually just got filled not too long ago on part of it, but got stopped out in tiny profit and just hit the same limits. So, because I'm expecting lower, like the same target that we talked about hours ago, the 966 thing. Still the target, right? Still the target. Still the target. Because on these, it didn't really sweep. It didn't really sweep. But we'll see. We will see, because that might be it. Right? There's a buy wall in the order book that's defending this low in terms of the derivatives. Like Bybit didn't even tap it. BitGet tapped the first one, and this one like Pixel Perfect tapped it as well. So I wouldn't really classify that as a sweep. Also, doesn't seem like from the heat maps the level got tagged. But these things aren't guaranteed to be 100% accurate, right? So yeah, I mean, there's a world where it just runs off from here, right? If that happens, oh well. Oh well. But we'll worry about that later, right? We'll see what this next 30-minute candle tells us, right? We just got a brand new 30-minute candle, so let's see what this thing wants to do. And I'm probably going to be leaving at that point because I do need to figure out how I'm going to eat. How I'm going to eat? Motherfuckers, I'm starving right now. I think I was bitching about eating when you were here. And it's only looking worse outside where I am. Damn, damn. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Damn, damn. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Yeah, those eye drops, by the way, did not help a whole lot. It seems like they're coming back, right? They're doesn't seem like they're running off just yet, right? Doesn't seem like it. And interestingly enough, there's actually another bigger buy wall below the sweeps. So, is this an attempt to draw the price down here, right? Draw on liquidity? Or are they planning to really defend these lows after this initial pink at that one cluster? We will find out. We will find out. And that's why you kind of, you know, sometimes suppose people had taken this long, right? On this first candle right here, like, oh wow, it's a high volume candle, like it you know, hammered up at first. Like as this was printing, right? At one point this was hammering way up. It was looking strong, right? Sign of strength potentially. That's why you don't jump the gun, because then they got your ass. They got you. And some longs did open up here, by the way. Not a huge nominal amount in terms of the sizing. But yeah, some longs definitely got on these moves right there. Obviously not guaranteed to get pulled down, right? This could still be the low, right? It's not guaranteed to keep going lower. But potentially trapping themselves. Just doing some math right now, trying to figure out. Hmm. Okay, that makes sense. I was just calculating if I want to open a position on another exchange. And also to potentially protect our position if we need to. Also, the divergence has gotten validated, right? Let's also keep that in mind. In terms of these localized ones. Because you do need to keep this in mind as well, right? We talked about this potential, I think, to this side. In terms of the VWAP, right? It deviated above quite far over here, so potential deviation below it now in play. Because I am thinking, because so the first set of orders got, not orders, the first order that got filled on this thing, which then got stopped out in tiny profit when I saw that it was potentially running off without filling the rest. The rest of the orders, I canceled them for now. Because we're hanging out here a little bit too long, and I currently had this as my validation on that trade, right? That was my top loss. Was going to be about around here. Based on how the oscillators were looking, right? We were coming in pretty hot on potential relief bounce brewing, which we have gotten, right? We have technically gotten that. Bit of a relief bounce here. As these were all like diverging on the lowest of time frames. But now if the oscillators, like that edge is now invalidated, right? These divergences have all been invalidated, at least in the lower time frames. And now we're hanging out down here as the oscillators reset, right? We're just sitting here sitting sideways as these things reset to the upside. Which to me is only increasing the probability that we might go lower, which is why I was checking out the heat maps earlier to see like how low is the next block. Because I'm not looking to get filled on this thing again with a stop here if this is going to be what we're witnessing right now, right? Just hanging out here, resetting oscillators, and then potentially setting up for a larger move. The only thing about that, is that I don't know if these bottom shorters get away with it, right? Because right now we do know that there are shorters that are trapped here at the bottom of this wick a lot. So I'm thinking if anything, it finishes the thing and goes, right? I'm gonna wait to see, right? At this point, instead of having the limits set here on this, I'd rather just wait and see, right? Earlier I had the limits because we were coming in hot and I was expecting one of these pixel ping kind of bounce and goes. But if we're not gonna be getting that, then you know, plans have changed. Plans have changed, right? Plans have potentially changed. Because the other thing about this is that remember how I was talking about earlier about how this long open here and got closed? He came right back. He came right back. Try to open again. So first the guy opened the long here. I mean, I don't know if it's the same guy, but the position size is relatively similar, especially for how much you like he entered here and then got like stopped out, right? And I'm assuming he probably managed risk and got out break even, because the position size that we're seeing here is basically the exact same that we saw there. So it seems like he's fishing for another potential long entry, right? Right. And he better be careful. Yeah, he better be careful. A little dangerous of a spot to join in a long right before this gets tapped potentially. You know, massive target right below you. Maybe he's scaling into a massive long. What do we know? What do we know? Very interesting to see if they let this guy go though. Anyways, we'll put an alarm for here for now, so you don't have to watch this. Also, probably gonna call it, to be honest. I'm getting pretty tired, and I don't want to keep yapping. When we did a lot today, we did a lot. Damn, we covered like alts, covered out random things not even related to trading. Yeah, damn, like what did we like, let me just look back through some of this, right? What did we do today? Looked at a lot of alts. Also yapped about a lot of different questions, right? A lot of you guys were asking a lot of interesting questions earlier on. So there's a lot of yapping going on in that regard. How's this looking on the lower time frames, by the way, in terms of this? Yeah, see, not particularly convincing reversal here just yet, right? Like, yeah, we changed structure on the 1 minute, but to me this seems like a big little sweep. Also, the 1 minute, so not the most reliable. 15 minutes left on this 30-minute candle, though, so let's see how this thing goes, right? Let's see how this thangity thang goes. So yeah, unless someone wants to, you know, have something to yap about in here or on the YouTube side of things, something they want to, you know, talk about, look at. Probably gonna call it a night, at least in terms of streaming and whatnot. I'm gonna sit around to see if we get this trade, go chill in bed and whatnot, and figure out what I'm gonna do for food. Because there's a I probably can't order food because there's a mountain of snow on my bottom of my driveway, so ain't no car getting in there. And B, I gotta go shovel that. On no sleep, exhausted, go deal with all that. God damn. Sounds like a struggle. But I gotta do something, because I got no food, I'm starting to get hungry. But I'm gonna be mindful of this for sure. And if we come down here and sweep and it looks like, assuming we even go lower, right? This might be a little low already. This might have been it. Yeah, if we get down here, all of the same things that we've talked about are still going on. I'll consider getting back in probably. But what I'm really thinking I should probably do more than anything is probably something like this, right? Maybe even the full fib, potentially, or the full move, to account for the VWAP deviation. So worst case, we can handle losing like this level and potentially like sweeping this level. Like a lot more breathing room, right? But yeah. It's really gonna depend. It's really gonna depend on how it looks. If we do come back here, how things are looking. Because I'm leaning towards doing this more than anything. And just setting limits and going to chill. But that's too risky, right? That's dangerous. Because a lot can change between price being up here and down here. Also a potential that we may need to market smash in this thing, right? Potentially. Nine, 7, 7, 9, 7, 7. Nine, 7, 7. Let's look at this thing over here. God damn. Yeah, we also potentially, I just remember, right? I'm so tired. But in terms of like the position that we just stopped out, right? And the tiny profit, if this ends up running, that would have been the at least a decent fill on that position. So I'd be a little salty if this ends up being the low without sweeping and goes. But can't get too mad about that, right? Can't get too mad about that. Because, you know, in what world, right? Suppose that we repeat this exact situation 1,000 times. How often do we reverse right from above the level before actually sweeping it? on derivatives. Because I'm not giving that a particularly high probability. Maybe like 50 in 1,000 times, 100 in 1,000. Something to that effect. So can't be, you know, can't be too mad in that regard, right? Can't be too mad in that regard. Anyways, we'll just wait for now. Why do I say that? Because it's just very rare for this to happen. Like here, I'll show you, right? I'll show you. Like there's this whole cluster to grab, and we just barely whipped the tip of it, which I guess was, to be fair, it was like the you know, the brightest, the most anticipated liquidations. So you know, I just realized that because from me looking at on my screen over here, without zooming in more, I barely noticed that. So yeah, you know, but it makes more sense if we do reverse from here now. Actually seeing that. Let me see if that's the case on all exchanges. Cause yeah, and I need to get, I need that monitor. Because from where I'm standing right now, looking at that screen, I can, like, this clear color change is like barely noticeable. I don't know if it's like the monitor's color settings or what. But damn, what the it gets clear as fucking day here. I would be so pissed now if this was the fucking low. God damn. God damn. I would be fucking raging like a motherfucker. Let me check all the exchanges to see if that's the case. Okay, on Bybit is not. On BitGet, it's half. There's 2 yellow clusters. I grabbed the 1. Same story on OKX. And then some of these other contracts, we have not grabbed the yellow cluster yet. So it seems like a bit of a mixed bag in that regard. But yeah, definitely annoying, wow. But anyways, in terms of me saying that, right, in that picture, let's just assume this room had remained yellow. And it is still the case on some exchanges. It's quite rare that you come this low and then don't just think, at least tap it. Before then reversing. Quite rare. And it's not looking too hot, right? In terms of the response here. Okay, if we start to break this structure up here, then yeah, I'll be a bit more of a believer. But until now, it's just like a lower high, right? Then she's rolling over. Already seeing like kind of bear dips forming, right? Even if this comes a little bit higher. Obviously, there's like low time frames, so not the highest of weight goes into these things, but something to note of. something to note of. Just checking out some of this data. Motherfuckers. So some of the longs, or some of the shorts, sorry, that were down here got closed. Some of the big ones. So some bottom shorting edge being gone in regards to this potential bounce, right? Further increasing the likelihood that we probably do go a bit lower here. Because the people that were in shorts have closed out, right? So they are no longer trapped. Not all of them though, especially not on Bybit. Barely any on Bybit, but yeah, on Binance and OKX, we've definitely seen a significant reduction in the amount of shorts after this little move up. A lot of people got with this though, but Bink right there, a lot. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? This playlist has been dragging on, god damn. Listening to this thing for like 10 hours straight. God damn. Starting to see closures above, you know, it's kind of similar to what we saw here earlier, potentially. Potentially reclaiming VWAP here, we'll see. We'll see. Why not short then? I mean, now's not the time to short, right? No, you open a short potentially at the bottom of the move. Probably not the most likely of trades to be taking. Like sure, like maybe that one that we were just talking about with the dibs and whatnot potentially showing. But like how would you even take that, right? Like you'd be doing this, I suppose. Something like to that effect. Which perhaps isn't the worst trade. Right, with the divs like at the higher time frame level, at our level. As it's like doing a bearish retest of the VWAP. Plus it's obviously these, in terms of this local fib, obviously the box is right here. There's this VWAP. So yeah, sure, potentially some edge on the lower time frames. And I suppose this is a target, right? So what would it be looking like? Let's just say our average price is right there. Yeah, I mean, I suppose not the worst of trades to take, but I just don't know if I'm liking that, right? I don't know if I'm liking that personally. Because we need to keep in mind the amount of Bybit shorts that open down here. There's a lot of Bybit shorts open down here. A lot. Look at this. It's like a huge freaking. Huge. A big red kahuna dildo looking thing on ExoJards. And these guys are all underwater. One thing I will say though is, you know, a lot of times that's how these moves play out, right? It starts off as like usually it does something like this, right? It comes down and then does one more and then kind of goes. Especially when you see all three of these doing like divergences. There's 3 drives. And typically it just traps more people, right? It traps more people because this starts to go lower and then more people open shorts and then it just reverses on everybody at once. I just don't know if we're going to get that here, right? Because the nominal value of these people that open shorts here is pretty large. Pretty large. Just got a new 30-minute candle and an hourly. Let's check out these thangity thangs. 4-hour closes pretty soon too. Yeah, so far it's fighting, right? It's fighting for VWAP. Hard to say. Hard to say. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is potentially a short opportunity. I'd not particularly interested because it, you know, in terms of this whole sequence of value. Like let's just draw some VRVPs, yeah, or some fixed range volume profiles. So you can get a visual example. Also, so I can, by the way, so I can get a visual example. But you see how all of them, like, you're paying attention to this white line, and then the yellow line, which maybe isn't the best coloring for this specific chart. What did I just do? Fuck. I think this was up here, yeah? We'll put it up here again, just in case we know to look back. But yeah, but like all of these, like the value area high and the point of control is relatively high compared to where we are right now. So we're approaching the value area low of a lot of these. So like you don't want to be shorting like into the value, into like the lows of the, you know, your area of value. Right? If this is your volume node and this is the value area high, You don't want to be opening, like, and the price is doing this. You don't want to be opening a short now when it's about to get down here. You want to be opening it up here, or like on the bearish retest of up here. I mean, now's the time to be looking for longs, which is what we're doing. But if they don't give us the long and it does this and starts to does a bearish retest of this level, then yeah, then you can open a short, sure, but not until then. And you know, if you're real trigger happy, right, real risk averse, yeah, you can potentially try and get in here on the initial breakout. But typically, you're probably better off trying to get in on the pullback. With that said, though, it's all edge dependent, right? It depends on the data and whatnot. I don't know what kind of data you're looking at or not looking at. Because, you know, getting in on the breakout is a viable trading strategy, right? Breakout trading, very common. Also, as far as the math goes here, the fact that we're getting candle closes up here. Looking strong for the bulls. Looking strong for the bulls. Potentially, we may have potentially stopped ourselves out of a potential runner. But that is okay. Damn. Interesting. Nine, 8. Interesting. I'm just thinking, suppose that this is the low and we don't actually come down to this level. Do I want to potentially market smash this change up here? Probably not, right? Maybe, honestly, actually, we'll see. We'll see how the data's looking. Because right now we need to be paying attention to these Bybit shorters, right? Damn. God damn. I really need to figure out this food situation because like all I can think about is eating something. Gotta eat something. Boy's hungry. I've also been playing around, by the way, for anyone that's interested or curious. Adding chapters to some of these streams. Because personally, I'm not a fan of A. Always having the same title, so I need to figure out some kind of way to, whether I just put the date even, or like some kind of just quick headline that summarizes what went on during that stream. But B, add chapters just to these, just not the most in-depth ones, but just enough to kind of like someone to kind of skim through, or that I can refer them back to go watch some clip on something, because I've been finding myself repeating myself a lot, and it seems like a bit of just time wasted on my part. So that would be nice to have that. And I've been playing around on this screen for the past like little bit. Like the auto transcribers for the video and then turning that into timestamps. So we'll see how that works out. We'll see how that works out. But so far I did a pretty decent job. I don't know if it's gonna catch everything as good as I'd like to. But it'll be better than nothing, right? That much we can agree on. Better than nothing. Damn, motherfuckers. That would be sick. Yeah, I think so. It definitely would be convenient, right? Especially for people that want to try and skim through and come back to the video later on. Because like right now, if you open one of those videos, like especially today, right? It's like a fucking 12-hour stream. So imagine there's like no guidelines at all. Like no way to like quickly scrub through that. Probably a pain in the ass. It would be for me. I wouldn't want to deal with that. So I imagine others probably feeling the same way. I'm so tired, honestly. I cannot yap right now. I cannot yap right now. Damn. So far, it looks like, you know, Bears are holding this so far. So far, you know, you might be right on your short idea, my friend. Might be right on your short idea. Can you review Athena? Already did, actually. Ahead of you on that one. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it right now though. I'm way too tired. Just go here. Go to go to this, right? Marcos Trades, all one word on the YouTubes. Go to this little bad boy under the live section, the 10-hour one. The only one that's 10 hours. And quickly scroll through here. It's I did it in here at some point. Right here, somewhere around here, right? So like at the 2-hour mark or so. When did we start? So like around 1:45 or so, go to this video, and yeah, because not really much has changed from there, right? Bitcoin's been sitting sideways, so is Athena. Actually, Athena's been looking a little weak, right? It's been underperforming, actually. Compared to some of the other charts that are up here. But yeah, I talked about this like pretty in depth in terms of what I was looking for here. So yeah, go check that out. It should cover everything. And so far, it looks like everything still applies. TLDR, if building a spot position, potentially using this pyramid, right? Up some kind of pyramid allocation, which just means that you start setting orders that get bigger and bigger, so your average entry is lower. So suppose that you are wrong, sync continues to go lower, you're optimizing your loss, so you don't lose as much. And also, if it goes higher after you get filled, then you're optimizing your profit. So kind of a win-win in that regard. And then I talked about where I would be opening leverage trades on this thing. And the level I had in mind was this kind of black swing down here, potentially. And if you're looking to trade on other different time frames, you can kind of go back through today's video and get the gist for all the alts I was talking about, because they're all in the same boat, right? They all have like some lows that need to be potentially swept. Obviously not every chart is the same, but generally a lot of them seems like they're, you know, sitting above some lows that look like they should probably get swept, with a lot of imbalances above. And the same thing on this coin. And it's going to depend on what these two do, S&P and BIDI. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Athena summarized. And if you want the in-depth, go look at the video. Just go look at the video. And not only that, but you know, if you really want some you know, just to believe in the math, go look at that video and go look at a lot of what has happened to a lot of those charts. Let's just say your boy was sniping these things. But yeah, I think last week we did a pretty good job of looking at a lot of those alts and kind of planning out for how we wanted to approach them, as well as you know, potential scenarios if they don't go as planned, right? If they go lower or higher, etc. Most of them we talked about both situations, longs and shorts, if I recall correctly. I don't remember everything perfectly to T at this point. Yeah, we covered a lot of alts in there, right? That was like a 10 hours straight of burning out, essentially. Whereas today was a bit more of a yap session than nerding out, which I'm not particularly a huge fan of, but whatever. It's a, you know, chill Saturday evening / Sunday morning. Yeah, so far BIDI looks like it's trying to hold VWAP. I mean, we'll see, right? This is the battle. It's gonna decide. This is the battle that's gonna decide. So we broke through VWAP finally. Now we're doing a retest. 30-minute candle close in 10 minutes. I'm just trying to figure out this food situation. I'm like looking up here what I can order, what I can't, like, and I feel bad. I don't want to order food. I'm probably gonna go at least shovel some kind of walkway or something, or I gotta go like walk to go get food in the snow or something, because I'm starving at this point. I don't know if I have anything left to eat in my house. And you know what the sad thing is? You know what the saddest thing is? I had some food, like a bit like leftover fruits, etc., whatnot, in my fridge. I think it was the day before yesterday. I stuff I could have eaten today. That's a takeaway from what I'm about to say. But yeah, there was stuff I could have eaten today, and because I thought I was going to be traveling at this point, I like threw it all out. Because I don't want to have like moldy food or like potentially moldy food just stay in my fridge and get moldy. So I took all of it and threw it out, and I don't got nothing. God damn. Definitely fucked up on that one. Done goofed on that one. Done goofed on that one. I'll have to go take a, like, my last hope is to go look through the freezer. Hopefully there's something in there. I know there's veggies, but good enough, I suppose, right? I'm not gonna starve to death. I can just eat like, eat a bowl of vegetables the whole day with a couple of protein shakes mixed in there. I see you laughing. You laughing at me? Are you laughing at me? Only disputes? Motherfucker? Laughing at me starving to death? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you, my boy? I am tired though, for real. I'm tired. My eyes are, even after the eye drops, it ain't open. Let me tell you. Yeah, this transcribing stuff looks like it might do a good job. I'm looking through one of them now. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I need to charge my tablet as well since it's running out of memory, or sorry, battery. I'm just thinking, because I looked earlier and like the next, in terms of the upside, like definitely some liquidity to be grabbed here, some high leverage liquidity to be grabbed up here. So I'm trying to decide in my head is, do we try and chase this, knowing that there are targets up here? That's the question. So look, you know, like what would make me decide to do that? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I'm gonna, probably not gonna do it, to be honest. How would that look in terms of like a RR and whatnot? Not the worst risk reward, especially if it goes higher, obviously. The thing about this though is that, like, I feel like the comfort, like, you know, waiting for structure change up here, it really fucks with that, right? That risk reward, because then you're like smashing up here at your entry, and you know, at that point you can very easily go lower. And also, like, let's just assume that this is our target, and we potentially sweep from here. Now that RR is looking terrible, so I think this is one of those ones where we got filled here, and then got stopped out on this Babink. Break even. A bit needlessly, perhaps, right? Obviously, yes, we got some profit from that. But we also took ourselves out the trade, right? We took ourselves out of the trade with the expectation of coming back to fill the rest of our order, because we didn't sweep this. I mean, that obviously is hindsight analysis. Yeah, so far, I mean, this was obviously clearly Along was cooking here, right? We've been talking about that for how long? Since the stream started, basically. We're talking about along cooking down here. So far, it seems like it's it. So far, this seems like it potentially could be it. Because these Bybit shorters, they definitely got them right now. For sure, they got them. So some of them are already starting to close on one of the contracts. Motherfucker. I'm just thinking if I would have tried to enter again on a... After our initial order, right? Like, how would we have entered? Suppose we did want to enter this again. How would we have done it, right? Probably like this structure change, potentially. Or maybe even when we held this level. Like bounce off the VWAP, bounce off the 0.5, reclaim the daily VWAP. And lots of possibilities here on how to play this thing potentially. But a little too big of you know, a bit too chaotic for me, right? I would have much preferred to get my full order filled on the sweep. Sweep and go. Then get in now, or get on any of those, right? This was, to me, this was like the clear opportunity. And the other thing about it is that thinking back to the whole heat map thing, that like the yellow line that got touched, if I had known that, then I probably would have been more likely to smash this entry right here, right? Probably a lot more likely, to be honest. Because you see that all the time, right? You see that there's like a cluster to grab on the heat map, and then it taps the yellow and goes. The rest of the cluster doesn't fucking matter. And this is one of those examples. I just couldn't fucking see. God damn, I was standing up fucking over here looking at that monitor. Because this is a 1080p monitor, and I think it's like this is like a BenQ gaming monitor. And the colors are a bit washed out, we'll say, right? The main feature of the monitor is the refresh rate, not the color quality. So from here, you can't even now when I'm trying to like really look, you still can barely tell a difference. So I suppose our bad on that one. Maybe we should switch these monitors, or switch like this stuff onto this screen and vice versa. Because the one I have over here is much better color quality, so quite unlikely that that would happen again. So like, actually, yeah, let's make a note of that, so that never happens again. Right? Something as small as that can potentially change the way that we treat a trade. I mean, now obviously we're kind of just waiting to see, right? We're waiting to see if this little zone here gets flipped or not. So far looking good, yeah. 30-minute candle close coming in right now in 1 minute. Also, it would be a candle close above 50% level, right? Potentially. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. I cannot wait to get that monitor though. 57-inch Samsung in your face? I cannot wait. I clearly cannot wait. Speaking of which, let's check right now. Is this thing back in stock? And I also called them to see if I could leave it in store actually, because I was curious if I order it now and I'm not here to get it, I would much prefer to just keep it in the store and me come pick it up later when I'm back. And they have lowered the price too, interestingly enough. But it's not available to be ordered now. What the hell's going on here? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? That's the thing about this monitor that worries me is that you know, in theory, you'd want to wait till they're A, in stock, and B, on sale. But I don't know if these things, I don't know how in demand they are. Seems to me like they're quite high in demand because whenever I look, they're always sold out. Whether it's on sale or not, so. What monitor? Let me just whip it open for you. But the Samsung 57-inch. Samsung. This guy right here. 57-inch dual 4K 240 hertz. 57-inch curved screen. Just a huge quality of life upgrade compared to what I have right now. Not in regards to the main screen, like the ones that you can see. The screen's pretty legit, right? And 1440p, 360 hertz, blah blah blah, all that, like G-Sync, etc. It's a gaming monitor, right? All the monitors have all gaming monitors. But the thing is that these two side monitors, the resolution is not as high. This one's at least 1440p. But these ones are not. So things just don't look as good, right? It's just not as high resolution as I'm used to, especially because I use this monitor first and foremost. So it's like once you go from this and then go back to looking at one of these, it's just so noticeable. And the thing about the other thing, right? The other thing is that even this monitor, this main one, it's not as high resolution as the 4K. So even this main monitor is inferior to the 57-inch in terms of resolution. And if you've seen those 8K widescreen monitors like that one, you can fit a lot on your screen, right? Because if you were to put, like, suppose you had a small window open, like something like this. We'll go back to the I can't click on the damn corner. God damn. Okay. So like, suppose you have like a screen with like 4 or 5 of these, right? Just one box here, one box here, one box here, etc. Maybe even 8. On these smaller screens, you cannot do that. You just can't. It's not good enough resolution. You can't see anything. It's like everything is too big relative to how small the screen is. If you try to like zoom it out to like fit more things, then it just becomes unreadable. But on these 4K monitors, you can do this, right? Not only can you do this, but like on the 4K monitor itself. So like suppose that this monitor that I'm looking at that we're talking about is 1080p. Then the box would look like this on the 1080p. And then on the 1440p, the box would look like this. And on the 4K, the box would be looking like this, right? It just fits way more, but in the same screen space, the same real estate. So you can fit a lot on these 4K and 8K monitors. Just go on YouTube and look at it. You can see, like, go put on someone like, because that's what I did. I watched reviews on this. And if you see what people are doing with this stuff in terms of like a monitor for productivity, and you can game on it, sure, but I wouldn't buy this for gaming personally. It feels a little newbie. Ultra wide screen, like full head pans, low FPS, just not where it's at for competitive gaming at least. But for trading and whatnot, like, are you kidding me? It's a huge game changer. Like, not only am I constantly sitting here flipping my head back and forth the whole fucking day, but I'm also like running multiple tab. Like, see how there's like 2 screens here? On these ones, I have multiple screens on multiple desktops. So I have a shit ton of windows going. And it's just a hassle, right? It's just a hassle. I would much rather, like, can you imagine how much of a difference it is to not have to sit here alt tabbing nonstop, like blah blah blah? Huge difference. Everything's open immediately at one glance, boom, got the information. Huge difference. Not only that, but I would also be able to make better use of this center screen, because right now a lot of the times I'm not using it, right? I have the chart open here and I'm like looking around at like I'm primarily using these ones on the side, especially when streaming. Like when I'm not streaming, it's not as big of a deal. But when I'm streaming, like I have to leave this open because it's the thing that's being captured on the stream. So I can't sit here and like write personal emails with my head forward on my main monitor because else everyone will fucking see that shit. So maybe not the best setup by me, right? Not the best choices by me in that regard. But it is annoying. It is annoying. And with that monitor, I could easily just put this whole trading view tab in like the top portion of the monitor, or somewhere else on the screen, and then just capture that specific region, and free up my head to look forwards again. Plus, I deserve it, right? Can we be honest? Can we be honest? I've been working hard. The least I can do is buy myself a monitor. You know what I'm saying? Potentially coming down. We'll see, right? We'll see. And ideally, what I'd really like to do, on some real nerd shit, right? Ideally, what I like to do is have 2 of those 57-inch like on the wall, like double stacked essentially, and then have like another setup for these ones, like because I want to have them if I ever want a game. The thing is, I don't know if I'm gonna want to. That's the thing. I just don't have time to game these days. And to be honest, I have fun playing this. So I have to decide, do I want to have 2 set up, I can't even speak, I'm so tired, god damn. Let me recollect my thoughts. But what I was gonna say is, do I want to have 2 setups? Like one for this trading stuff, and then one for just gaming on one of these monitors, the 1440p one, or no. Or no. If I can even get 2 of these monitors, these 57-inch ones, because I can't even get one right now. Can't even get a single one. I'm just looking on the lower time frames out of curiosity. Interesting. A little bit of a 3 drives going on here, right? On the lowest of time frames. Interesting. Interesting. Obviously can't put too much weight into that on the 1 minute, but potentially showing signs of weakness already as we approach our level. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Bum, 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 bum. You bought one of those and had to return it? Damn. Damn. Feels bad. What's wrong with it? Because funnily enough, actually, I have heard that a lot about these 57-inch screen monitors. Is that one? First and foremost, the cable on it, from what I've read, is very short. In terms of... the screen is very wide, right? 57 inches. And the area where you plug it in is on the far left of the monitor. Or I guess like my left, as the person that's looking at it. So that can be a problem for my setup too, right? Because I don't have a plug over there for the monitor. So I have to get like an extension cord just for the monitor, like... or that, or change my room around. Yeah, but I also read a lot about people having issues with flickering and whatnot. You hear the same thing with the power plug? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's one of the main gripes I read about this monitor online. Most people complain about the power plug. Let me go see how it's looking outside. Because I'm gonna go check out my freezer, because this situation cannot persist. We've now been here for 12 hours straight almost, and all we ate was a couple spoons worth of Greek yogurt. My phone is also charging in the other room, so it'd be nice to have that, because people are awake at these hours, so I'll probably be responding to their messages at this point. So yeah, let me go do that real quick, and I'm also probably gonna sit down some more. Boom. yeah, damn. You had the flickering as well. Yeah, I mean that's basically the only problem I read about online in terms of that monitor. It seems like a lot of people got that flickering. I'm not sure what the case is behind that. Something tells me it's in regards to like the user setup, right? I'd imagine a lot of people bought that thing with systems that can't necessarily handle running 240 hertz 8K, which is causing those flickering issues, right? Right. So it would make sense in my mind. So I'm curious, do they have any kind of like power requirements for that thing? Out of curiosity. Do they have any power or like graphics card requirements? I got a 14 or a 4090, so I don't have to worry about that, but I'm curious. This song's kind of fire. What is this? What is this? Okay. Okay. I'm kind of fucking with this. Damn. Yeah, it recommends a 4090, so then that's like the best in class right now until the 5 series comes out. Interesting, okay. Good to know though. Because apparently a 4080 is not even good enough. This is talking about gaming specifically, so I'm not particularly concerned, but I'm gonna be having a lot of panels open, so what chair is that? You peeping the kid's chair? But it is a Herman Miller Embody. Let me just find a little link to show ya. One of these. Not of these, this one specifically. The Embody chair Herman Miller. This is the Logitech version. Same chair. I think it just has like different padding on the butt. More breathable, right? If you got some swamp ass from sitting in your chair all day, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know if it's the best chair, right? The thing about Herman Miller is that they make a lot of office chairs. A lot of the most popular ones, right? Like you'll see this one in offices a lot. What was the name of this? What was the name of this? What am I clicking on right now? Where is chairs? Sure. Oh yeah, the Aeron. The Aeron. This is like very popular in a lot of workplaces. Very popular. Probably the most popular chair, actually. And I used to have this where I worked, right? Back when I was still doing my thing. And I think that this one's more comfortable, at least for me. Well, at least for me. Because this chair, like the back support on it is a little... Like I'll show you, I'll show you so you get the idea. But essentially like there's this meshing, right? So like like pay attention to like this right side, like the zoomed in image. But you see how there's these little like an exosuit looking type thing in the back of this chair. So like, wherever you see a little drill hole, Like that's what kind of keeps the chair in place, right? And then as you move, like the chair moves with you, right? So I can like lean back in this chair and lean left, and the chair will like have this upper quadrant to lean left with me. So it's like very flexible in that regard. So it's like nice to like lean back in, like roll, you know, kind of just do whatever, right? Just chill. But in terms of like sitting up straight with your lower back, it's not the most comfortable, at least not as comfy as the other one. Because down here, this part, there's like a hard piece there. And if your lower back happens to rub into that, it can get pretty uncomfortable after some time. Whereas with the Aeron, like you don't really have that, right? Like first of all, you don't have to have this back support in the chair. You can have it just be open with the meshing. Like this thing, right? You can just do like a basic, like this. So there's no back support now. And also just a generally comfy chair as well, right? This one you can also lean back. It's the meshing is like very like flexible yet firm, if that makes sense. Also cheaper, right? The chair is also cheaper. The other one costs, then body is like, depending on when you get it, yeah, you know, quite pricey. So not for everybody, but as far as the companies that make chairs go, probably some of the highest quality. I'm not a chair expert, so don't hold me to that. But they have very good warranty on this stuff. Like you have like anything wrong with this for like 10 plus years, they'll like replace it for you. And also good resale value. My advice, if you are looking to get one of these, right, find somewhere local that allows you to test them out. Go in store and try them out. So you kind of get a real good feel for how it's looking. And so you know how it feels. And you can also buy them used. That's the other thing. Those chairs, a lot of time, especially the Aeron, a lot of companies get them for their business, and then their company just like, you know, goes bankrupt or whatever the case may be, right? It just goes under, it just doesn't work out, like many businesses, right? And then they sell them for mad cheap. I know people that bought that chair that we just looked at that cost like $1,500, $1,600 for like $300, $400. Because these companies are trying to get rid of them. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some for sale online right now. Yeah, there's a couple in even where I live locally. I see some listed online. $500. How do I show sharing my location? I'll just do this. I think $500 Canadian right here, live and direct online, to a third of the price. I don't know the details of when they bought it, etc., but yeah, at one point I did spend a lot of time nerding out on this chair. A show. You know, I'm not one to spend a lot of money on things. I don't really care for like clothes, fucking like nothing really. Like aside from like groceries, it's very rare I buy a whole lot. But when it comes to these kind of things, like for instance, this chair, like this desk, like my computer, my laptop, my mattress, like there's certain things that like I use a fucking a lot, right? Like I use this computer every single day, hours on end, every single day. Same with my laptop, same with my bed, same with this chair. So these are the kind of things that, yeah, I'm gonna spend some money on because I'm gonna use them a lot and I want to be comfortable while I'm using them. And I also want them to, you know, work as I would like them to, aka why I have the best computer that you can buy or put together whenever I make a new computer. Like every 2 years, I'm getting a new computer. That's kind of like my cycle. I buy whatever is the best at that moment in time. Like it depends on the GPU cycle, right? Like when the new NVIDIA and Intel chips come out, then that's usually when I reload, right? Reload the computer bag. Like I sell my old one for pretty good value because I maintain it well, one. And two, it's just a pretty beastly of a computer, right? I got it with the best parts of everything you can buy at the time not that long ago compared to when I'm selling it 2 years down the road. So like right now, if I were to sell this thing, I have, like, let's just look, right? Let's just look. Let's just look. So I have like high frequency RAM. It doesn't say the frequency here, but it's high frequency RAM. I have an i9 fucking 13,000 series, the best one you could get in this series. I have a 4090. Like I have multiple SSDs, like fast SSDs, one for the operating system, one for like a secondary drive, and I have a third drive. So like 3 terabytes of high performance SSDs. What else I got in this thing? A beautiful case as well, right? Aesthetically pleasing on the eyes. Water cooling. Like obviously the whole RGB thing, although I don't have mine like flashing non-stop. I have it one solid color and just leave it like that because else it's too distracting. What else I got going in this thing? Yeah, I mean that's basically it, right? Built it myself. Cable management elite. Looking flawless. So yeah, I mean they get pretty good resale value, right? Like it's usually covers like way more than half the cost of the new computer whenever I sell my old one. Like yeah, I'm gonna pay like $1,000 more to get the new one or something to that effect, maybe like 2,000, depending on how expensive some of the parts are at that time. But I'm perfectly happy paying with like that, right? To have the best computer at the time, all the time, small price to pay, at least for the way that I live my life, right? Where I'm on the computer a lot. But yeah, but other than that though, can't say I buy a whole lot of things. Like in the past year, the only like notable purchase I've made is the MacBook Pro, which I was forced to, right? Because the old one literally burned in this thing. Do I have it open? My old MacBook was somewhere in here. Somewhere in there. And that's where this picture is taken from. So yeah, didn't survive. MacBook did not survive, so I was forced to get a new one. I didn't have a fucking choice. And it wasn't even like yeah, it was a newer one, but I didn't feel the need to replace it. My MacBook, I don't use it as intensively, so I don't feel the need compelled to replace it very often. Are we finally going lower? Finally? Finally? Hopefully, we'll see. But we'll see. Like, if we do start to go lower here, we'll have to kind of brush up on our data. If this alarm goes off, I'll have to check the data again real quick. Enough ranting about chairs and whatnot, but... And I'm just a bad shopper, that's the other thing, right? Like, I'm the worst for shopping. Worst. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, I need to research, like, literally everything imaginable about the product. see every single competitor, what the pros and cons are of all of them. Like, my mattress, for example, God, the amount of mattress reviews that I read before buying that thing, I could have got a job fucking working as like a Sleep Country employee. This is a fucking mattress expert at that point. I'm like walking into the store, the mattress store, fucking giving a lecture to the guy that works there. So yeah, I'm very bad at shopping. I have to like research everything to the point that it's like overwhelming, like analysis paralysis type of thing. Which is why usually I just don't bother, just put it off. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm not gonna bother. Like I said, I'm not gonna bother buying shit. Even this monitor, do you know how much time I've spent looking into this monitor and different like other widescreen alternatives? Quite a lot actually. And I'm not even convinced that I want it, right? Because I'm reading that the color quality is not the greatest. So I'm gonna have the same problem I had with these two, or at least this one on the side over here. But as far as the monitor technology goes, we'll have to just kind of make do, suck it up. Because there's nothing better out there right now. And from what I can tell, I also looked up the upcoming product line, in case a new one's potentially releasing down the road. I can't find anything. Can't find anything. You too? Yeah, it's hard. It's just for me. It's like it's hard. Even for like clothes and whatnot. Like you know how I go shopping for clothes? I literally go to the mall or wherever, like somewhere where I can buy clothes. I buy a fuck ton, like literally. Like I drive home with my car jammed full of fucking bags of clothes. Then I get home and try it all on with clothes that I already own to see how it looks because I can't like picture in my head. Then I end up hating like 90% of it and taking it all back. Just returning all of it. So very just a mess, right? You do not want to be with me when in the mall if I'm shopping for something. Which is why I don't shop. Just don't care. I don't even need stuff anyways, right? Like, what am I gonna go fucking buy? What am I gonna go shop? Never particularly cared, right? I'm sitting on my computer with the fucking most of my time. What do I need to go buy shit for? Do I need clothes? No. I don't need clothes to do that. Right? I'm gonna sit here nerding out in my pajamas every day. I think for the past like 2 months, like I've wore pajamas non-stop every single fucking day. Unless I'm going out to like see friends or something. Miss me with that. Miss me with all that clothing, jeans and whatnot. I'm sitting here cozy as fuck. Boy? Motherfucker. Boy? I'm also curious how ETH BTC is looking. Yeah, let's take a glance at that. Because it does close tonight, right? We're getting weekly candle closes tonight. Should I stay on until the weekly candle close? Should I? Should I stay on until the weekly candle close? I think that'd be a little bit too degenerate, right? How long have we been going for already? How long has it been? Where is the timer on this thing? Where is the timer? 12 hours, another 8 till the daily candle close. A little unlikely, my friend. Do it. A little unlikely. A little unlikely. If anything, I would go like chill, eat something, maybe nap, and then come back when the candles are actually closing. I mean, yeah, not really a whole lot going on here, yeah. People are saying this is the potential bottom, but I don't know if I'm buying that just yet. We'll see. We shall see. Look at the graph. The graph. The graph. I haven't looked at that in a while, actually. Let's look at the graph out of curiosity, right? Yeah, we can look at the graph. Right. Rates. Not sure. Like, I'm familiar with it. These people used to kind of like Web3 data storage, essentially, from what I recall. I don't own any of this and have not looked at it in a long time, over a year, so I don't know what's going on with this project. I mean, right away, if the derivatives charts look anything like this, seems like a pretty solid sweep of a lot of stuff, right? I'm not gonna sit here and nerd on every single level because can't be bothered at this point in time. The only thing I can think about is food. And the more I think about it, the more I just kind of want to cut, right? Kind of want to cut. Because I need to figure a situation out, and I feel like the most likely outcome, whatever solution I pick, involves me going to clean my driveway. Because no one can come in, and I can't get out. And if it's still snowing, that's the other thing. It's still going. The longer I wait, the more snow I gotta move off the bottom of my driveway. I'm looking right now, it's expected to go until 8 p.m. What the fuck? This is supposed to go until 8 p.m.? Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, we're not gonna figure something out. Definitely have to figure something out. God damn, 8 p.m. Like, if you guys could see how it looks like outside where I live, it's crazy. And there's still 9 more hours of this? Holy. Oh yeah, the graph, sorry. So, I'm so tired. I'm just losing my mind. I've been awake for like 24 hours now, so I'm kind of a little... not dialed in, we'll say, right? We're not dialed in. I mean, as far as like volume goes, right? So far, it looks like it held the bottom of this node, which is good, I suppose, right? Dipped below and immediately came back in. Daily charts looking like every other alt, basically, right? Basically. And if you want to know my thoughts on those, just rewind this video. Actually, I'll give you the link. because you are in the Discord. But I am also streaming on YouTube. This is the link. Oh, and yeah, the current video, right? The current live video. Let me scroll back to this. And yeah, you can get my thoughts on most alts, because we talked about a lot of them at some point throughout this 12-hour session. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum.